Douluo, the celestial pillar that shoots at the sun. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226. Tang San decides to go to Seagoat Island. Ning Rongrong played on Mount Amo for a few days and was reluctant to go back. However, during these few days, she seemed to have become more cheerful, especially when she played with Lingling, Yanian, and Xianai on a snowy mountain and had a lot of fun with them. Ning Fengzi and Prince Zhu King visited Grandpa Yang Wudi separately, but they did not reach any consensus and finally had to leave sadly. However, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo were a little relieved when they saw Ning Rongrong. Jian Douluo couldn't help but nodded. Fengzi, Rongrong seems not to have been so happy in a long time. The Poi clan has chosen a good place, isolated from the world. Ning Fengzi thought secretly for a while before speaking. I didn't quite understand why they chose Almo Mountain at the beginning. Now it seems that their choice is right. Stay away from the vortex and away from the fighting. It has developed to this level in just a few years. Jian Douluo seemed a little entangled. Fengzi, what about letting Rongrong stay in Almo Mountain? I think Rongrong will be happier this way. Ning Fengzi shook his head. It's too late now. There have been too many casualties in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Rongrong will never let go of this blood feud. This is her responsibility as the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Besides, even if I want to retreat, I can't. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect no longer has any retreat, and it doesn't have the capital. Jian Douluo said, a little puzzled. Old Bone and I are titled Douluo. How could the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect have no capital? Ning Fengzi sighed. Uncle Jian, this is different. Our young generation does not have outstanding disciples, nor does it have the threat of poison Douluo. Besides, everyone has a blood feud. At this time, Tang San was alone in the room, thinking about future development and plans. Since coming to Douluo Continent, Tang San has always been very confident in his talent. He has full innate soul power, twin martial spirits, and especially the second martial spirit is the world's #1 weapon martial spirit, Clear Sky Hammer, which makes him very proud. But in the past few years, the previous confidence and arrogance seem to be gone. Those people in Xianxing Academy are almost the same age as him, especially Yang Podi, who is only 5 years older than him, but he is already a titled Douluo. Can he break through to the titled Douluo in another 5 years? Tang San went to ask his teacher Yu Xiaogang for advice, but Yu Xiaogang was even more surprised than Tang San. Yu Xiaogang has studied countless historical materials and counted countless data. The youngest titled Douluo in history is undoubtedly Tang Hao, but Tang Hao also entered the titled Douluo at the age of 44. Yang Podi was actually a titled Douluo, and he was only 24 years old, which meant that Yang Podi had improved Tang Hao's record by 20 years. And at this age, theoretically, he could participate in the Soul Master competition. This was simply unimaginable. The master and apprentice talked for a long time but got no results, and they couldn't figure out what was going on. Especially Yu Xiaogang, he was full of curiosity about Yang Podi's rapid improvement, but unfortunately Yang Podi ignored him, let alone respected him. Tang San said to Yu Xiaogang in a somewhat decadent manner, Teacher, since I entered the Soul Emperor stage, I feel that my cultivation speed seems to have slowed down a lot, and I am not as strong as before in suppressing Soul Masters of the same level. As Tang San said, when he was in the Soul Venerable and Soul Sect stage, he could rely on the Tang Sect's unique skills, especially Ghost Shadow Mirage and Crane Control and Dragon Capture, to be invincible among Soul Masters of the same level. But since he entered the Soul Emperor stage, especially after the Blue Silver Grass did not awaken for the second time, he could no longer completely defeat Soul Masters of the same level. Especially in the Clear Sky Sect, the Clear Sky Hammer spirit is extremely overbearing, and the control advantage of the Blue Silver Grass is getting smaller and smaller. I am afraid that after entering the Soul Saint, the gap will become even larger. After all, the Clear Sky Hammer can only exert its maximum power after using the weapon Soul True Body, and the Blue Silver Grass is only a plant-type spirit. No plant-type spirit can compete with the Clear Sky Hammer after being cultivated to the extreme. Tang San has been practicing according to the method provided by Yu Xiaogang. The Blue Silver Grass has been absorbing spirit rings according to the control and poison attributes. The power is really good, but it's a pity that the cultivation speed seems to be getting slower and slower. Tang San is now a little doubtful. Can he rely on the blue-silver grass to cultivate to the level of tidal Douluo? You know, there are not many plant-type tidal Douluos in the entire Douluo continent. But his father and teacher are against him adding spirit rings to the clear sky hammer. The conflict problem of the twin spirits has not yet been determined how to solve it. Yu Zhigang was speechless when he heard Tang San's words. He was just a great spirit master and had no idea about the cultivation of the Soul Emperor or even the Soul Saint. However, Yu Zhigang finally spoke up. Zio-san, do you have any training plans recently? Tang San shook his head in the same way. Now I am just practicing step by step according to my father's plan. Recently, I will spend more time practicing the clear sky hammer. Yu Zhigang thought for a long time before speaking. Zio-san, you are too obsessed with the clear sky hammer now, and you are too obsessed with the power of your martial spirit. Since you are now mainly practicing the blue-silver grass, you should spend more time on the blue-silver grass, otherwise, you will only get slower and slower in the future, just like Flanders and Yang Wudi. Although they only have a single martial spirit, they focus on practicing on a single martial spirit. Even at the Soul Douluo level, it is no problem to upgrade one level every year. Your talent is much better than Yang Wudi and Flanders, and your training speed will be much faster. According to your current time speed, at most it will take more than 15 years for you to break through to the tidal Douluo level. At that time, add all the soul rings over 50,000 years old to the clear sky hammer, and you can reach level 97 or 98 in a short time. This is also the biggest advantage of twin martial spirits. Tang San seemed a little unwilling. Teacher, apart from this, is there no other way to improve quickly? Yu Zhigang shook his head. The training of soul masters is generally step by step. If you want to improve quickly, it is often when you encounter great danger. Only then will the human body exert unimaginable potential, just like your father wanted you to go to the slaughter city. In fact, he also wanted you to improve yourself through the dangers of the slaughter city. Unfortunately, your father's plan failed. Zio-san, I actually have an idea, a training method that may be more suitable for you, but then you will experience great danger, even fatal danger. Tang San said a little puzzled. Teacher, I am not afraid of danger, please tell me, Yu Zhigang said with a serious face. Have you heard of Sea God Island? The soul masters there are different from our mainland. Sea God Island is also the place where the entire soul master world is truly not afraid of the martial god temple. Sea God Island? What is Sea God Island? Yu Zhigang pondered for a while before speaking. Sea God Island is a small island outside the Hanhei city, the westernmost location of the entire continent. It is still a very long distance away from Hanhei city. That place is called Devil Island by the Spirit Hall, and the spirit masters there are called Sea Spirit Masters. They consider themselves children of the sea and believe in the sea god. At the beginning, the Spirit Hall sent 4 tidal Douluo and 2,000 spirit masters to recruit the spirit masters there, but they were defeated. Only about 100 spirit masters actually returned, and even lost 2 tidal Douluo. This is also the biggest defeat of the Spirit Hall in recent years. Tang San was surprised when he heard this. Is this Sea God Island so powerful? Even 2 tidal Douluos were lost, and nearly 2,000 ordinary spirit masters were lost. Did the Spirit Hall think of revenge afterwards? Yu Zhigang shook his head. At the beginning, I was curious and followed the Spirit Hall to the Sea God Island, but the war of the Spirit Hall was extremely tragic, and we were basically crushed. Especially the combat method of the Sea Spirit Masters is completely different from that of the Land Spirit Masters. They can fight flexibly in the sea, and some high-level Spirit Masters can even use the power of the sea. I remember that everyone on Sea God Island is a Spirit Master, and there are many tidal Douluo. According to my estimation, there may be a level 99 Peerless Douluo there, otherwise the Spirit Hall would not give up so easily. You should know that Jin Daoliu of the Spirit Hall is also a level 99 Peerless Douluo, Tang San said with a firm face. Teacher, I want to go to Sea God Island for training. There may be more suitable opportunities for me there. Yu Zhigang shook his head. I have always been reluctant to mention Sea God Island to you, because I am afraid that you will never come back. Any Spirit Master can pass the test to join Sea God Island to become a Sea Spirit Master, and can even be greatly improved there, but the rules of Sea God Island are very strict, and all Sea Spirit Masters cannot leave Sea God Island. With your talent, I am not worried about whether you can reach Poseidon Island or pass the test of Poseidon Island, but after becoming a Sea Soul Master, you can't leave Poseidon Island. If there is no special opportunity, I'm afraid you will have no chance to come back. Besides, sea soul masters generally use sea soul beasts as their martial souls, such as seagulls or seahorses and petrels. They may not be so strong individually, but they are extremely fast and very suitable for survival in the sea. With your speed, you can't beat them in the sea. Tang San thought for a long time before speaking. Teacher, I must go to Poseidon Island. Now my strength gap is too big, and there should be a way for me to improve quickly. As for how to come back then, I will leave a secret code. If it doesn't work, please ask Elder Bay to take me back. Gang nodded helplessly. This is also a way. Elder Bay's speed is unparalleled in the world. It is indeed much faster than those sea soul masters. If you want to go, you'd better prepare in advance. Now that the Min clan and the Power clan have returned to the Haotian Sect, Bay and Teton have become the outer sect elders of the Haotian Sect, with Bay as the chief elder and Teton as the second elder, which is considered a bit of status. After Tang San and Yu Gang finished communicating, he went straight to his father Tang Hao and uncle Tang Zio, and told them about his desire to go to the Sea God Island for training. Tang Zio and Tang Hao were shocked and their faces changed. Tang San seemed a little puzzled. Dad, uncle, is there anything wrong with the Sea God Island? Tang Zio shook his head. Zio-san, do you know why our Clear Sky sect is the #1 sect in the world? Tang San said a little puzzled. Isn't it because our Clear Sky Hammer spirit is the #1 weapon spirit in the world? Tang Zio shook his head. Clear Sky Hammer is indeed the #1 weapon spirit in the world, but its real strength is because of your great-grandfather Tang Chen. Your grandfather Tang Chen's strength reached level 99, and was even slightly stronger than the Spirit Hall's great priest Jin Daoliu. That's why our Clear Sky sect is called the #1 sect in the world. It's a pity that your great-grandfather has been missing for 50 years, otherwise our Clear Sky sect would not have been forced to close the mountain, and we would not have ended up like this. Tang Sam seemed a little puzzled. Uncle, what does this have to do with Seagod Island? Have you been to Seagod Island too? Tang Zio's face turned serious at this time. I went to Seagod Island once with your father. That was to deliver a letter for your great-grandfather. Seagod Island is not a place to joke, especially for the great priest Poseidon on Seagod Island, who is a level 99 peerless Douluo. Grandfather and Jin Daoli went to Seagod Island together. They fought with Poseidon for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a battle that was earth-shattering. Do you know what the result was? Tang San was immediately surprised and asked, did great-grandfather and Jin Daoli both lose? Tang Zio's face was solemn at this time. At that time, your grandfather and Jin Daoli fought against the great priest Poseidon on Seagod Island respectively, and both lost without any suspense. Your great-grandfather Tang Chen was known as invincible on land, and the great priest of the Spirit Hall, Jin Daoliu, had the spirit of a 6-winged angel, known as invincible in the sky, but they were no match for Poseidon on Seagod Island. Poseidon's spirit is the god of the sea, and she is titled Poseidon Douluo. On Seagod Island, she can call upon the power of the sea. Unless she is a level 100 strong man, no one can defeat Poseidon Douluo. Tang San's face was full of shock, but he finally spoke with a firm look in his eyes. Uncle, I heard from my teacher that as long as you pass the test on Seagod Island, you can join Seagod Island. But you can't leave there. Tang Zio nodded. Seagod Island does have such a rule, and as long as you pass the test, your strength can be greatly improved. But the rules of Seagod Island are extremely strict, and I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to come back by then. However, Tang San finally decided to go to Seagod Island for training. After Tang Zio and Tang Hao heard Tang San's decision, they explained in detail the precautions of Seagod Island and made relevant arrangements. I will focus on writing about Tang San in the next few days, which can be regarded as an introduction to Tang San's later behavior. It is also a kind of division. Chapter 227 Tang San visits Xiangsing Academy at night. After Tang San finished communicating with Tang Zio and Tang Hao, he returned to his room alone and began to think. Tang San is now 19 years old, with a soul power of level 66, which is similar to the soul power level in the original book. The difference is the soul power improvement of the soul ring and soul bone of 100,000 years. Tang San carefully thought about his growth over the years. Now Tang San's soul power is stronger than other people of the same age. The biggest advantage is the innate full soul power, plus the crystal blood dragon ginseng he used at the beginning. However, Tang San is now close to the soul saint. The effect of the crystal blood dragon ginseng has almost been completely absorbed. The speed of cultivation may slow down in the future. Tang San couldn't help but think of the earth element fruit that Yang Wudi took out, and also remembered that Yang Podi had said about taking Kiran Tong Xianzhou in the solo competition. According to Tang San's own guess, the immortal grass that appeared in Zhuanshan Baolu has now appeared in several plants on Douluo Continent. Especially the Po Yu clan. In just 20 years, 5 titled Douluo have been born, especially Yang Podi, a titled Douluo who is only 24 years old. This shows that the Po Yu clan may have obtained a lot of immortal grass. You have to know that Tai Tan and Bai He, who are similar in talent and status to Yang Wudi and Nia Gao, are only at the soul Douluo level now, and their soul power has not increased in recent years. It can be said that the potential has been exhausted. After thinking again and again, Tang San decided to explore Shiangsing Academy at night, wanting to find out what secrets Shiangsing Academy has. Even if he was really discovered, with the high-end combat power of the upper 3 sects, nothing would happen, and he could even take this opportunity to force the Po Yi clan. Tang San himself always felt that these people from Shiangsing Academy should have been affiliated families of the Haotian Sect, and should have been his own power. Although the Haotian Sect was wrong back then, how could they be where they are today without the Haotian Sect? Moreover, the 4 single-attribute families that were abandoned back then, the Min Yu clan and the Li Yu clan have returned to the Haotian Sect, and the Po Yu clan and the Yu Yu clan should also return. In the original novel, Tang San probably recruited the Po Yu clan and Yu Yu clan with this in mind, otherwise why didn't Tang San recruit other Soul Douluo families? After some preparation, Tang San found an excuse to leave Monet City, changed into a set of black clothes, and quietly sneaked into the night. Monet City is very close to Shiangsing Academy. In less than half an hour, Tang San had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. The foot of the Shiangsing Academy is just an ordinary Soul Master Academy. The management is relatively loose. For a Soul Emperor like Tang San, it is very easy to hide. Especially Tang San's martial soul is blue-silver grass. Although it has not awakened twice, it can sense ordinary blue-silver grass from a very long distance and can detect related personnel and dangers. After avoiding various sentries in succession, Tang San came to the mountainside, which is also the main activity area of Shiangsing Academy. Except for a few core disciples and some senior executives, the personnel of the 4 major families basically live on the mountainside. The entire mountainside is like a small city. The defense on the mountainside will be much tighter. The city wall alone is more than 30 meters long. There are various patrolling Soul Masters on the city wall, and even various defensive weapons. Tang San took advantage of the night and the detection ability of the blue-silver grass, especially the ghost shadow he practiced, so he can come and go without a trace. Moreover, Tang San has practiced the Zhuanshan Guang to a higher level, and his soul power can also be hidden. It is difficult for ordinary soul saints to detect. When Tang San came to the city wall, he looked at the defense facilities on the city wall and was immediately curious. Logically speaking, since the hidden weapon drawings were leaked, the major sects have tried to build a lot of huge god crossbows, which are very good for both defense and sneak attacks, but Shiangsing Academy did not build these things. Instead, it built some other things, including some bed crossbows and crossbow carts. Compared with this huge god crossbow, the size is much larger. The large bed crossbow is even as big as half a house. But Tang San was very knowledgeable about the manufacture of hidden weapons, and he could see the function of these bed crossbows and crossbow carts at a glance. They might not be concealed and mobile enough, and could not be used by hand, but they were more suitable for defending the city, because the power of these bed crossbows and crossbow carts was much greater than that of Zhuge's divine crossbow, especially the crossbow carts, which had a principle similar to that of Zhuge's divine crossbow, but had stronger attack power and even lower cost. The materials used in the crossbow carts were very simple, and no precious metals were needed at all. After Tang San carefully observed these city defense equipment, his heart sank a little. It seemed that the water of Shiangsing Academy was deeper than he thought. The other party might also have the drawings of Zhuge's divine crossbow, and could even improve it and invent new equipment. Tang San wandered around the mountainside of Shiangsing Academy for a long time, but he did not find anything big. The overall strength of Shiangsing Academy was much stronger than he thought. 2 soul Douluos were even found on the mountainside, and there were more soul saints. According to this strength, the mid-range strength of Shiangsing Academy was even stronger than the current Haotian Sect and Kibaoluli Sect. In particular, Some of the training methods of Shiangsing Academy seem to be more sophisticated than those set up by Yang Podi at Shiandao Royal Academy, and the effect should be better. For example, the weighted obstacle course of Shiangsing Academy is more precisely designed, with more items, and is suitable for spirit masters of different levels. Not to mention that there are many training equipment that Tang San has never seen before, which is a bit refreshing to Tang San. After all, many of these equipment were designed by Yang Podi based on the fitness of later generations, which were not available in the ancient martial arts sects. In particular, Shiangsing Academy has also designed a large number of medicinal bathing venues, and the students are completely managed on a large scale, which can not only save teachers and resources, but also save resources. It is not like a sect at all, but a bit like the workshop that made huge Lianyu. Tang San also found a large number of simulated environments on the mountainside, which are very suitable for the cultivation of various spirit masters, and the simulated environments have been processed in various ways, which can maximize the utilization of resources. Through Tang San's analysis of Shiangsing Academy, it is not like an academy at all, but more like a military-controlled training base, especially since it is a place dedicated to training spirit masters. According to Tang San's estimation, Shiangsing Academy has several particularly obvious characteristics. First of all, Shiangsing Academy is very rich. Even ordinary soul masters use very good medicinal baths. This kind of medicinal bath is probably only available to the core disciples of large sects. In addition, Shiangsing Academy has many simulated environments, which shows that these simulated environments have also invested a lot of money. They are even stronger than Shiandao Royal Academy. You must know that Shiandao Royal Academy was built with the power of the royal family. Is the wealth of Shiangsing Academy not weaker than that of the Shiandao royal family? Secondly, the education of Shiangsing Academy is very standardized, and the educational facilities are also very advanced. According to this development trend, I am afraid that in another 20 to 30 years, the middle and high-end soul masters of Shiangsing Academy will have a blowout growth. At that time, the overall strength may really be able to crush the Haotian Sect and Kibaoliuli Sect in their heyday. Originally, according to Tang San's estimation, Shiangsing Academy had only about 1,500 soul masters, most of whom were low-level soul masters, but according to the training and cultivation methods of Shiangsing Academy, I am afraid that by then, these 1,500 soul masters will be masters above Soul King, and even a large number of soul saints and soul Douluo will appear. At that time, the strength will be terrifying. Tang San was really puzzled now. Although the Po Yu clan was the largest elixir business family on the Douluo Continent, it was not so profitable. Even the Kibaoliuli sect, which was known as the richest in the world, would not train ordinary disciples at such a high cost. Of course, the most important point was that everyone in the Shiangsing Academy seemed to be practicing very hard. Even in the middle of the night, the simulated environment was crowded with people. There was no arrogant and leisurely situation like other large sects. What Tang San didn't know was that all this was thanks to Yang Podi's acquisition of a large number of treasures from the two major families. He provided a large number of rewards to the Shiangsing Academy and even set up various lists within the academy. Whether it was a person who could break through quickly or a person whose combat power ranked high in the entire academy, they could get relatively more resources. Yang Wudi even set up various reward and punishment systems within the academy. The best performing people in the academy even received spiritual medicine and soul bone rewards, which were all treasures pursued by soul masters. After Tang San explored the Shiangsing Academy on the entire mountainside, he valued it more. With such a strong overall strength and so much wealth, if it was used to develop the Haotian Sect and the Tang Sect, wouldn't the Haotian Sect be able to quickly return to the status of the world's #1 sect at this time? Tang San was more interested in the core area of Shiangsing Academy on the top of the mountain. There were so many surprises on the mountainside alone, so the top of the mountain would be even more terrifying and unexpected. But Tang San also knew very well that the top of the mountain would be extremely difficult to explore. After all, there were 5 titled Douluo there, and there would probably be even more soul Douluo and soul saint. If you don't pay attention, you might be caught. However, Tang San was skilled and bold, or he was more interested in exploring the secrets of the sect, and he became more excited. You know, in the original work, Tang San, as a mere outer disciple of the Tang Sect, was able to explore the Zhuanshan treasure record of the Tang Sect, which was a bit incredible. After coming to Douluo Continent, He also explored Jiangxin City and Xingdao Great Forest, and even once mixed into the team of the spirit while hunting Xiao Wu, and once followed the spirit while to hunt Daming and Erming, and each time he gained a lot. Tang San seemed to be extremely excited, but he finally calmed down and sneaked to the core area of Xiangxing Academy on the top of the mountain. However, when Tang San just entered the core area of Xiangxing Academy, Yang Podi had already discovered the abnormality. As a level 98 title Douluo, even if a bug entered the top of the mountain, he could feel it. Especially Tang San deliberately hid his breath, but in terms of Zhuangshengguang, Yang Podi's realm of cultivation is much higher than Tang San. How could he not discover the exploration of a mere soul emperor? Not to mention Tang San, even the hiding of Ghost Douluo at the beginning, even Sword Douluo and Tang Xiao did not find it, but Yang Podi easily found it. But Yang Podi did not make a statement for the time being. He wanted to see what Tang San wanted to do. At the same time, he also wanted to see how the defense inside the family was. If Tang San was not discovered and allowed to leave safely, then the academy would have to make a lot of reforms, otherwise it would be easy for the enemy to wipe him out. After Tang San entered the top of the mountain, he became very cautious, especially because he mainly walked in places where blue-silver grass grew, using the blue-silver grass to cover his breath. Looking at the original work, don't doubt Tang San's ability to lurk, and stealing things is also based on Tang San's consistent character. Chapter 228 Tang San was captured. When Tang San was exploring Xiangxing Academy at night, Yu Xiaogang also found that Tang San was missing. Yu Xiaogang originally thought of some things that needed to be paid attention to about the Sea God Island, and wanted to communicate with Tang San again. As a result, when he came to Tang San's room, he found that Tang San had disappeared. So Yu Xiaogang hurriedly notified Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, but Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were also confused. They just thought that Tang San went out to practice. After all, Tang San liked to practice alone secretly since he was a child. On the top of Mount Almo, Tang San just sneaked in for a while, but he felt that the spiritual energy on the entire top of the mountain seemed to be much richer than other places. It didn't look like a snow-capped mountain covered with snow all year round, but it looked like a treasure land for cultivation. Especially after approaching the core area where people live, the breath of life is extremely rich, and there are all kinds of plants. Even Tang San's martial soul blue-silver grass seems to be a little restless, as if it feels the extreme breath of life. This is the effect of the gold of life. When Yang Podi got the gold of life from the three Kyanjin and kings, he didn't know how to deal with it. It seemed that it couldn't play a role if he kept it on his body. So Yang Podi simply put this piece of life gold in the academy and buried it directly under his father Yang Zhenshin's practice room. This can not only promote his father's practice, but also radiate the entire mountaintop, which can promote the core personnel of the academy to speed up their practice. Of course, Yang Podi also communicated with his father. If his father needs to go out, this piece of life gold needs to be properly kept. There are only a few titled Douluo in the whole family who know about this piece of life gold. The key point is that it is guarded by my father and mother. After all, the two live together and the practice room is also together. I hope that my parents can break through the limit with this piece of life gold and eventually break through to level 98. You must know that life gold is a priceless treasure. A large piece of life gold can create a star Dao forest. Although my piece of life gold is relatively small, it should be no problem to create a sect. Tang San seemed very satisfied with the breath on the top of the mountain, especially the blue-silver grass was very sensitive to the breath of life, and both the training speed and growth speed were much faster. He even felt that if he practiced here for a long time, his training speed would be twice as fast with half the effort. However, Tang San underestimated the sensitivity of the title Douluo to the breath, especially Yang Zhenshin, who had reached the 97th level of the title Douluo, and was also a top master. Moreover, this was not the Star Dao Great Forest, and there was no such strong breath of life to cover the breath of the blue-silver grass. Suddenly, a voice came from Yang Zhenshin's room. Who dares to come to Xiangxing Academy? You are very brave. As Yang Zhenshin said this, the whole mountaintop suddenly became restless. Except for a few children, the other title Douluo all flew out, and his mother Nia Jinfeng was in the training room. When she really encountered a strong enemy and needed her to take action, she would take the life gold away directly. Tang San was shocked when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would be discovered as soon as he came to the top of the mountain. However, Tang San calmed down in just a moment. As a long-term hidden master, He certainly knew how to deal with sudden situations. Tang San quickly hid his body in a nearby piece of ice and snow, trying his best to cover up his soul power and breath, just like a blue silver grass. In just a moment, Yang's henchmen, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Du Gubo had gathered together. Yang Wudi said in confusion, "Zhenshin, what happened? Why did you suddenly say this?" Yang Zhenshin's face was a little solemn. "Just now when I was practicing, I found something unusual. I'm afraid someone has sneaked into my Shiangsing Academy. This person's whereabouts are extremely secretive. Even I have only detected a trace of unusual breath." Yang Wudi just nodded, and then followed the others to explore around, trying to find the person who sneaked into the academy. It must be said that Tang San is indeed a hidden master. Whether it is his career as a killer in his previous life or the various hard training in this life, he has chosen the best way to deal with it. In Tang San's current situation, as a mere soul emperor, it was basically impossible for him to run away, so he simply hid in the ice and snow nearby, and transformed himself into blue-silver grass, so that he would be in the dark under the lamp, and at least he would not be discovered in the short term. Yang Zhenshin and his companions explored the core area of Shiangsing Academy for a long time, but they seemed to have found nothing, so they finally gathered together again. Grandpa Niagao seemed a little strange. "Zhenshin, you felt it wrong. We haven't detected any abnormal phenomena around us." Yang Zhenshin shook his head. "My feelings should not be wrong. A very strange soul power has entered our Shiangsing Academy." "Strange soul power? What's so strange about it?" Yang Zhenshin's face became a little solemn. "It's like a plant-based soul power, but it's also a bit like poisonous energy. Several people thought about it for a long time but couldn't think of anything." At this time, Du Gubo suddenly said, "Why doesn't the little monster come out? Logically speaking, he should be able to feel it with his soul power." At this time, Yang Wudi's face was extremely dark, and he spoke directly to the inside of the academy. "Little bastard, why haven't you come out yet? What are you waiting for?" Hearing this, Yang Podi walked out slowly, as if he was watching the excitement. Yang Wudi seemed a little angry. "Podi, have you discovered that someone has sneaked into our Shiangsing Academy?" Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh, and even shook his head. "A mere soul emperor can sneak into our Shiangsing Academy. It seems that the defense measures of our Shiangsing Academy are too poor." Yang Zhenshin seemed a little strange. "Soul emperor? Podi, when did you find out?" Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking faintly. "About 2 hours ago. This person initially explored the mountainside of our Shiangsing Academy for nearly 2 hours, and then sneaked into the core area of our mountaintop." Dad Yang Zhenshin was really a little speechless. "Since you discovered it a long time ago, why didn't you give an advance warning? Do you want to laugh at us?" Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. Although this person has the cultivation of a soul emperor, he is very good at hiding, and this person is very meticulous. He hid in a place you didn't expect. I didn't expect you to have not discovered it after exploring for so long. Unexpected place? We have explored the entire core area of the academy and found nothing at all. Dad, wherever you first felt a breath, this person is hiding nearby." Yang Zhenshin thought carefully and attacked a place directly. "How dare you hide here? You are simply looking for death." Yang Zhenshin's soul power flashed, and a very strong force rushed directly to a place full of ice and snow, as if to directly break the surroundings. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out of the ice and snow. Facing Yang Zhenshin's shocking pressure, he did not resist, but retreated along with the pressure to reduce the damage to himself. At the same time, he raised his right hand and shot an arrow from his right hand. This is a whistling arrow. The whistling arrow flew into the sky, accompanied by a sharp sound. The whistling arrow finally exploded in the sky, forming a huge firework that can be seen within a radius of 10 miles. This whistling arrow was completely beyond everyone's expectations, so that everyone did not have time to stop it, and Yang Podi simply did not want to stop it. Yang Zhenshin was immediately furious. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to take action after he had taken action, and it looked like he wanted to inform his companions. Yang Zhenshin's soul power flashed, directly suppressing Tang San, and he flew quickly at the same time, directly subduing Tang San. Tang San was just a soul emperor now, and he could not face the pressure of the title Douluo level at all. Before he could take other measures, his soul power was sealed by Yang Zhenshin, and he didn't want to resist. Yang Zhenshin sealed Tang San's soul power, and then pulled off his veil. When he saw Tang San's face, he was immediately surprised. "I didn't expect it was you, a soul emperor. Who dared to sneak into my Shiangsing Academy? Tang San didn't seem to be afraid at all, and just said lightly, what about Shiangsing Academy? I am a disciple of the dignified Haotian Sect. You, the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan, are just the former affiliated families of my Haotian Sect. What can you do to me? Yang Wudi and Nia Gao looked at each other after hearing this, and didn't know how to deal with it afterwards, especially the whistle arrow just now, which might be to notify Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Yang Podi just watched coldly from the side, wanting to see how his grandfather and grandfather would deal with it. If it didn't work, he would force them to do it. In Monet City, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao found the whistle arrows. Tang Hao's face changed slightly. Brother, this seems to be Xiao-san's whistle arrow. Xiao-san has been missing for a night. Could he be captured by the people of Shiangsing Academy? Tang Xiao nodded. Brother Hao, let's go and take a look. Xiao-san may be in danger now. After that, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao quickly flew to Shiangsing Academy. At this time, Zhu King also discovered the flares that appeared in the sky above Shiangsing College, but he just smiled faintly. This is interesting. Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo also discovered the flares in the distance, but Ning Fengzi thought for a while before speaking. Uncle Jian, who do you think is going to attack Shiangsing College? Jian Douluo shook his head. Logically speaking, no other force can attack Shiangsing College except the Spirit Hall. But the Spirit Hall will not be so stupid, especially when we and the Haotian Sect are still nearby. Ning Fengzi was silent for a while before speaking. This kind of flares should be sold to us by Tang San. I heard that Tang San disappeared tonight. I'm afraid it's a conflict between the Haotian Sect and Shiangsing College. Then should we go and take a look? After all, we are now of the same blood with the Haotian Sect. Ning Fengzi seemed to think of the figure of Yang Podi, and finally spoke. Forget it, let's pretend we don't know about this. No matter which one of them is stronger than us, I'm afraid we won't be able to please both sides if we go, especially now I can't see through Yang Podi's strength. 4 years ago, Yang Podi's strength was close to yours, Uncle Jian. I'm afraid this matter won't be so kind. Besides, the Haotian Sect has always been domineering because of its strong strength. They always want to take back the Poi clan and the Yue clan. They should wake up from this daydream. Jian Douluo couldn't help but nodded in agreement when he heard this. In just a few minutes, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao arrived at the top of Mount Almo. The scene at this time was beyond their expectations. They saw Tang San dressed in black and just stood there quietly. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, which was obviously the injury from Yang Zhenshin's sudden attack just now. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao quickly came to Tang San's side. Tang Xiao quickly unlocked Tang San's sealed soul power. Xiao-san, how are you now? Are you injured? Tang San just shook his head lightly and said nothing. Tang Hao said to Yang Wudi, what do you want to do? Why do you want to hurt Xiao-san? Yang Wudi's face became extremely ugly, but he finally snorted. Tang Hao, are you blind? Your son Tang San sneaked into my Shiangsing Academy in this outfit, and I want to ask you what you want to do. Tang Hao's face became a little ferocious. Xiao-san sneaked into your Shiangsing Academy, so what? You titled Douluo are bullying such a child? Before Yang Wudi continued to speak, Nia Gao on the side spoke. Old goat, why are you talking nonsense with such people? The Haotian Sect is just a bunch of rats, otherwise how could they do such a thing to sneak into other sects? After being discovered, they even turned the tables. How can they still be the #1 sect in the world? There will be a big battle tomorrow, which can be regarded as a display of most of the strength. It can also be regarded as a small period for this period of time. These few chapters focus on Tang San, which can also be regarded as a transition for the following plot. There is no excessive exaggeration of Tang San's strength here, which can be regarded as an alternative introduction to Tang San. Tang San may have made some mistakes in the original novel Douluo, but overall he was not too outrageous. The only thing that may have affected future generations was the destruction of the Slaughter City. If we were to do the rest of Tang San's actions, we would probably do the same. After all, this is an imperial society, which can be said to be an ancient feudal dynasty. Chapter 229, Shiangsing Academy vs. Haotian Twin Stars. When Tang Hao and Tang Xiao heard this, they immediately became furious. In their eyes, the glory of the Haotian Sect was above everything else. Tang Hao's face was full of anger. What do you two mean? How can you two insult the glory of the Haotian Sect? Yang Wudi just sneered coldly. As a dignified disciple of the Haotian Sect, you have fallen to the point of stealing. And now you still have the nerve to talk about the glory of the Haotian Sect here. You have lost the face of the ancestors of the Haotian Sect. Tang Xiao was relatively calm. Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, what do you mean by saying this? You dare to insult our Haotian Sect? Yang Wudi pointed at Tang San next to him. What do you mean by a direct descendant of the Haotian Sect dressed like this? I broke off the elixir I sent you during the day, and I sneaked into Shiangsing Academy to steal at night. This is the upbringing of your Haotian Sect. Tang Hao looked at Tang San with a little heartache, and said angrily, how dare you? You are just affiliated families, and you dare to say such things. At this time, Titan and Bei had also arrived, and the two of them stood directly next to Tang San, as if they wanted to protect Tang San. However, after hearing these words, Titan and Bai He's faces also changed slightly, but both of them just remained silent. Tang Hao saw that Tang San had someone to protect him, so he attacked directly. You bunch of trash, I will teach you a lesson, let you know what respect and inferiority mean. Tang Hao instantly summoned his martial soul, the clear sky hammer, and 9 spirit rings appeared at the same time, especially the red spirit ring, which caused great pressure on everyone. Yang Wudi was not afraid at all. If you can't win the argument with reason, then use force to suppress others. It was you who caused the disaster of the Clear Sky Sect in the beginning, but you hid yourself. Now that you have just recovered from a little injury, you immediately become so arrogant. You are simply a scum in the Spirit Master world. After saying that, Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, Yang Henshin, and Douluo showed their martial souls and spirit rings at the same time, not afraid of Tang Hao at all. Especially Yang Henshin, when he showed his spirit ring, everyone was extremely surprised, because now Yang Henshin's spirit power has reached level 97, and his spirit power level is actually the same as Tang Xiao. At this time, Tang Xiao's face also became serious. He summoned his martial spirit and spirit ring, which was also a level 97 titled Douluo. Yang Podi did not plan to take action for the time being. He wanted to see how strong his own title Douluo was. At the same time, he wanted to see if they had made up their minds to kill Tang Hao and others. In the distance, Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and Zhu King all saw this shocking aura and their expressions became serious. They could not imagine that Shiangsing Academy actually hid a level 97 title Douluo. Zhu King said with a serious face, Teacher, Senior Jian Douluo, should we go over and take a look? Ning Fengzi shook his head. King, this is their internal affairs of the Haotian Sect after all. It is better for us outsiders not to interfere, otherwise we may not be human inside and outside. As Tang Hao took action, the battle broke out instantly. Yang Henshin directly stabbed Tang Xiao on the side with his soul-breaking spear in his hand. Both of them were level 97. And both of their martial spirits were known for their strength. They started fighting in an instant, and it was difficult to tell who would win for the time being. Yang Wudi and Niu Gao went straight to Tang Hao, trying to subdue the root of all the trouble. Douluo assisted Yang Henshin and controlled the whole situation at the same time. Poison Douluo was a poison soul master, and also a controlled type soul master. This kind of control was just a piece of cake for him. As for Bai and Titan, both of them protected Tang San. After all, Yang Podi of Shiangsing Academy had not made a move yet. Who knows if Yang Podi would kill Tang San in 1 second. Both sides used their full strength as soon as they made a move. Tang Hao's body was directly filled with red light. This was his killing god domain. In the red light, whether it was Yang Wudi or Niu Gao, even Yang Henshin and Douluo in the distance were also affected to a certain extent. Both the power of their soul skills and the speed of their soul power operation slowed down a lot. Tang Hao directly held the clear sky hammer in his hand and hit Yang Wudi and Niu Gao with the hammer. The blood-red clear sky hammer seemed to have infinite power. But Niu Gao was not afraid at all. He directly summoned his own martial soul, the plate armor giant rhino. The spirit ring on his martial soul flashed. This was his 4th spirit skill, plate armor defense. Instantly, a huge plate armor giant rhino appeared in front of Tang Hao's clear sky hammer. The clear sky hammer collided with a plate armor giant rhino, and both sides retreated 5 steps. Although Tang Hao had taken the earth element fruit, it had only been a few days, and his body injuries had recovered at most about 60%, and the slower the recovery, the slower it would be. It would take at least 2 months to fully recover. Tang Hao was only level 95 now, and Niu Gao was already level 94. Moreover, Niu Gao was now fully equipped with spirit bones. The two sides fought to drawing this attack and defense. Tang Hao was a little shocked at this time. He didn't expect that his attack was blocked by Niagao despite his ability to dominate the world. Yang Wudi on the side quickly attacked with his soul-breaking spear in his hand, especially the spirit ring on his body flashing. It was his first spirit skill, through. The attack of this spirit skill had single target penetrating damage and could lock the enemy. Tang Hao quickly waved the clear sky hammer to block it, but the soul-breaking spear pierced the clear sky hammer directly, and a force directly penetrated the clear sky hammer and hit Tang Hao. Tang Hao retreated 5 steps again, and a large wound appeared on his body. Tang Hao was surprised at this time. He didn't expect Niagao and Yang Wudi to cooperate so well, and their attack and defense power were much stronger than when they fought against Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo. This may be the advantage of a single attribute family. Niagao is proficient in defense, and Yang Wudi is proficient in offense. One attack and one defense, the cooperation is very good. However, Tang Hao was extremely fierce, and his soul ring flashed directly on his body. It was his soul skill, Titan Hammer. Obviously, the power of the clear sky hammer has been greatly improved. At this time, even if it is 1-on-2, he cannot be afraid at all, especially under the effect of the killing god domain, and even has a slight advantage. And being injured by Yang Wudi just now was also because he seriously underestimated the combat effectiveness of Yang Wudi and Niagao. As for Tang Xiao's battle against Yang Zhenchen and Douluo, he had a certain advantage. Although Tang Xiao was not as strong as Tang Hao, his soul power level was higher, especially with a Haotian Jinju, which basically could bring his strength to the extreme. You have to know that Tang Xiao was fighting against 3 level 96 and 97 titled Douluo alone with a Haotian formation, which could be said to be the epitome of Haotian Sect's strength. But Yang Zhenchen was also extremely fierce, and directly launched the 7th soul skill, Weapon Soul True Body, purely to force Tang Xiao to resist, so that Tang Xiao could not bring out the advantage of Haotian Jinju's hammer method. Douluo on the side launched his 5th soul skill, Green Phosphorus Sky Gang Formation, and a large area of poisonous fog formed a huge formation, directly trapping Tang Xiao in the formation, and he could not bring out the advantage of hammer method. The battlefield was still 2 against 4. It must be said that the offensive strength of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao was indeed amazing. Among the soul masters of the same level, basically few people could beat them in a single fight. Even the extremely powerful soul-breaking spear Wu Han was still inferior to the Haotian hammer. At this time, everyone in Xianxing Academy ran out, including Yang Xianai and Yang Pingan, and even his mother Nia Jinfang came out. The only one who was hiding was his second grandfather Yang Wushuang. After all, Yang Wushuang had been pretending to be dead, which was also one of the trump cards of Xianxing Academy. Especially Yang Xianai and Yang Pingan, they were even a little eager to move, as if they wanted to help at any time. The battle scene between the two sides was extremely fierce, and they were all desperate moves. Among them, Yang Zhenchen and Tang Xiao both used the weapon Soul True Body, and Douluo used the martial Soul True Body. Both sides seemed to be fighting for consumption first. Especially Tang Xiao's weapon Soul True Body turned into a shocking giant, and a huge Haotian hammer smashed directly. Even if Yang Zhenchen and Douluo tried their best to resist, they were directly smashed away by the Haotian hammer. But although the two were smashed away by the Haotian hammer and even vomited blood, they were still not afraid. The soul ring on the huge soul-breaking gun flashed, which was Yang Zhenchen's 9th soul skill, Killing. The entire soul-breaking gun turned blood red, as if it was going to kill everything. Douluo also directly activated his 9th soul skill, Green Phosphorus Divine Light. The huge green phosphorus Snake King's eyes emitted a white light, as if it could condense time and break everything. Tang Xiao's huge figure directly and quickly used the huge clear sky hammer to resist, but it was still a bit unstoppable. Tang Xiao was also a little injured under this attack. Obviously, after this hard battle, the 3 of them were seriously injured. As for Tang Hao on the side, his condition was even worse. After all, his injuries had not recovered, especially the weight of the clear sky hammer consumed a lot. According to this situation, I am afraid that the clear sky twins will gradually be at a disadvantage if they fight for too long. However, Tang Hao also became more and more fierce. He directly used his weapon Soul True Body and turned into a huge blood-red figure. At the same time, he held the clear sky hammer in his hand. It was Tang Hao's strongest skill, Lingshan Strike. Moreover, Tang Hao's attack actually enveloped all 4 people from Xianxing Academy. Especially under the cover of the killing god domain, the power became even greater. Seeing this, Nuigao activated his martial soul body and transformed into a giant plate armor rhino, while using his 9th soul skill, infinite plate armor. Various armor-like protective shields also appeared around the plate armor rhino, trying to withstand Tang Hao's attack. Yang Wudi also activated his weapon soul body at this time, as if he wanted to withstand this shocking attack. As for Yang Zhenchen and Ubo, they also seemed to be using all their strength to resist this move. Tang Xiao also took this opportunity to swing the huge Haotian hammer and attack the 4 people. It seems that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's cooperation is really good. They are worthy of being the Haotian twin stars and brothers who have been together since childhood. But unexpectedly, a fast figure seemed to flash in the sky, and then a big pit appeared on the ground, but there was no one in the pit. At this time, the 4 people who summoned the martial soul body and the weapon soul body all came to an open space, which made the 4 people a little puzzled. This was the space replacement of Yang Podi's right leg soul bone skill. By using this soul bone skill continuously, he brought the 4 people to the open ground and allowed them to avoid this powerful attack. Although Yang Podi had confidence in Yang Zhenchen and the other 4, the attack of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao was very powerful. If it went wrong, the 4 people would be seriously injured. Yang Wudi seemed a little angry and said, "Podi, what are you doing? We old guys must cripple them even if we die, and let them pay the price." Yang Podi shook his head and said, "Grandpa, you guys have almost finished fighting. Let me play a little. After all, I am also a member of SYNOPSIS Academy, and it's time for me to do something." Yang Wudi and the other 4 were still very angry. Seeing this, Yang Podi just sighed and said, "Don't worry, I will do it myself and definitely help you vent your anger." At this time, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao also returned to the ground. It seemed that they wanted to continue fighting. In particular, the 2 of them were still very angry that the 4 people avoided their attacks. Yang Podi glanced at Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, and said calmly, "I won't bully you 2. As long as you 2 can defeat me, today's matter will be over. Otherwise, you can stay here." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 Tang Hao Broken Arm. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were furious when they heard this. They were both titled Douluo for many years, but they were despised by a young man. It was simply lawless. But Yang Podi continued, "My SYNOPSIS Academy will not bully you 2. I will give you 10 minutes to recover your soul power, so that no one will say that we are fighting against you 2 in a round-robin battle." Tang Hao's face was full of anger. "You brat, you dare to look down on my Haotian sect, you are looking for death?" Yang Podi shook his head. "If it was Tang Chen here, I would still be a little afraid, but unfortunately you 2 are so far inferior to Tang Chen." Tang Xiao's face was extremely gloomy. "You little kid, you are not worthy of mentioning my grandfather." Yang Podi was expressionless. "I advise you 2 to recover your soul power as soon as possible, otherwise you will have no chance." Tang Hao directly swung the Haotian hammer. "There is no need to recover to deal with a little kid like you." After saying that, he threw the Haotian hammer directly and smashed it in the air. But to his surprise, Yang Podi grabbed his clear sky hammer with one hand, and then swung it hard. The clear sky hammer flew out quickly and smashed a big hole next to it. "Since you don't want time to recover your soul power, then I won't be polite. I hope you won't regret it." After Yang Podi finished speaking, 9 soul rings appeared on his body. The colors of the soul rings were 5 black and 4 red. Especially the 400,000-year soul rings, which immediately put great pressure on everyone around. Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and Zhu King in the distance were also stunned. This kind of soul ring configuration can be said to be unprecedented and beyond everyone's imagination. Jian Douluo also became very serious at this time. "Fengzi it's only been 4 years since we last met, but Yang Podi has already reached level 98. Especially his spirit ring configuration, I'm afraid it's not weaker than the Spirit Hall's great worshipper Jin Daoliu." Ning Fengzi was also very surprised. "How is this possible? I remember that his spirit ring configuration was 2 yellow, 1 purple, 3 black and 2 red. How come it has become 5 10,000-year spirit rings plus 400,000-year spirit rings? Can this spirit ring still change?" Jian Daoluo shook his head. I have never heard of spirit rings that can change. The only one I have heard of is Douluo. It is said that Douluo's spirit ring configuration is 8 black and 1 red. Zhu King's face became more solemn. He was the only one who understood that the color of the spirit ring can change, but only gods can change the color of the spirit ring. And Yang Podi in front of him actually has 5 black and 4 red spirit rings. In terms of spirit ring configuration, he is stronger than his grandfather Douluo, and even his spirit power has reached level 98. This is simply incredible. Especially since this person has 400,000 year soul rings, he has at least 400,000 year soul bones. I am afraid his fighting power is not weaker than his grandfather. Yang Podi held the soul-breaking spear in his hand, and his figure flashed, and he quickly appeared in front of Tang Hao, and stabbed Tang Hao directly. Seeing this, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao quickly waved the clear sky hammer to block the attack. But unexpectedly, Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear seemed to have infinite power, and directly stabbed the two people away. The two were immediately horrified. This Yang Podi was too scary. In terms of strength alone, he was stronger than the two of them. You know, both of them focused on the power of the clear sky hammer, and basically had never seen a soul master with stronger power than the two of them. But Yang Podi ignored the fear of the two people, holding the soul-breaking spear in both hands, and the spear came out like a dragon. The soul-breaking spear was powerful and heavy, and even made waves of dragon roars, as if it was going to tear the two people apart. The two used the clear sky hammer to resist at the same time, especially Tang Xiao, who directly used the shock art of the clear sky 9 absolutes. However, even so, the soul-breaking spear not only transmitted extremely strong power, but also transmitted extremely sharp feelings, and even the clear sky hammers of the two seemed to have been cut open. Yang Podi swung the soul-breaking spear again, and countless spear rays were transmitted from the spear blade of the soul-breaking spear, directly covering the sky and the earth, covering Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao stood back to back, quickly flying the clear sky hammer to smash the attacking spear rays, but just this move was enough to make the two exhausted. Unexpectedly, all the spear rays seemed to be gathered together, and finally formed a huge spear ray, as if to pierce the two people. At this time, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao seemed to have a telepathic connection, and both injected all their soul power into the clear sky hammer. The two clear sky hammers, one black and one red, gathered together. It was because the two used the kill art of the clear sky 9 absolutes at the same time, especially the two clear sky hammers transmitted endless murderous aura. The killing aura and the spear light collided, and the two were directly knocked away. In particular, the two people's aura seemed to begin to weaken. Obviously, this attack caused them a lot of damage. But Yang Podi didn't care so much. This time he directly injected his soul power into the soul-breaking spear. The entire soul-breaking spear turned blood red. It really combined the killing god domain with the soul-breaking spear's ultimate gold attribute and ultimate power attribute, and shot it out like a javelin. This is exactly the fifth style of the soul-breaking 9 styles that Yang Podi has researched, the sky-lifting spear. This spear seems to be able to pierce through everything. It is based on the 9th soul skill. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao seemed to want to dodge, but the soul-breaking spear that flew over actually had a strong suction force, as if locking the two people. Seeing this, Tang Xiao roared directly, and the 7th soul ring on his body flashed. It was his clear sky hammer weapon soul true body. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared holding a huge clear sky hammer, and then his soul ring flashed again. It was Tang Xiao's 8th soul skill, clear sun shining. The entire clear sky hammer was like the sun, and it smashed directly into the blood-red soul-breaking spear. But even with such a powerful blow from Tang Hao, he could only barely block the attack of the soul-breaking spear. The whole person retreated dozens of meters, and even had a huge wound on his body. Yang Podi said coldly to the two people, "If you two only have this much strength, then there is no need for you two to leave." Tang Hao on the side gritted his teeth and directly used the weapon soul true body. The whole sky seemed to have a huge blood-red figure, especially the blood-red clear sky hammer, as if it was going to break through everything. Yang Podi smiled and said, "That's interesting. Otherwise, you are too weak." Tang Hao, who turned into a huge blood-red figure, roared, "Lingshan strike." As he finished speaking, a huge Haotian hammer seemed to fall from the sky, as if it wanted to flatten the entire earth, and as if it wanted to tear the entire earth apart. But Yang Podi was not afraid at all, and went straight up to the 6th soul ring flashing. It was Yang Podi's sixth soul skill, Golden Lion Roaring Sky Break. A golden light flew out of the soul-breaking spear, and the golden light turned into a huge golden lion king. As if with a roaring sound, it directly pounced on the blood-red Haotian hammer. The golden lion king collided with a huge Haotian hammer, and the whole mountain seemed to be shaking. But even if Tang Hao used all his strength to strike, it seemed that he could not gain any advantage. The golden lion king slowly disappeared, and Tang Hao's blood-red figure also retreated far away. Yang Podi didn't care about that. He flashed in front of Tang Hao with his soul-breaking spear in his hand, and then shot directly. In particular, this shot seemed to contain the power of Tyrannosaurus Rex, and it was a shot like a dragon. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao cooperated very well. Tang Hao directly used all his strength to block this powerful attack, while Tang Xiao beside him waved the clear sky hammer to attack Yang Podi regardless of the danger, and directly used the move of Wei to save Xiao. But Yang Podi's figure flashed quickly and appeared directly beside Tang Xiao, and then the soul-breaking spear lightly lifted it. This shot directly lifted Tang Xiao's clear sky hammer and stabbed Tang Xiao. But Tang Xiao seemed to be extremely brave and smashed Yang Podi with a hammer directly. Tang Hao beside him also quickly smashed Yang Podi. Seeing this, Yang Podi had to withdraw the soul-breaking spear to block the attacks of the two. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao seemed to have already thrown away their injuries. The clear sky hammer technique was extremely sharp and fierce, and it was completely a disparate posture. Especially Tang Hao himself, he actually used the chaotic cloak hammer method by borrowing the force, and began to stack the power of the Haotian hammer, while Tang Xiao took on Yang Podi's attack, trying to create opportunities for Tang Hao, even if he was injured. Yang Podi did not interrupt Tang Hao's attack stacking, but blocked with the tail of the gun, and then swung the gun body, and the soul-breaking gun was thrown directly on Tang Xiao like a dragon. It was obvious that Tang Xiao was seriously injured, and even many bones were broken. But Tang Xiao was completely fearless and used the killing character formula in the Haotian 9 absolutes again to block Yang Podi's attack. Countless red lights suddenly appeared on Yang Podi's body, which was his killing god domain. Under the effect of the killing god domain, Tang Xiao's attack suddenly slowed down a lot, and even the power of the attack decreased a lot. Then he quickly swung the soul-breaking gun, continuously resisting Tang Xiao's attack, and took advantage of the momentum to launch a counterattack. Using the sharpness of the soul-breaking gun to cut several cuts on Tang Xiao again. Tang Xiao completely ignored the injuries on his body and attacked desperately like a wounded lion, finally buying time for Tang Hao. As Tang Hao's clear sky hammer continued to stack, the power of each hammer became stronger and stronger. Yang Podi felt the pressure on the clear sky hammer increasing, and finally reached 9,981 hammers. The entire clear sky hammer was like a huge black dragon, as if it was tearing everything apart. Yang Podi saw Tang Hao's strongest attack, which was also the highest level of the clear sky hammer chaotic cloak hammer technique, and just smiled coldly. Then the 8th soul ring on Yang Podi's body flashed, which was his 8th soul skill too, Earth Behemoth Destruction. A huge soul-breaking spear appeared in front of him, and even the entire soul-breaking spear seemed to turn golden, like a huge golden behemoth, and then quickly rushed towards the oncoming black dragon. As the soul-breaking spear collided with a clear sky hammer, it was like a black dragon and a golden behemoth collided together, and the roar of the black dragon and the roar of the golden behemoth spread throughout the world. After the attack from both sides, Yang Podi's entire body retreated about 2 meters. Tang Hao on the opposite side was in a more miserable state. Amidst the golden behemoth and the huge tearing sound, his body seemed to have been severely injured. But Yang Podi also became a little fierce at this time. This is a bit interesting, otherwise the strength is too poor. Yang Podi's left arm soul power flashed, which was Yang Podi's left arm soul bone skill, Golden Scorpion Claw. Suddenly, it was like a huge golden scorpion king pounced on Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, as if it wanted to crush them. Tang Xiao and Tang Hao quickly swung the clear sky hammer and desperately activated their soul skills to resist this move. Among them, Tang Xiao activated his 6th soul skill, Thunderbolt Collapse of the Sky, and the clear sky hammer seemed to want to collapse the entire world. Tang Hao activated his 8th soul skill, 1,000-pound barrier, which was like a huge protective shield, trying to protect Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. But Yang Podi's move was a skill of 200,000 year soul bone, and its power was beyond everyone's imagination. The huge claw of the Golden Scorpion Emperor clamped over, as if he wanted to tear the entire earth apart. As the soul skills of both sides collided, Tang Xiao was directly knocked away. He seemed to be out of breath, and his soul power began to decline. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. As for Tang Hao, it was even more miserable. Because he used the defensive soul skill, he directly withstood Yang Podi's move, and the whole person flew dozens of meters away. What was even more miserable was that Tang Hao's entire right arm had disappeared, as if it had been clamped off by the scorpion claw of the Golden Scorpion Emperor. If Tang Hao and Tang Xiao were in the prime, they might be able to block this move, but the two had been hit hard in succession and were unable to resist at all, especially Yang Podi's special attack on Tang Hao's arm, which made Tang Hao unable to resist at all. After Tang Hao's arm was broken, his breath and soul power seemed to drop sharply. If his arm was broken without the old injury healed, he might not be able to be cured in this lifetime. If anyone is paying attention, there is a small black shadow in the snow, which is Tang Hao's broken arm. At this point, the outcome for both sides seemed to be decided, and Tang Hao and Tang Xiao would undoubtedly lose. Chapter 231 The battle ends. With Tang Hao's broken arm, Tang Xiao was obviously also seriously injured. The two members of Haotian Sect were already in danger, especially since Yang Podi had basically not been injured up to now, and he had not even shown much strength. Tang Xiao seemed to be a little distressed as he supported Tang Hao, especially when he saw Tang Hao's broken arm. He became even more sad. Brother Hao, how are you now? Is there anything wrong with your body? Tang Hao shook his head. Judging from the current situation, Yang Podi on the opposite side could easily fight two people at once. I'm afraid that today's matter will not be so easy to resolve. Yang Podi walked over casually and said, Haotian Sect has such a great reputation. If your Haotian twins are only this strong, then just stay in Shiangxing College. Tang Xiao seemed extremely angry at this time. What on earth do you want to do? Yang Podi just said lightly. This is interesting. The people who secretly sneaked into our Shiangxing College are your Haotian Sect disciples, and the ones who provoked us in advance were also your Haotian Sect people. Now that it has come to this, there is no reason to let you go. Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo and Zhu King in the distance were all a little stunned. They didn't expect Yang Podi to defeat the Haotian twins at the same time by himself. You must know that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao are both very powerful, far surpassing the soul masters of the same level, especially Tang Hao. The Spirit Hall has been chasing him for many years, and even dispatched Qianjin and Jiangmo, two level 96 peak title Douluo, but they couldn't do anything to him. Zhu King's eyes seemed to flash. Teacher, should we go and mediate? After all, the Haotian Sect is now our ally. We can't let Tang Hao and Tang Xiao die here. Ning Fengzi just shook his head lightly. It's too late. With our strength, we are not qualified to mediate. I'm afraid that the only one in the world who can be stronger than Yang Podi is Jin Dao Liu, the great priest of the Spirit Hall. Uncle Jian, how strong is this Yang Podi? Jian Daoluo's face was a little solemn at this time. I don't know the specific strength of Yang Podi. Tang Xiao and I should be about the same strength. Even if it's me, Old Bone and you, I'm afraid your fate will be similar to that of the Haotian twins. And I don't think Yang Podi has tried his best at all, at least he hasn't used his 9th soul skill yet. With Yang Podi's talent and vision, I'm afraid his 9th soul skill will be very extraordinary. And he's already level 98. It is estimated that it won't be long before he reaches level 99. By then, I'm afraid he will be truly invincible. Ning Fengzi sighed. Yang Podi is so talented, he might be another Tang Chen of Haotian Sect, and he might even be more terrifying than Tang Chen. After all, he is only 24 years old. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect have missed it after all. Zhu King's eyes flickered slightly when he heard this, and he didn't say anything else. If he said anything more, it might arouse the suspicion of the two. Beside the battlefield, Tai Tan, Bai He and Tang San were all stunned. They didn't expect that Yang Podi's strength has reached this level after only a few years of separation of the 4 single attribute families. I'm afraid that the strength of Shiangxing Academy is close to that of Haotian Sect at its peak. I don't know if the old sect master Tang Chen can still suppress Yang Podi. The 3 seem to have their soul power flashing, wanting to step forward to help, especially Tang San, whose face was extremely gloomy and angry at this time. His hands moved slightly, wanting to hold something. But before they could react, a huge soul power suppressed them. It was Douluo at this time. Douluo said calmly, I advise you 3 not to move, otherwise my poison will not have eyes. I don't mind killing you three little characters." On the battlefield, when Yang Podi walked towards Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, Tang Hao's face became extremely determined. Tang Hao held the clear sky hammer in his left hand, and then the 8 soul rings on his body exploded. The clear sky hammer instantly became extremely huge. It was the secret of the Clear Sky Sect, the Great Sumeru Hammer, the exploding ring. Tang Hao roared, and the clear sky hammer became extremely huge, like a small mountain, and then the whole mountain pressed towards Yang Podi. Seeing this, the faces of the people around changed drastically. After all, the exploding ring of the Clear Sky Hammer is known as a magical skill, and it is also one of the true strengths of the Clear Sky Sect. At the beginning in the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao relied on the exploding ring to escape smoothly. Especially those who know the inside story of the Clear Sky Sect, Tang Hao relied on the exploding ring to repel the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo. This move can infinitely expand Tang Hao's strength. Tang Hao's old injury had not recovered yet. If it was not for this extremely dangerous situation, he would not dare to use the ring explosion. After the explosion, his injury would be aggravated, and he might even be disabled. But now the situation is extremely tense. If he does not fight hard, I am afraid that both he and his elder brother will stay here. Especially this time, Tang Hao was extremely resolute. Facing the seemingly unfathomable Yang Podi, he directly blew up 8 soul rings. It can be said that he used the ring explosion to the extreme. Yang Podi just looked at the huge Haotian hammer coldly, and the 9th soul ring flashed directly on his body. The soul-breaking gun in his hand seemed to become extremely huge, especially on the gun blade, which flashed with colorful light. This is Yang Podi's 9th soul skill 2, shooting the sun. As Yang Podi threw the soul-breaking gun out, the soul-breaking gun seemed to be able to pierce the void. It seemed to carry all kinds of power, including the ultimate gold, the ultimate power, as well as the powerful wood attribute, space attribute, earth attribute, and even the infinite killing aura. This attack seemed to really be able to shut down the sun. As the soul-breaking spear was fired, it collided with a huge clear sky hammer in the sky, which was as big as a hill, and directly pierced through the entire clear sky hammer, even as if it was going to pierce through the heaven and earth. At this time, Tang Hao's soul power was extremely low, and the whole person fainted. If this continued, this shot could directly kill Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. At this moment, a change occurred in the sky. A huge dragon claw appeared in the entire void. The dragon claw directly grabbed the huge soul-breaking spear. The dragon claw and the soul-breaking spear collided together, forming a huge explosion. The soul power fluctuations of the explosion even shocked Yang Podi back several meters away. When the surroundings returned to calm again, there was only a big pit around. Tang Hao, Tang Xiao, even Tang San, Titan, and Bei had all disappeared. Yang Podi clearly felt that there was a strong soul power fluctuation at the moment, which quickly swept the 5 people away. Yang Podi just shook his head and ignored it. It seemed that the one who came this time should be Tian. His strength was probably slightly inferior to Tian. If they really fought, the entire Elmo mountain would probably be flattened. According to the attack just now, although his 9th soul skill was blocked, Tian should have been injured. It seemed that Tian and his team were planning something big. Yang Podi found Tang Hao's broken arm from the snow pile, thought about it carefully, and threw the broken arm to Douluo without saying anything else. Douluo said with a bit of doubt, "Little monster, who is the last one to come? I'm afraid he is very powerful." Yang Podi shook his head. "It should be a very powerful enemy, probably a little stronger than me. I don't want to trouble them for the time being, but I will get back at this place sooner or later." Yang Wudi on the side also said, "Podi, who is this enemy? Are there other level 99 ultimate Douluo in this world?" Yang Podi thought for a while before speaking. "There are only 3 ultimate Douluo in this world, Tang Chen, Poseidon and Jin Daoliu. The one who came just now was a high-level soul beast and the master of the starred out Great Forest, the Black Dragon Tian. If we don't have anything to do recently, try not to go to the core area of the starred out Great Forest. It may be dangerous there recently." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect the soul beast to be so powerful, but Yang Wudi was still a little puzzled. "Why have I never heard of this Tian? Why do they want to save those people from the Haotian Sect?" Yang Podi shook his head. Tian is a black dragon that is nearly 800,000 years old. In terms of his own strength, he is probably stronger than Jin Daoliu. However, Jin Daoliu is invincible in the Spirit Hall, and he can rely on the power of angels in the Spirit Hall. Tang San's mother is Blue-Silver Emperor, and Tang San's girlfriend is Xiao Wu. Both are 100,000-year-old soul beasts. It is estimated that they came to help Tang San because of this relationship. However, soul beasts are different from humans after all. They should not dare to appear in the crowd head-on, otherwise it will easily attract the encirclement and suppression of the human race. Then what should we do now? Will those people from the Haotian Sect come again? Yang Podi shook his head. Tang Hao was seriously injured this time. Even if he took the Earth Yuan fruit some time ago, it will be difficult for him to recover in the short term, especially since he broke one hand. I am afraid that he can only barely enter the title Douluo level at most, and there should be no hope of recovery. As for the other people from the Haotian Sect, kill them one by one in the future, and don't give them face anymore. Hearing this, Grandfather Yang Wudi and Grandfather Liu Gao both nodded slightly, but their faces seemed a little sad. Poison Douluo was a little confused. Little monster, why did you give me Tang Hao's hand? This is the inherited soul bone of the Haotian Sect. If you are afraid and don't want it, forget it. Douluo quickly put his arm away when he heard this, and said with disdain, the Haotian Sect is just a group of rats. They are probably used to being rats, so they did such a shameful thing this time. I am a titled Douluo after all, how can I be afraid of them? Yang Podi shook his head. The Haotian Sect has a group of titled Douluo after all. You'd better be careful in the future. I hope this soul bone will not bring you disaster. Douluo suddenly felt a little speechless. Since it is so dangerous, why did you give this soul bone to me, Grandpa Douluo? If you don't want it, forget it. At worst, I will give it to someone else. Anyway, we have made enemies with the Haotian Sect. It's a waste not to want it. After all, it is also a top-grade soul bone. Next, Yang Wudi, Yang Henshin, and Niagao evacuated all the people. After all, the battle was so big that it attracted the attention of countless people in the school. However, everyone in the entire school saw Yang Podi's spirit ring configuration, and they all seemed to have great respect for Yang Podi. Of course, the injuries of Yang Wudi, Yang Henshin, Niagao, and Douluo had been cured by Yilingling a long time ago. After all, the four of them fought for a short time, and the most critical blow was also avoided by Yang Podi, so the injuries on their bodies were relatively minor. Yang Podi returned to his room and continued to think about this battle. This battle also showed some of his strength, especially the 98-level spirit power, which crushed the strength of the Haotian twin stars. I am afraid that it will arouse the fear of many people, and even attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. After all, his spirit ring is too strange. Only the God test can create such a spirit ring. I hope Bibi Dong will not be stimulated. As for why this soul bone was given to Douluo, in fact, today's battle was a battle between the Po Yu clan and the Yu clan and the Haotian Sect. Douluo attacked without hesitation, which really made Yang Podi admire him. Moreover, after today's battle, Douluo had established a huge enemy, and it would be unreasonable not to give him some comfort. As for Zhu King, Ning Fengzi and Jian Douluo in the distance, Yang Podi didn't take them seriously. Since the two parties didn't attack, he would give them some face and not touch them for the time being. After all, making too many enemies is not a good thing. At least from now on, no force should dare to openly target Shianxing Academy. Even if the whole world is an enemy, at least they should be wary of this peerless master. Chapter 232, Follow-up to the battle. As the battle at Shianxing Academy came to an end, the news of Yang Podi's defeat spread throughout the world. Ning Fengzi, Jian Douluo, and Ning Rongrong sat together, seemingly all in silence. Ning Fengzi spoke after a long time. Uncle Jian, how strong do you think Yang Podi is? Does he really have the strength to fight against Jin Daoliu, the great priest of the Spirit Hall? Jian Douluo shook his head. The gap between level 98 and level 99 is very huge. My father was also level 98 at the beginning, but when he fought against Jin Daoliu blocked my father's 9 killing tactics, which eventually led to my father's death. The 6-winged angel spirit is a rare god-level spirit in the entire Douluo Continent. In terms of spirit quality, it even surpasses the clear sky hammer. There is still a certain difference in Yang Podi's spirit. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to beat Jin Daoliu. But at Yang Podi's age, it should be a matter of time before he surpasses Jin Daoliu. Ning Fengzi fell into deep thought when he heard this. In the entire Douluo Continent, the only one who is close to Jin Daoliu in strength was Yang Podi, but Yang Podi was obviously unyielding. Apart from the matters of his own family, he was not an enemy of anyone. If it weren't for the Clear Sky Sect's excessive pressure this time, Yang Podi would probably not have shown his strength. However, Ning Fengzi suddenly thought of something and said to Ning Rongrong beside him, "Rongrong, you have been playing with Yi Lingling and Dugu Ian recently. What strength have the members of Yang Podi's Xiandao second team reached now?" Ning Rongrong just shook her head. "I don't know what their specific strength is, but they are very strong. Once when they were fighting, although they didn't show their soul rings, I assisted them, and they emptied my soul power in just an instant." Ning Fengzi became more serious at this time. It has been more than 5 years since the Soul Master competition. Yang Podi has been promoted from level 67 to level 98. The improvement of others is probably not small. Maybe the strength of Xianxing Academy we saw this time is just the tip of their iceberg. Rongrong, what do you think of Xianxing Academy? Ning Rongrong thought about it carefully before speaking. "Dad, I don't know why. I feel that the speed of practicing in Xianxing Academy is much faster than practicing in other places, and I am also very happy to be with Sister Lingling and others." Ning Fengzi couldn't help but say, "Rongrong, we are leaving soon. If you want to stay in Xianxing College, just stay here." Jian Douluo on the side was a little surprised when he heard this, but seeing that Rongrong was very happy, he didn't say anything. Ning Fengzi continued, "Uncle Jian, who was the person who rescued Tang Xiao and Tang Hao in the end? There should be no masters of this level in the world." Jian Douluo shook his head. Yang Podi's last move could basically kill Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, and could even break Tang Hao's great Sumeru hammer. To block this move, one must be at least level 99. The last person who came must have the strength of level 99. Ning Fengzi was a little puzzled. Logically, the only one who would save Tang Hao and Tang Xiao should be Tang Chen, but with Tang Chen's strength and status, there is no need to hide his head and show his tail. Besides, this battle is related to the reputation of the Haotian Sect. If it was Tang Chen, he should show his face. Tang Chen's martial soul is also the Haotian hammer. How could a black dragon claw appear? It seems that there are still masters in this world that we don't know about. The foundation of the Haotian Sect may be beyond our imagination. After Ning Rongrong left, Jian Douluo seemed a little confused. Fengzi, Rongrong is the young master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect after all. It's not a good idea for him to stay in Xianxing Academy. Ning Fengzi shook his head. Among the young people of this generation, the only truly outstanding ones are Tang San and those from Xianxing Academy. Instead of letting Rongrong go to Xiandao Royal Academy or manage the sect's miscellaneous affairs, it is better to let her practice here with peace of mind. This can be regarded as finding a way out for Rongrong, so that she can avoid harassment from others. At the same time, Zhu King said to Ghost Douluo, "You quickly return to the Spirit Hall and tell my grandfather and that woman about today's battle, and let them prepare in advance." In addition, who was the person who showed up at the end to rescue Tang Hao and Tang Xiao? Could it be Tang Chen? Ghost Douluo shook his head. The strength of that last person has exceeded our imagination. I'm afraid he is also a master at the level of a great priest. Zhu King thought for a long time before speaking again. "You go back to the Spirit Hall first, and keep an eye on the situation of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. These two people have been seriously injured. Perhaps this is a rare opportunity." Hearing this, Ghost Douluo quietly left the room, obviously wanting to inform Pope Bidong and High Priest Jin Daolio as soon as possible. After all, Yang Podi has now become one of the biggest obstacles to the Spirit Hall's unification of the world. Near Xiandao City, a black shadow flashed by. It was Emperor Yan with Tang San and his party. As an extreme Douluo, Emperor Yan was extremely fast. A mere 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers was only half a day. Emperor Yan put Tang San and his party down. At this time, Tang Hao was still in a coma. Although Tang Xiao was seriously injured, he could barely maintain his spirit. Tang San hurriedly supported Tang Hao. Especially when he saw Tang Hao's broken arm and extremely painful expression, his eyes were almost spitting fire. Tang Xiao endured the pain from his injuries and saluted Di Yan. "Thank you for saving me, senior. May I ask your name, so that we can repay you later?" Di Yan ignored Tang Xiao and spoke to Tang San beside him. "Are you Tang San?" "I'm Di Yan. I'm just asked to save you. This is near the gate of your Haotian Sect. There should be 3 titled Douluo in the Haotian Sect who can ensure your safety." Seeing Di Yan looking at him, Tang San saluted quickly. "Thank you for saving me, senior. May I ask which friend asked you to come?" Di Yan shook his head. "My friend will meet you in a while." In addition, You'd better be careful in the future and try not to provoke people you shouldn't provoke. Tang San seemed a little puzzled. Senior Dion, with your strength, you should be above Yang Podi, and you don't need to be afraid of him at all. Why didn't you just get rid of him just now? Dion just snorted coldly. What do you know? This Yang Podi didn't exert his full strength just now. If he really exerted his full strength, I'm afraid he would only be slightly inferior to me. And if I really fight him, none of you will survive. Tang San, remember, only the strength you have gained through your own hard work is yours. Before you have the strength, it's best not to provoke those who shouldn't be provoked, otherwise, you may not be so lucky next time. Dion left directly after saying this, ready to return to the Xingdao Great Forest. Tang San carried Tang Hao on his back, and Tai Tan carried Tang Xiao on his back. The three of them quickly returned to the Haotian Sect. When the 5 people returned to the Haotian Sect, the 3 elders were stunned when they saw the miserable state of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. You know, with the strength of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, there should be very few people in the world who can hurt them like this. Tang Xiao just shook his head slightly. This time we went to Shiangsing Academy and had a conflict with Shiangsing Academy. After a battle, my brother Hao and I were defeated and seriously injured. If it weren't for someone's help, I'm afraid we would all be dead. The second elder seemed a little confused. Master, although Yang Wudi and the others are strong in combat, they are just newly crowned title Douluo. Their soul power level should not be high. How could they hurt you and Tang Hao like this? Besides, didn't you go with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and Crown Prince Zhu King? Where are they? Tang Xiao sighed. This time we had a conflict with Shiangsing Academy. Yang Wudi of Shiangsing Academy is already level 98. My brother Hao and I are no match for him even if we join forces. As for the 7 treasures glazed tile sect and the Xiandao royal family, they did not participate in the war. I guess they don't want to offend Shiangsing Academy too much. Then, Tang Xiao described the battle in detail, especially Yang Podi's combat power and spirit rings. He did not mention the cause of the conflict between the 2 sides and Yang Podi's gift of the Earth Yuan fruit. He only said that the conflict occurred because Shiangsing Academy was unwilling to return to Haotian Sect. Tang Xiao said this mainly to prevent Haotian Sect people from rejecting Tang San and Tang Hao. After hearing what Tang Xiao said, Tang Lai on the side could not help but get angry. What on earth do the Po Yi clan and Yu Yi clan want to do? They actually hurt the sect master and Tang Hao so badly just because they don't want to return to Haotian Sect. They are too ungrateful. And what's the situation with the Kibaoli sect and the Xiandao royal family? Did they agree to be allies? Why do they have this attitude at the critical moment? After hearing this, Tang Xiao and the others had to remain silent. They couldn't say that all this was caused by Tang San sneaking into Shiangsing Academy. On the other hand, the second elder's face became serious. Sect Master, I'm afraid that our Haotian Sect will have a hard time in the future. We have already offended the Spirit Hall, and now we have such a powerful enemy. Especially according to what you said, Yang Podi is only 25 years old, but his spirit power is already as high as level 98. I'm afraid it won't take many years for him to break through to level 99, and then he will come to deal with our Haotian Sect. Sect Master, although Yang Wudi and Niugao are rather arrogant, they are still reasonable people. Moreover, their Poi clan and Ui clan have been protected by our Haotian Sect for many years, and they are also indebted to us. Even if what we did in the Haotian Sect was a bit inappropriate back then, it is not to the point of being incompatible. I wonder if the 2 sides can resolve their hatred now, even if it's just to get along with them in peace. Tang Xiao fell silent again after hearing this. This conflict was purely instigated by the Haotian Sect. It might not be so easy to negotiate now, especially with Yang Podi's strength. He might be stronger than his grandfather Tang Chen in the future. If he comes to the door at that time, the Haotian Sect might face a devastating disaster. Finally, Tang Xiao said, don't worry about it for now. We are now in alliance with the Xiandao Empire, and the Kibaoli sect Shiangsing Academy should not deal with us for the time being. The first task now is to heal Brother Hao's injury. This time, Brother Hao broke an arm, and I'm afraid his strength in the future will be seriously damaged. Besides, the real strongest force in the Soul Master world is the Wuhan Hall. They should be more afraid of Yang Podi and Shiangsing Academy. Let's wait and see what these 2 forces will do next. After hearing this, the second elder nodded silently. The most important thing now is indeed the injuries of the sect master and Tang Hao. These are the two strongest people in the Haotian Sect and the real foundation of the sect. As for other things, we can talk about it later. If it doesn't work, we can just go back to seclusion. The Poi clan and the Ui clan should not do such a ruthless thing, otherwise they will be criticized by the Soul Master world. Tang San just silently took care of his father Tang Hao, and at the same time recalled what Di Tian said. He had never been more eager for strength and eager to get back this humiliation as he did now. As for the cause of all this, Tang San never felt that he had done anything wrong. After all, this kind of thing was common in both past and present lives. Chapter 233 Bibi Dong's Plan. Deep in the starred-out Great Forest, Di Tian has returned to the core area of the Lake of Life and came before the Silver Dragon King. Di Tian said to the Silver Dragon King with full respect, "My lord, it has been done. I have rescued Tang San and Tang Hao and their group. Now they have returned to the Haotian Sect." The Silver Dragon King did not even open his eyes, but just nodded the huge dragon head slightly. "Very good, the next thing can be done according to the plan." However, Di Tian seemed a little puzzled and said, "My lord, since you value Tang San so much, why don't you bring him directly to the Xingdao Great Forest to train him? This way, it will be much easier for him to improve his strength and obtain spirit rings." The Silver Dragon King suddenly opened his huge dragon eyes. Di Tian, becoming a god is not that simple. This requires the inheritance of the throne and the recognition of the gods in the divine world. If our Soul Beast clan interferes too much, I am afraid it will cause the gods in the divine world to be wary. Besides, Tang San is the son of destiny and has unparalleled talent. Even if his destiny is a little reduced now, he should be able to quickly improve his strength with his talent. At that time, we just need to give him a little help in secret. That little rabbit can be arranged to be with Tang San. If this little rabbit is away for too long, and Tang San is replaced by another woman, then we will fail. The next fate will guide the two of them to the path of becoming gods, and this little rabbit is also crucial. Di Tian bowed and saluted, then left the void alone, obviously to arrange Xiao Wu's affairs. Wuhan City, the Pope's Palace. At this time the entire Pope's Palace seemed very serious. Everyone was very quiet. In addition to Pope Bibi Dong and several elders, the 7 great priests also participated in this meeting. Pope Bibi Dong sat on the throne, and there were 7 seats next to her, where the 7 great priests of the Wuhan Hall sat, especially the seat of the great priest Jin Daoliu, which was just close to Pope Bibi Dong, and the 2 seats seemed to be on par, but Jin Daoliu seemed to have closed his eyes from beginning to end, just listening silently. Since Ghost Douluo returned to the Spirit Hall, he directly reported to Pope Bibi Dong about the situation of the battle at Shyangsing Academy, especially Yang Podi's combat power and spirit ring configuration, which made Bibi Dong's face gloomy. Bibi Dong thought again and again, and finally decided to invite Jin Daoliu and the 7 great priests to attend this meeting together. Especially Bibi Dong also stated that this meeting would be related to the survival of the Spirit Hall. This meeting basically gathered all the high-end strengths of the Spirit Hall. You should know that the Priest Hall has never participated in the meetings of the Pope Hall. The last 2 meetings of this scale were held more than 10 years ago during the Battle of Haotian Sect and the Soul Hunting Operation. Ghost Douluo described in detail what he saw and heard at Shyangsing Academy this time, especially focusing on the battle between Yang Podi and the 2 brothers Tang Xiao and Tang Hao. Through Ghost Douluo's description, the focus is on 3 points. Yang Podi's spirit power has reached level 98. Yang Podi's spirit ring configuration is 5 black and 4 red, and Yang Podi easily defeated the Haotian twin stars. After hearing Ghost Douluo's description, everyone fell silent, especially the several major priests. They had once attacked the ancestral land of the Haotian Sect and understood the combat effectiveness of the 2 brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao better than anyone else. But now, although Yang Podi was only level 98, his combat effectiveness was surprisingly strong to this extent. Bibi Dong was silent for a long time, and suddenly spoke to the golden crocodile Douluo next to her. "Second priest, the information I got about the last attack on the Haotian Sect is not accurate. Can you describe in detail the strength of the 2 brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, so that it will be easier for us to evaluate the strength of this Yang Podi?" Golden crocodile Douluo thought for a while before speaking. "When we fought in the Haotian Sect, Tang Hao's soul power was only level 95, and his true strength was still far behind mine, but Tang Hao took the path of extreme power. When we fought the Haotian Sect decisive battle, Tang Hao tried his best to blow up 5 soul rings, and injured me with a Haotian Sect's great Sumeru hammer. When Yang Podi fought against Tang Hao directly blew up 8 soul rings, but was still no match for Yang Podi's 9th soul skill. I'm afraid this is because Yang Podi's strength is far superior to mine. Also, during the Haotian Sect's war, although Tang Zhao had just entered the 97th level, he relied on the Haotian formation and his powerful fighting power to fight the 3 worshippers, Lion Douluo, the 4th worshipper, Blue Luan Douluo, and the 5th worshipper, Light Wing Douluo, to draw. In particular, this person is very powerful in using the Haotian 9 absolutes. I'm afraid his strength will not be weaker than mine. This Yang Podi can easily win against 2 people alone. I'm afraid that only the great worshippers in the world have such strength. After hearing this, everyone fell into silence again. Everyone was surprised by Yang Podi's terrifying fighting power and spirit ring configuration. Bibi Dong's face became very solemn, but after thinking for a long time, he still spoke to Zhu Douluo beside him. Zhu Douluo, you seem to have a good relationship with this Yang Podi. Tell me what you know about this Yang Podi. Zhu Douluo was originally very amazed at Yang Podi's fighting power, and at the same time he looked like he was eating melons. After all, this kind of thing was far beyond his ability, but the melon actually fell on his head. Zhu Douluo just spoke tremblingly, Your Highness the Pope, Your Highness the Great Priest, I don't have much contact with this Yang Podi, I just always regarded him as a favorite junior. The people around complained, if he was just an ordinary junior, how could he run to your house and live for half a month, and how could he know that you were injured and bring a healing soul master to treat you, and you also went to Xiangsing Academy many times for no reason? No one would believe this. Zhu Douluo ignored the strange expressions of others. This Yang Podi has never shown his strength since the Soul Master competition. We only know that he went out to sea from Hanhei City more than 4 years ago and probably went to Poseidon Island. Judging from his words and actions, he has no ill will towards our spirit hall, and he is very good at judging the situation. After the Soul Master competition, he decisively led his family to leave Xiandao City and go to Mount Amo near the far north. Obviously, he wanted to avoid a conflict between the 3 upper sects in our spirit hall. Besides, this time he broke with the Haotian Sect and even almost killed Tang Hao and Tang Zhao. It can be seen that his attitude is that he does not want to go along with the 3 upper sects and the Xiandao Empire. This person should not be an enemy of our spirit hall. In addition, this person has inadvertently helped our spirit hall several times, which shows his attitude towards our spirit hall. After hearing this, Bibi Dong just said lightly, no matter what Yang Podi's attitude is, his current strength has reached such a high level. He is a threat to our spirit hall anyway. Even if we can't eliminate him, we must take countermeasures. Jin Daoliu on the side suddenly opened his eyes. Zhu Douluo, what do you mean by Yang Podi accidentally helping the spirit hall? Zhu Douluo was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that even the chief priest would speak, but he still spoke tremblingly. Report to the chief priest. At the Soul Master competition, the Xiandao team 1 formed by the upper 3 sects defeated our spirit hall team, but lost to Yang Podi's Xiandao team 2. It can be regarded as saving a little face for our spirit hall. At least it was not the upper 3 sects that won the championship. In addition, this person once traded the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower to the eldest lady. The Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower is not so effective for the Swan Spirit, but it has a very strong effect on the Angel Spirit, which can be regarded as helping the eldest lady. Jin Daoliu's face changed slightly. Do you mean that this person may know Xiaoxu's true identity? Zhu Douluo shook his head. I don't know whether Yang Podi knows the identity of the eldest lady, but this can be regarded as helping the eldest lady unintentionally. When Jin Daoliu heard this, he just nodded slightly, and then closed his eyes again, as if everything had nothing to do with him. It was Bibi Dong who spoke up at this time. Grand Priest, Yang Podi is very powerful. My people may not be able to test his depth and attitude. Can you please ask the Grand Priest to take action personally and see the attitude of Yang Podi and Xiangsing Academy towards our spirit hall? Jin Daoliu opened his eyes slightly. Do you still need me to take action personally for such a small matter? Bibi Dong shook his head. With Yang Podi's current strength and age, I'm afraid it won't take many years for him to be the next Tang Chen of Haotian Sect. It's best to kill this threat in advance. What's more, this matter is related to Xiaoxu's situation in Xiandao City. The Grand Priest is the #1 master of the Spirit Hall. We can only feel at ease if you take action personally. Jin Daoliu thought for a while before speaking. Well, I also want to see Xiaoxu, so let's go to Xiangsing Academy. By the way, I also want to see what this genius who far surpasses Tang Chen looks like. Bibi Dong seemed to have a plan. Grand Priest, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Douluo have been to Shianxing College many times. Why not let them accompany and serve? In addition, Hulina is the saint of my spirit hall. She can also go with me. This will not only show my spirit hall's respect, but also represent me to discuss some subsequent cooperation issues. We don't necessarily have to fight to the death with Shianxing College. If possible, we can let the saint of my spirit hall marry Yang Podi. This can also enhance the strength of my spirit hall. Isn't it killing two birds with one stone? Jin Daoli looked at Bibi Dong meaningfully, and finally nodded. Okay, let's do it. Hulina's face was a little red below. She didn't expect that such a major matter would end up involving her, and it was her marriage problem. After a discussion, everyone finally determined the measures and attitudes towards Shianxing College. With a Grand Priest personally taking action, everyone felt relieved. After the meeting, only Bibi Dong and Hulina were left at the scene. Hulina seemed to be a little entangled and said, Your Highness, do I really want to marry Yang Podi? Bibi Dong shook her head. Nana, you have to be extra careful when you go to Shianxing College. If possible, try to marry this Yang Podi. This will be of great help to you in the future. Besides, Yang Podi's talent and strength are worthy of you. If you can't reach an agreement, you must pay special attention to your safety. When the Great Priest and Yang Podi fight, I'm afraid that the area within a few miles will be razed to the ground. I will instruct you Guan and Gimri to pay special attention to your safety. Hulina's face became unusually serious at this time. Thank you for your advice, teacher. I will definitely live up to your expectations. When Hulina left the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong's face became unusually cold. This meeting can be said to be all her plan. This time she deliberately instigated Jin Daoliu to take action, just to test the strength of this old guy Jin Daoliu. After all, she was most afraid of Jin Daoliu in the Wuhan Hall. If Jin Daoliu and Yang Podi really fought, she would be the winner. If Jin Daoliu was seriously injured, the foundation of the six-winged angel lineage would be gone, and Jin Daoliu might even end up like Jin Zunji, which would be a great bargain for Bibi Dong. If the conversation between the two sides went smoothly, Hulina and Yang Podi would be successfully married, and she would have gained a powerful helper. At that time, she would not be afraid of Jin Daoliu, and the Spirit Hall and even the entire Douluo Continent would be at her fingertips. No matter from which aspect, Bibi Dong would not suffer any loss in this calculation. Chapter 234 The Current Situation of Shrek 7. The news of Yang Podi's battle with Haotian twins spread quickly throughout the Douluo Continent, especially about the details. Some people said that Yang Podi was already the best master in the world. After all, Yang Podi almost killed Haotian twins in 1 second with his own strength. Especially the soul power and soul ring configuration of level 98 attracted the attention of countless people. After all, there was no master of this level walking around in the entire Douluo Continent. Some people also described the reasons for the battle in detail, especially the fact that Tang San of Haotian Sect sneaked into Shianxing Academy and was caught, which was the fuse of this war. The reputation of the entire Haotian Sect seemed to have declined a lot, and people no longer worshipped Haotian Sect as the best sect in the world as before. More people said that the current Shianxing Academy is the real best sect in the world. Shianxing Academy not only has Yang Podi, a top master, but also has 4 titled Dauluos, which has crushed the former Haotian Sect and Kibaoliuli Sect. In short, there are all kinds of opinions, and the various forces have different attitudes. First of all, it was the Haotian Sect. After the 3 elders of the Haotian Sect knew the reason for the outbreak of this war, they seemed to be extremely angry with Tang San. It was because of Tang San's reckless behavior that Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were seriously injured, and even made the Haotian sector laughingstock. However, the 3 did not take any measures because of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. It was just that Tang Lai seemed to be unable to help but sneer at Tang San, and the situation within the sect became a little tense. In addition, there were countless small and medium-sized forces who wanted to join Shianxing Academy, especially in the recent situation where the strength of the 3 major sects was seriously damaged and everyone in the Soul Master world was in danger. Shianxing Academy seemed to be a very good backer. However, in the face of this situation, Shianxing Academy refused all of them, and even the Dean Yang Wudi personally stated, Shianxing Academy is just an ordinary Soul Master Academy. If there are students who want to come to Shyangsing Academy to study, or if there are teachers who want to join Shyangsing Academy to teach, Shyangsing Academy will be very welcome, but Shyangsing Academy has been away from the struggle of the Soul Master world and will no longer agree to other sects to join. Moreover, whether students or teachers who join Shyangsing Academy, they are not allowed to participate in any fights in the Soul Master world, nor are they allowed to have a background in other sects' fights, otherwise they will not be hired. In short, if you want to join Shyangsing Academy, you can only serve as a teacher or a student, and you can only live a life similar to seclusion in the future. For the teachers and students who came, Yang Wudi directly took out a thick set of school rules. As a Soul Master, who doesn't want to stand out and dominate the world? To make them secluded is simply more painful than killing them. However, even so, there are still many free Soul Masters who join Shyangsing Academy, and there are even more students. The biggest change between the current Douluo world and the original is the Shrek 7 in the original. Compared with the original, the 7 people have a huge gap in strength and other changes. And this is not just a matter of fairy grass. First of all, the relatively small change is Tang San's. Tang San's current soul power is basically not much different from the original. It is also level 66 now, which is not much different from the original after Xiao Wu sacrificed. But the difference in strength is a lot. Tang San lacks the Killing God domain and the second awakening of the Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul. In the original work, he used 3 immortal herbs, namely, the 8 anise mysterious ice grass, the fiery apricot and the longing for the autumn water dew. It can be said that the 3 immortal herbs created the foundation for Tang San's godhood. But now Tang San only uses the crystal blood dragon ginseng, which may improve his soul power more, but his physical fitness and mental strength are much worse. Now Tang San stays in the Haotian Sect and prepares to go to the Sea God Island for training. Xiao Wu has changed the most. In the original work, she has become a soul ring, but now she is only a soul emperor. Daimyo Bei and Zhu Xiuqing have also changed a lot. The two did not return to the Xingluo Empire, nor did they become the prince and the princess. On the contrary, the two are only soul kings now, which can be regarded as the result of their hard training for many years. Now the two can't return to the Xingluo Empire. After all, Davis of the Xingluo Empire has become the prince, and Zhu Xiuqing has also become the princess. It can be said that there is no place for the two in the Xingluo Empire. Perhaps Emperor Xingluo and Emperor Zhu had communicated with each other. Daimyo Bei and Zhu Xiuqing continued to stay in Shandao Royal Academy. Now they are just ordinary students. It seems that they will become teachers of Shandao Royal Academy in the future, which can be regarded as a small backer. Ma Hongjin and Oscar have changed the most. Both of them have fallen into the land of tenderness. They have dated many girlfriends in Shandao Royal Academy. It seems that after graduation, they will become the sons-in-law of a meritorious noble. Although Flanders has strict management of Ma Hongjin and Oscar, it is just ordinary training. As for their personal life problems, this is related to their future development and future. For civilian spirit masters, this may be the best way out. Looking at this situation, whether it is Ma Hongjin and Bai Chengxiang in the original work, or Oscar and Ning Rongrong, these two couples are probably out of the play. Although Ma Hongjin still met Bai Chengxiang through Tang San, with Ma Hongjin's current reputation in Shandao Royal Academy, although his spirit power and talent are very good, both Bai He and Bai Chengxiang look down on him. You have to know that even in the original novel, it was after some experience on the Sea God Island that Ma Hongjin won Bai Chengxiang's heart. As for Oscar, although he still couldn't forget Ning Rongrong was much more sober than in the original novel, and had seen many more geniuses. How could she be interested in Oscar, who was so philandering? Especially Jian Douluo, Bon Douluo and Ning Fengzi had repeatedly blocked them, and Oscar was only a food-type soul master, which further cut off the possibility of the two being together. Finally, it was Ning Rongrong. Although her strength barely reached the Soul King realm, and even through practicing the Tang Sect secrets distributed by Yang Podi, she also had a little combat power. But she was still just an auxiliary. Especially after the great changes in the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the whole person seemed to have matured a lot, and she really looked like a little princess. In addition to the Shrek 7 devils, other people also had various changes. On the day of the Shyangsing Academy battle, Yu Xiaogang was also watching the battle from a distance. This was not because he didn't want to help, but because his strength was too poor. In this level of battle, as long as he got close, he might become cannon fodder. However, after watching the battle, he was very disappointed. The Haotian twins, whom he had always admired, were defeated by Yang Podi and almost lost their lives. He was relieved when the Haotian twins and Tang San were rescued. But the news that followed made him extremely disappointed. Tang Hao's arm was broken, Tang Xiao was seriously injured, and the reputation of the Haotian sect plummeted. The prestige of the world's #1 sect was completely gone, and even Tang San became the center of the Haotian sect in the eyes of the public. Uzziah Gang wanted to speak out to explain, but with his strength and status, no one paid any attention to him. Since the demise of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, the people around him have not respected Uzziah Gang so much. Without the identity of the son of the master of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, who would still be afraid of him, a level 29 Great Soul Master? If it weren't for Flanders, Liu Erlong and Qin Ming, the leader of the Xiandao Team 1 would have been replaced long ago. You know, among the many teachers in the entire Xiandao Royal Academy, there's only Uzziah Gang, an outlier. When Uzziah Gang knew that Tang San had returned to the Haotian Sect, he also rushed to the Haotian Sect. However, the situation in the Haotian Sect made him extremely disappointed. Tang San seemed to have become more sinister and lost, and Tang San's status in the Haotian Sect seemed to have declined a lot. Tang Hao had been in a coma since he broke an arm. Even after multiple treatments, he could only barely stabilize the deterioration of his injuries. He has not woken up yet. As for Mr. Yu Rengson, after hearing about the battle at Xianxing Academy, he directly carried his medicine box and some servants, experts, to travel around. Now he can't even be found. Obviously, he doesn't want to care about these things in the Haotian Sect. However, the Xiandao Empire and the Kibaoliuli sects still attach great importance to it. They each arranged 2 healing soul saints to treat Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. Unfortunately, the effect has not been great. According to several healing soul saints, Tang Hao may not wake up without several months of continuous treatment. Tang Xiao has recovered a little, but it may take at least 1 or 2 years to fully recover. Uzziah Gang and Tang San mainly discussed some things about going to the Sea God Island. According to Uzziah Gang's plan, the Soul Master competition has been cancelled. It would be better for Tang San to take all the members of the Xiandao team to the Sea God Island for training. Anyway, the Soul Master competition will not be held again in the future. It is better to let them work hard to improve their strength and become the backbone of the fight against the Spirit Hall in the future. However, when Uzziah Gang told Ning Fengzi about the plan, Ning Fengzi and Jian Daoluo looked at each other in bewilderment. Rongrong stayed in Xianxing Academy and no one came back, so how could she go to the Sea God Island? What's more, the Sea God Island is full of dangers. Rongrong, an auxiliary soul master, may find it extremely difficult. It is better not to go. You must know that Ning Fengzi's trust in Tang San is far less than that in the original. After all, in the original, Ning Rongrong evolved into the rare 9 treasure glazed tower in 10,000 years. Both her strength and combat experience are much stronger than now. What's more, Ning Fengzi and Jian Daoluo don't want Ning Rongrong to have anything to do with Oscar. Oscar is not as good as in the original. As for the other 6 people in Xiandao Team 1, Mo Hongjin thought for a long time and refused to go to Poseidon Island. After all, Ma Hongjin's evil fire was not under control and needed to be vented regularly. There was no place to vent on Poseidon Island. If the evil fire broke out, he might even lose his life. The other 5 agreed to go to Poseidon Island. Dai Mubei and Zhu Ziuqing were still unwilling to stay in Xiandao Digao for the rest of their lives and wanted to go out and fight. Tailong and Baizai Ofei were purely Tang San's younger brothers. No matter what they did, they would only follow Tang San. Oscar also decided to go to Poseidon Island after thinking for a long time. Maybe he could change the fate of the food-type spirit master on Poseidon Island. Yang Podi didn't care about the situation outside anymore, but just continued to practice. After all, he didn't know when the danger would come, especially Yang Podi wanted to wait for the attitude of the Spirit Hall. Yang Podi was still a little afraid of Bibi Dong. Theoretically, Bibi Dong was the one who was closest to God, because now only she and Yang Xianai were the real God examiners. If she was asked to burn her boats and hunt for spirit rings first, who knows how long it would take for her to become a god? You have to know that in the original novel, among the sea god, angel god and Rakshasa god, only Bibi Dong did not have the peerless Daoluo sacrifice. It can be said that she was the one who truly became a god step by step. Both Tang San and Jin Ringsu received great help in the God exam, while Rakshasa God did not give Bibi Dong any help at all. It can be seen that, in terms of talent alone, Bibi Dong might be higher than Tang San and Jin Ringsu. After Yang Podi finished his training that day, he wanted to find Yi Lingling to communicate about Yi Rengxin's problem. After all, he had torn his face with the Haotian Sect now, and Yi Rengxin might be in danger staying in Xiandao City, especially those people in the Haotian Sect were a group of shameless lunatics. Now that he had suffered such a big loss, who knows what they would do. But unexpectedly, several girls actually practiced together, and there was one more girl, Ning Rongrong. Yang Podi said in confusion, Rongrong, I remember that Sect Master Ning and Jian Daluo should have left, why haven't you left yet? Ning Rongrong seemed to have returned to her previous appearance as a little witch. My dad and Grandpa Jian have left, I just stay here to play with Sister Lingling and Sister Yanayan, and it won't affect their practice. Yang Podi was full of doubts. Don't Sect Master Ning and Jian Daluo worry about your safety. Ning Rongrong seemed to be full of disdain. Is there any place in the world safer than Xiangxing Academy? Now I am just an ordinary student of Xiangxing Academy, Yang Podi complained in his heart. Who allowed this little witch to stay in Xiangxing Academy? Besides, have you ever seen an ordinary student who can live on the top of a mountain? However, Yang Podi looked at the expressions of Yi Lingling, Du Yuyan and Yang Xianayu next to him and didn't say anything. Yang Podi hurried to find his grandfather Yang Wudi, but Yang Wudi was also tangled. When the Haotian Sect fought, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect helped us, otherwise many people in our family would have died. Now that Sect Master Ning has asked, I feel embarrassed to refuse. Besides, she is just a little girl, it shouldn't have any impact. Yang Podi's face was a little incredulous. Grandpa, is this an ordinary little girl? She is the young master of the 7 treasures glazed tile sect. Since we have no connection with the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, we must avoid suspicion. We can't fight with a spirit hall for her. Yang Wudi hesitated for a long time before speaking. Actually, it's mainly because the 4 girls can get along better. Even Xianayu and Yanayan came to find me, Yang Podi. Chapter 235, Visit from the Elemental Academy. Yang Podi returned to his room and began to think about what to do next. Ning Rongrong was just a little girl. Now that she had shown her strength, she was not worried about what would happen next. Even if the other 5 showed their strength, there would be no abnormality. At most, Yang Xianayu would not show the content of the divine test. With Yang Podi's current strength, or with the current strength of Xiangxing Academy, there are 9 titled Daluo, including Yang Podi, Yang Wudi, Yang Wushuang, Yang Henshin, Nia Gao, Nia Jinfen, Du Yubo, Yi Lingling, and Yang Pangan. In addition to Yang Xianayu holding the Sea God Trident, there are basically 10 titled Daluo, and in terms of strength, they can even rank in the top 3 in the entire Douluo Continent. The only ones who are stronger than Xiangxing Academy are the Spirit Hall and the Stardao Great Forest. The Spirit Hall is estimated to have 15 titled Daluo, including the 8 elders, the 7 priests, and the Pope Bibi Dong. For the time being, this strength is one of the strongest in the entire Douluo Continent. The core area of the Xingdao Great Forest is relatively more unfathomable. The number of high-level soul beasts is the highest in the world, and there are many top masters. It is estimated that there are at least 3 peerless Daluo above level 99, including Di Yan, Shangjun and BG, not to mention the Silver Dragon King hidden in the depths, who is theoretically even stronger than the Spirit Hall. Moreover, there are a lot of 10,000-year soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest, and there are probably quite a few 100,000-year soul beasts hidden. If we really talk about the real combat power, I am afraid it can sweep the 2 empires. If there is a wave of beasts against Xiangxing Academy, it will be a bit pitfall. If things go wrong, the entire Xiangxing Academy will be wiped out. Of course, according to Yang Podi's original defense plan, if there is a large-scale danger, just go directly to the extreme North Forest, which is also a natural barrier. As for the Sea God Island, Yang Podi is no longer worried. The Sea God Island is supported by only 1 Sea God Daluo Poseidon, and the other 7 sacred pillars are not enough. Of course, if the Sea God behind is counted, it is another matter. Yang Podi has experienced the Slaughter City and Sea God Island successively. It can be said that he has experienced the baptism of divine power. Whether it is the special killing divine power of the Slaughter City, or the Sea God's light in the desperate situation of the Sea God Island, Yang Podi is extremely yearning for and admiring the divine power, and also has a little fear of the divine power. As for becoming a god, Yang Podi has become more and more persistent. It seems that he must find his own way to become a god, otherwise, everything below becoming a god is just an ant. But becoming a god has always been ethereal. In the original work, only Bibi Dong, Jin Ringsu and Tang San can become gods, but basically they all have their own inheritance of the divine position. According to Yang Podi's current estimate, Bibi Dong should have accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god for many years. No one should know what the specific strength is. You must know that Jin Daoli has said that Bibi Dong is stronger than him, but Bibi Dong's acting skills and hiding ability are very admirable. Jin Ringsu is still lurking as the crown prince in the Xiandao Empire. It will take at least 3 to 5 years to become a god. Yang Xianyu, the most promising younger sister among the others, is not given a title Douluo now. We must find a way to help her reach level 99 as soon as possible, and we must also be on guard against Poseidon's backstab at any time. It is simply a pit of all sizes. Recently, after sending people out to investigate, the family has a certain understanding of fire-attributed soul beasts. This kind of soul beast is generally concentrated in volcanoes or areas with high flame intensity, and it is generally very difficult to enter such areas. In addition to the extremely high temperature, it also has to face the attacks of various fire-attributed soul beasts. Among them, the most concentrated are mainly concentrated in 3 places, namely the Flame Canyon, the Fire Mountain Range and the Flowing Fire Mountain Range. These 3 volcanoes are recognized as the largest gathering places for fire-attributed soul beasts, and the flames of each volcano are extremely violent. Few people can go deep into the deepest part. Among them, the Flame Canyon is the territory of the Blazing Fire Academy. The entire Blazing Fire Academy is built in the periphery of the Flame Canyon. It is said that the students of the Blazing Fire Academy must enter the Flame Canyon for training, but they are only training on the periphery. The Fire Mountain Range is located in the Xingluo Empire, and is the seat of the Fire Leopard sect of the lower 4 sects. As for the Flowing Fire Mountain Range, it is located in a desert in the northwest of the Xiandao Empire. It is said that this is an active volcano that erupts from time to time. There are few people in the hundreds of miles around it. Only some fire attribute soul masters go there to look for soul beasts, but every year many soul masters die in the Flowing Fire Mountain Range, even some high-level soul masters. Yang Podi carefully analyzed it and decided that the target was in these 3 places. He planned to go to the depths of these 3 volcanoes to see if there were any soul beasts of 100,000 years. If not, even 90,000 years would be enough. According to Yang Podi's estimation, if he absorbed another 100,000 year soul ring, he should be able to barely reach level 99, and then he could proceed with the next plan. That day, when Yang Podi was practicing, his mother Nia Jinfeng suddenly came to inform him that he had to go to the reception hall. Someone came to visit, and his grandfather Yang Wudi wanted him to receive them together. Yang Podi was a little strange. Logically, the school's rules had been formulated, and everything could be done according to the rules. Normally, even if someone came to visit, it would not be his turn. After all, there were a lot of titled Douluo at home, and they were not there to watch. But when Yang Podi came to the reception room, it was even more strange. Not only Grandpa Yang Wudi and Grandpa Nia Gao were in the reception room, but even Poison Douluo was involved. Normally, Poison Douluo would not care about these trivial matters. And the receptionists were actually a group of acquaintances, including Shui Binger from Xianshu College, Feng Zai Ocean from Shenfang College, Ho Wu and Ho Washiling from Chihiro College, plus a passerby from Leiting College, whose name seemed to be Lei Dong. It was estimated that he was not from the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family, otherwise he would have been destroyed long ago. After Yang Podi greeted these people, he found a place to sit down and just rested his mind. He didn't want to care about these trivial matters, and didn't care too much. At this time, Feng Zai Ocean from the Divine Wind Academy suddenly said, "President Yang, our 4 elemental academies want to move to the Arshan area. What do you think? Or what do you need?" Yang Wudi shook his head and said, "President Feng Zai Ocean, it's not that I disagree, but you should also be aware of the current situation in the Soul Master world. My Xianxing Academy is just a retreat for our several major families. We will not interfere in any struggles in the Soul Master world in the future. I'm afraid it's not convenient to accept you," Feng Zai Ocean said quickly. "President Yang is worrying too much. We are just an ordinary Soul Master Academy. We will not interfere in any sects and struggles in the Soul Master world." President Yang can rest assured about this. After everyone communicated, Yang Podi understood what was going on. It turned out that since the war between the three major sects, the four elemental academies have also faced various threats from the Spirit Hall, either wooing or suppressing. In short, their lives are very difficult. According to the current posture of the Spirit Hall, it is estimated that it wants to unify the entire Spirit Master world. Various forces, big and small, are busy taking sides. Small and medium-sized sects either join the Spirit Hall or join the two empires. Basically, few forces can stay out of the world. According to the plot of the original novel, the four elemental academies should want to move to Xiandao City, which is relatively safer. However, due to Yang Podi's tricks, the Shrek Academy, which was in its heyday in the original novel, disappeared directly, and was replaced by the Xiandao Royal Academy. However, if the four elemental academies were allowed to join the Xiandao Royal Academy, they would probably be eaten up by the Xiandao royal family sooner or later. Moreover, the atmosphere of the Xiandao Royal Academy is not suitable for teaching in the Elemental Academy. In fact, according to the current situation, the so-called Elemental Academy is the power of four families, among which Blazing Fire Academy is the Fire family, Divine Wind Academy is the Feng family, Xianshu Academy is the Shui family, and Thunder Academy is the Yu family. Of course, according to the actual situation, the personnel of Xianshu Academy are relatively complicated. In addition to the Shui family, there are also many civilian spirit masters, while Thunder Academy is more miserable. The original direct line of the Yu family has been almost eradicated, and the remaining is probably some remote collateral branches. Even the original Captain Yu Xiangxin is missing. Regarding the joining of this kind of sect-oriented forces, although it is also under the name of the Academy, Yang Wudi is still a little entangled. If he really wants to accept these four elemental academies, he is afraid that there will be endless troubles in the future. Especially according to the current situation, both the Xiandao royal family and the Spirit Hall are trying to win over the four academies at the same time. If they really want to let them join, I am afraid that it will leave a lot of trouble. Another point is that the operation of the entire Xiangxing Academy is mainly maintained by the refining of medicine by the Poi clan and some commercial income from Monet City. After all, the overall income is limited, and there is no extra income in such a remote place near the far north. If these four academies join, I am afraid I don't know how to calculate it later. Now Xiangxing Academy has more than 1,500 soul masters, and the daily consumption is very huge, especially now that it basically invests regardless of cost. Refining medicine roots alone can barely maintain such a large expenditure. If Yang Podi had not made a huge harvest this time, I am afraid he would not dare to invest so much. In addition, except for Xianshu Academy, the other three academies only recruit nobles, or only recruit disciples from sects. This enrollment concept is completely inconsistent with Xiangxing Academy. Now the entire 300 kilometers around Amo Mountain is Yang Podi's fiefdom, and it can even be said that it is Yang Podi's private kingdom, but whether it is the total population or other aspects, it cannot support a very strong academy. If it is not done well, it will eventually become a big burden. The four elemental academies found Xiangxing Academy this time, probably because they saw that the Amo Mountain area was relatively peaceful. Now, in the entire continent, I am afraid that only the Amo Mountain area has no other forces that dare to intervene openly. Neither the Spirit Hall nor the Heaven Dao Empire will openly invade. This also makes Xiangxing Academy a rare neutral force, especially with the recent birth of the peerless strongman Yang Podi, which is simply a perfect backer. Yang Wudi was in a dilemma for a while, and finally spoke to Yang Podi, who was silent beside him. Podi, what do you think? Do you agree with their four academies moving into the Amo Mountain area? Yang Podi glanced at Feng Xia Ocean and Ho Wu, and said lightly, my Xiangxing Academy does not interfere in any affairs of the entire Douluo Continent. That is to say, after joining Amo Mountain, your enrollment, school rules and even management must all be in accordance with the rules of my Xiangxing Academy. Can you accept this? In addition, my Xiangxing Academy is located in a remote area. The academy basically has no other extra income, and will not have any interactions with any other forces. Can you bear this kind of life? Can your students and teachers bear it? The most important point is that if you stay near Amo Mountain, you need to draw a clear line with all the original nobles. You must be like our Xiangxing Academy and only recruit students with a clean background and no disputes in the Soul Master world. Can you bear this? Feng Zai Ocean and others fell silent when they heard this. Now there are many big forces trying to recruit their elemental academy, with various resources and conditions emerging one after another, and the Xiangdao Empire is even willing to provide a lot of financial support. But now the Xiangxing Academy is just the opposite. Not only does it not have any financial support, but it also has a lot of thick school rules. If it really follows the school rules, I'm afraid that there is no need for other forces to take action, and the 4 major academies will disappear sooner or later. Chapter 236 The Decision of the Elemental Academy. Yang Podi ignored the faces of the people who seemed to be getting a little ugly, and continued to speak. There are a few more points to note. Once you join Xiangxing Academy, all major decisions must be voted on by the deans of the academy, and they must not act privately. Finally, there is one more point. It is difficult to join our Xiangxing Academy, but it is even more difficult to withdraw. I am afraid that you will pay a huge price at that time. When Feng Zai Ocean and the others heard this, their faces began to turn green. But Yang Podi didn't care about their expressions. After he finished speaking, he just closed his eyes and rested his mind, and didn't care about other things. For other forces, the 4 element academies have thousands of soul masters in total, which may be a considerable force, but Yang Podi doesn't care about this at all. According to the current situation, the war will start in 5 years at most. Both the Wuhan Hall and the 2 empires are preparing for the future war, so they will win over all forces at all costs. But for Yang Podi, he has no intention of joining this war. Instead of fighting to the death with several major forces, it is better to watch the fun leisurely. After all, people will die on the battlefield. Most of the students in Xiangxing Academy are disciples of the 4 major families, and many of them are direct disciples. As long as there is a war, casualties are inevitable. These are the foundations. Instead of letting them fight to the death, it is better to hide. Otherwise, Yang Podi would not have chosen a remote place like Amo Mountain. Besides, after the war is over, as long as Xianyu and I become gods, the entire Douluo Continent will be our territory. What difference does it make whether the 4 Elements Academy joins or not? At this time, Shui Binger on the other side suddenly said, Your Majesty Yang Podi, if we join Xiangxing Academy, can you guarantee that our students and teachers will be treated equally? At least they will not be discriminated against. Yang Podi smiled and shook his head. In theory, this is the case. In Xiangxing Academy, all rules are followed and everyone must abide by the rules. But you should also know that the foundation of Xiangxing Academy is our original Poi clan, Ui clan, Bailan family and Jilxin family. It is normal for the academy to focus on training some core disciples. If you join Xiangxing Academy, at least I can guarantee equal treatment, and even your 4 academies can have a vice president. But I don't want anything weird to happen. After all, our 4 families moved to Mount Almo in the far north just to seek peace and quiet. After hearing this, Shui Binger said hesitantly, I'm sorry, Your Majesty Yang Podi, I have to go back and think about what you said. After that, Shui Binger and others left Xiangxing Academy. This was just an ordinary negotiation. At least they knew Yang Podi's conditions. As for the final decision, they might have to wait for the deans of the 4 academies to make a decision. Yang Wudi seemed a little conflicted after seeing these people leave. Podi, aren't these requirements you raised too harsh? No academy will accept such requirements. Yang Podi shook his head. Grandpa, we moved to this extreme north region to avoid the war between the Spirit Hall and the 3 upper sects, and even to avoid a conflict between the Spirit Hall and the 2 empires, so as not to become cannon fodder. The so-called 4 Elements Academy is just a group of fence-sitters. Joining our Xiangxing Academy may help them avoid this war. If they don't join us, they can only join the Spirit Hall or the Xiangdao Empire. When the war breaks out, they will definitely become cannon fodder. We only want to live a stable life now, not to grow stronger. After all, as for the so-called Element Academy, there is not even a title Douluo, at most a few soul Douluo, and they are useless except for being cannon fodder. Yang Wudi said a little puzzled. Although the strength of the 4 Elements Academy is relatively poor, they still have potential, especially these young people, who can be regarded as title Douluo. It's a pity to miss them. Yang Podi shook his head. They are just qualified to be title Douluo. Judging from the current situation, the entire Douluo continent will usher in tremendous changes in 5 years at the shortest and 10 years at the longest. By then, this group of people will at most break through to the Soul Saint realm. Does our Xiangxing Academy still need these soul saints? Besides, It is not worth it to drag ourselves into the vortex for these few soul masters. It is better for us to develop ourselves. After all, the establishment of Shyangsing Academy is to strengthen our 4 major families, not to cultivate talents for other forces. Yang Wudi and others could not help but nodded when they heard this. Lowering their posture to attract the 4 elemental academies to join can indeed strengthen Shyangsing Academy in a short period of time, but it is completely putting the cart before the horse. Shyangsing Academy is not for hegemony, but just to avoid war. Douluo suddenly spoke up. Old goat, old rhino, these little monsters said it very well. Under the current circumstances, it will be useless even if more titled Douluo come. Besides, this academy is just for our 4 families to survive for 10,000 years, and we don't want to take care of things outside. What do we need so many people for, Yang Wudi? Niugao. After the 5 people from the Elemental Academy left, they were also thinking about the issues raised in this conversation, even including the issue of the future development of the academy. Lei Dong from Thunder Academy spoke first. The requirements of Shyangsing Academy are too strict. We are afraid that Thunder Academy cannot do it. We originally relied on the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Many people in the academy have various connections with the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Originally, the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family was a bit at odds with Shyangsing Academy. I am afraid it will be difficult for us to treat them fairly. Moreover, the secluded position of Shyangsing Academy is completely inconsistent with the positions of our Thunder Academy and the Spirit Hall. I am afraid that they also deliberately said that. They simply don't want to accept our Thunder Academy, nor do they want to go against the Spirit Hall. Feng Xiaoshan on the side was a little entangled. Lei Dong, what do you plan to do? Lei Dong shook his head. I didn't have much hope for Shyangsing Academy. I planned to lead the academy to Xiandao City. Now only Xiandao City can accommodate us. Besides, Senior Liu Erlong is the Dean of Lanba Academy, and Senior Yu Xiagang is the leader of Xiandao Royal Academy. These 2 are the only remaining members of the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex family. They can also get some care in Xiandao City, so I plan to go to Lanba Academy. The other 4 nodded when they heard this. For Thunder Academy, going to Blue Tyrant Academy is indeed a very good plan. Shui Binger from Xianshu Academy suddenly said, the teaching philosophy of Shyangsing Academy is somewhat similar to that of our Xianshu Academy, and the far north is very suitable for our Xianshu Academy. I plan to lead Xianshu Academy to join Shyangsing Academy. When they heard this, they were silent. Compared with the other major elemental academies, Xianshu Academy is indeed an outlier. Xianshu Academy is also the only academy among all elemental academies that recruits civilian students. Ho Wu said to Feng Xiaoshan beside her, Xiaoshan, what do you think? Feng Xiaoshan shook his head. It's hard for me to make a decision. Xiandao City is more suitable for the development of our Shenfeng Academy, but whether it is the Xiandao royal family, the Haotian Sect, or the Kibaoliuli Sect, they are all eyeing it covetously. Being caught between these 3 forces may be full of dangers. If things go wrong, they will be swallowed up by them. In fact, in the original work, Shrek Academy is just a vest of the 3 sects, and all actions are basically based on Tang San. 10,000 years later, Shrek Academy does not have the elemental families that joined at the beginning. At least there is no Ho family, Shui family, and Feng family. But Ho Wusheng on the side suddenly said, Xiao Wu, I plan to tell my father and grandfather to lead Chihiro Academy to join Shyangsing Academy. In Chihiro Academy, although Ho Wu is dazzling and deeply loved by the elders of the family, the real captain is Ho Wusheng, who is the real descendant of Chihiro Academy. Moreover, looking at the entire original work, Ho Wu is relatively flamboyant and her behavior is quite extreme and childish, but Ho Wusheng is more stable. Ho Wu looked a little puzzled. Brother, Shyangsing Academy has so many requirements. I'm afraid there won't be any good development for our Chihiro Academy after joining. Ho Wusheng shook his head. We also fought with Xiandao Team 2 many times in the past, so we should understand the strength of the members of Xiandao Team 2. But according to the information I found out later, Niu Meng's strength was originally similar to Tailong and Bai Xiaofei of Xiandao Team 1, but when it comes to real fighting, they are basically people of 2 different levels. It can be seen that Yang Podi is very good at teaching and research. Besides, I have also done some research on Shyangsing Academy recently. Although the rules of Shyangsing Academy are relatively strict, its fundamental purpose is actually to maintain the status of their 4 major families. If our whole family joins, is it possible to become the fifth family? Besides, if you, sister, receive the key training of Shyangsing Academy, your future prospects should be better. The situation in the whole world is very tense now. If we move to the Xiandao City area, I'm afraid we will have to go to the battlefield sooner or later. It's better to live in seclusion with Shyangsing Academy, at least we can avoid the loss of our whole family. Ho Wu stopped talking after hearing this. Although Ho Wu was arrogant, she was still somewhat self-aware. She had lost to Xiandao Team too many times in the Soul Master competition, and she was very impressed by the strength of the individuals in Xiandao Team 2. Feng Zai Ocean, who was standing by, was also silent. Although he had worked hard to improve from level 44 in the Soul Master competition to level 61 now, he was not as good as Yang Podi in 5 years, not to mention that Yang Podi had reached level 98 now. The gap between the two sides was like a natural chasm. Feng Zai Ocean was a rare innate full soul power, and he was quite confident in his talent. In fact, he was also very curious about how Yang Podi and even Xiandao Team 2 improved. After some communication, the Blazing Fire College, the Divine Wind College, and the Xianshu College of the Four Elements colleges decided to join Xiangsing College, and the Thunder College decided to move into Xiandao City. As for the specific communication matters, the deans of the several colleges needed to make specific decisions, and there were even some specific details that needed to be communicated. However, for Yang Podi, these are just some small episodes. Becoming a god is the real goal, and even becoming the strongest god is his goal. You must know that gods also have strengths and weaknesses, and there is also the risk of falling. When Yang Podi was practicing at home, suddenly a very strange breath broke into his senses. This breath was unusually plain, and it was difficult to tell the strength. But this breath has a feeling of returning to nature. If Poseidon represents the vastness of the sea, then this breath is the boundlessness of the sky, or it can be said to be a holy breath. And next to this breath is the very familiar breath of Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Yang Podi opened his eyes, and his eyes seemed to be filled with golden light. I didn't expect this old guy to come out in person. It seems that the Spirit Hall still attaches great importance to me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Jin Daoliu's Visit. Yang Potion quickly gathered his grandfather Yang Wudi, Father Yang Zhenshin, Grandpa Niagao and Douluo together to prepare for the arrival of the other party. Douluo was a little puzzled. Little monster, what is so tense that you have to gather all of us together? Since the last battle with the Haotian twins, Douluo has been busy with retreat training recently. He rarely comes out unless there is something important. Even when the Element Academy came last time, he was a little reluctant and didn't say a word the whole time. Now he was called out again after retreating. He was speechless. I just avoided the gate. Why are there so many troubles? Yang Podi shook his head. An expert is coming. If there is a battle this time, your understanding of martial spirits will make progress in the future. The four of them were a little puzzled. There should be few experts in the world who can be valued by Yang Podi, and according to him, this expert may have been able to use martial spirits and soul power to the extreme. At this moment, a figure flashed in the distance, and 4 figures appeared directly. 2 of them were familiar figures, namely Douluo in golden armor and Ghost Douluo in black. There was also a young woman who was very beautiful, especially her peach blossom eyes, which made her look extremely charming. This should be the Holy Maiden Hulina of the Spirit Hall, who had been seen in the Soul Master competition that year. But unexpectedly, both Holy Maiden Hulina and Ghost Douluo were walking behind, and in front was a middle-aged blonde man. The middle-aged man looked only in his 30s or 40s, and he was very handsome with a faint smile on his face. The calm and tranquil atmosphere gave people a very comfortable feeling. He was tall, but not strong. He wore a simple gray robe, and his long golden hair was scattered behind his head, combed very neatly. Although his clothes were so simple, he just stood there, as if there was a sacred and solemn atmosphere, which made ordinary people a little reluctant to worship. When the 4 of them walked onto the Xiangsing Academy, Yang Podi looked at this person and bowed slightly. Junior, I meet Angel Douluo. Welcome Angel Douluo to visit our Xiangsing Academy. Hearing this, Yang Wudi and the other 3 were immediately shocked. They didn't expect that the middle-aged man in front of them, who looked ordinary, was actually the legendary angel Douluo Jindaoliu, also known as the legendary Liangai of the Soul Master world, and one of the strongest people in the world. Jindaoliu nodded slightly. You are polite, my friend. I didn't expect that the Soul Master world is so talented. There are actually such a natural genius as you. It is really a cause for celebration. Yang Podi smiled. I am just a junior. How can I compare to Angel Douluo, who dominates the world and overwhelms the entire Soul Master world? After Yang Podi finished speaking, he invited the four to take a seat, especially Jindaoliu to sit directly opposite him. Jindaoliu didn't care, but just sat down casually. The three people behind him also sat down after seeing this, but seeing that the three of them were a little trembling, it was obvious that Jindaoliu put a huge pressure on them. Yang Podi just waved his hand lightly, and 4 cups of tea came in front of the 4 people. This is tea brewed with the water from the snow cave unique to Mount Almo. It is rare to see. Please taste it. Senior, Jindaoliu didn't care. He picked up the teacup and took a sip carefully. Good water, good tea. This cup of tea must have used a lot of spiritual medicine. It is a top quality tea for soul masters. Yang Podi shook his head slightly. It's just a cup of tea. As long as you like it, Angel Douluo. I wonder why Angel Douluo came to my Shyangsing Academy this time. Jindaoliu put down the teacup in his hand and said lightly, I came here mainly to discuss a few things with you. Please teach me, senior. Jindaoliu said lightly, my spirit hall is willing to marry your Shyangsing Academy. This is Hulina, the saint of my spirit hall, and the first successor to the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If you two get married, it will be of great benefit to both parties. Yang Podi's face changed slightly, but he shook his head lightly. Thank you for your kindness, senior. However, I am about to get married and have no intention of taking a concubine for the time being. I am afraid I will let you down. Hearing this, Jindaoliu's expression did not change, but Hulina next to him turned pale immediately. Hulina was the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall after all. How could she possibly be someone's concubine? Jindaoliu didn't seem to care much about this matter. My friend, don't you need to think about it again? If you want to remarry, my spirit hall still has many talented and beautiful women for you to choose from. Yang Podi shook his head. There are 3,000 rivers, but I only take a sip. I have someone I love, so I won't bother you. Jindaoliu's face seemed to become a little serious. This matter is related to the cooperation between our two families. Don't you need to consider it carefully? Yang Podi narrowed his eyes a little. I heard that after the senior lost his wife, he fell in love with a woman, and for this woman he never remarried in his life. I'm just following your example. Jindaoliu's calm face seemed to change slightly. My friend, you know a lot. Have you been to Sea God Island? Thank you for the compliment, senior. I was fortunate enough to go to Sea God Island. Senior Sea God Douluo Poseidon is indeed peerless and a rare and peerless figure in the world. It's a pity that she has no chance with you. Jindaoliu shook his head slightly. I didn't expect that you have also been to Poseidon Island. How is Poseidon now? Since you have something in mind, why don't you go to Poseidon Island in person? Hearing this, Jindaoliu fell into silence. There seemed to be a rare light in his eyes, but in the end he couldn't help but sighed. Time flies. I didn't expect that 50 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Since you have been to Poseidon Island, your strength should be created by Poseidon Island, right? I wonder what assessment you have obtained. Is it the 9 assessments of Poseidon? Yang Podi shook his head. I'm sorry to disappoint you, senior. I only saw the red level assessment and did not obtain the inheritance of Poseidon. Jindaoliu suddenly became serious. My dear, I came to Shyangsing Academy this time just to confirm your attitude towards my spirit hall. Please tell me the truth. Yang Podi also became serious at this time. Senior, my Shyangsing Academy moved out of Xiandao City because we don't want to interfere in the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the 3 upper sects, nor do we want to interfere in all the affairs of the Spirit Hall. The Pope should be more clear about these. Jindaoliu's tone began to become cold. Having said that, with your strength, if you just want to remain neutral, you may be besieged by various forces, and then you will end up pleasing neither side. Besides, no force will tolerate your strength to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers. It may end up being a quarrel between the snipe and the clam, and you have to be the fisherman. Yang Podi just said coldly, there is no such thing as a fisherman or not a fisherman. Everyone in Shyangsing Academy is my family. Whether it is the Spirit Hall or the Haotian Sect, or even the two empires. These have nothing to do with us. Besides, even if I really want to be the fisherman, don't you, senior, still sit in the spirit hall? Having said that, with your talent, even I can't help but want to kill this threat in advance. That's interesting. I'm just a threat now, which is better than becoming a mortal enemy. After the two finished speaking, they fell into silence. Jin Daoli was also very surprised at this time. He had overestimated Yang Podi as much as possible, but when he saw Yang Podi in person, he realized that he had underestimated Yang Podi before. In Jin Daoli's eyes, Yang Podi's soul power was extremely pure and extremely deep. He didn't look like he had just broken through the 98th level. He was even better than Tang Chen back then. He couldn't help but wonder whether Yang Podi was at the 98th or 99th level. Yang Podi was also very surprised when he saw Jin Daoli. Jin Daoli was known as the weakest among the three peerless Daolis. At least he had been defeated by Bo Saixi and Tang Chen in succession. But now looking at Jin Daoli's strength, his whole body was natural and simple. He was not weaker than Bo Saixi, the sea god Douluo of Sea God Island. In a sense, he was even stronger than Bo Saixi. Moreover, Jin Daoli had a trace of divinity at this time. I'm afraid he was no longer a simple 99th level Douluo. He should be considered a demigod and could even use a trace of angelic power. Especially Jin Daoli was known as invincible in the sky. With the extreme speed of a six-winged angel, he should have been able to rely on the sky and extreme speed to remain undefeated even against Poseidon and Tang Chen. But he lost to these two. Did he go to the sea to fight Poseidon? Did he go to the land to compete with Tang Chen in strength? That would be really interesting. The people on the side remained silent throughout the whole process. This level of conversation was not something they could interrupt. Whether it was Jin Daoli or Yang Podi, they could easily crush everyone in terms of strength. Yang Podi took a deep breath. Senior, everything in this world is respected by strength. With my current strength, even if I really want to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between tigers, who in the world can do anything to me? Jin Daoli said coldly. What do you mean by this? Do you think you are invincible? Yang Podi shook his head. Junior is still far from being invincible, but I would like to learn a few moves from Senior. Please tell me, does our Shiangsing Academy have the strength to remain neutral? Jin Daoli was not angry, but laughed. Very good, I haven't fought with anyone for 50 years, and I would like to see the strength of you, the junior. As soon as Jin Daoli finished speaking, the whole room seemed to become unusually murderous. Yang Podi and Jin Daoli's eyes met, and it seemed that they had an invisible confrontation. As for the people around them, they felt extremely depressed, as if they were suppressed to the point that they couldn't even breathe. In their eyes, although Yang Podi and Jin Daoli's soul power didn't change much at this time, they seemed to be facing peerless beasts. Yang Podi suddenly interrupted the momentum of the two people. Senior, this is inside my Shiangsing Academy. It's not good to spar here. Why don't we go to the sky to fight? Everyone around was surprised to hear this. You know, the sky is Jin Daoli's home court. Yang Podi dared to invite Jin Daoli to fight in the sky. Jin Daoli's face also changed slightly. My friend, do you know that my nickname is the Invincible Sky? You actually have the confidence to fight me in the sky? Yang Podi ignored Jin Daoli's words and walked slowly out of the room and walked outside. Jin Daoli also glanced at the people around him and left the room. Seeing this, the others also left the room one after another. This kind of battle between peerless Douluo is rare. Whether it is fighting skills or soul power application, as long as you can learn a little bit, there will be a huge improvement. After Yang Podi left the room, a pair of wings stretched out from his back. They were his external soul bones, the tiger eagle wings. After so many years of improvement, the age of the tiger eagle wings has reached 95,000 years. Unfortunately, it has been improving more and more slowly. It will take a lot of effort to break through the final limit and reach 100,000 years. Yang Podi flapped his wings and came to an altitude of 10,000 meters. It was far away from Shiangsing Academy and the battle should not affect it. 6 golden wings appeared behind Jin Daoli. The wings were flowing and moving, even like a living thing. Then Jin Daoli also flapped his wings and flew quickly into the sky. The speed was much faster than that of the white crane. Jin Daoli flew to a distance of 100 meters from Yang Podi, and nodded as he looked at Yang Podi's wings. My friend, you have such a powerful external soul bone. No wonder you dare to fight with me in the sky. Yang Podi just said lightly. Senior, you are too kind. The six-winged angel is a rare god-level martial soul, and its martial soul quality is the best in the world. Your strength is truly unfathomable. Chapter 238 Battle with Jin Douluo. In the sky, Yang Podi and Jin Douluo were on both sides. Jin Douluo seemed to be shining like the sun, while Yang Podi's blood was like a mountain, as strong as the earth and as bright as gold. The two amazing auras collided in the air, as if they were going to split the world apart. Jin Douluo spoke softly, "Young man, you are very strong. I'm afraid your strength is the strongest since Tang Chen of Haotian Sect. Senior, you are too kind. If we talk about the strongest strength in the world, I'm afraid no one can compare to the Spirit Hall. You have Po Dong in you, the peerless Douluo, and I am just a junior." After saying that, Yang Podi summoned his spirit, the soul-breaking spear, and at the same time, his own soul ring appeared. The soul ring configuration was black, 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 red, red, red. This configuration of 5 black and 4 red made even Jin Douluo, who was far away, feel great pressure. Jin Douluo nodded slightly, and a huge shadow of the six-winged angel martial spirit appeared behind him instantly. At the same time, 9 soul rings appeared under his feet. The configuration of the soul rings was black, 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 and red. The configuration of 8 black and 1 red was the same as that of Poseidon Douluo Poseidon. Especially when Jin Douluo's six-winged angel martial spirit was summoned, it brought with it an extremely powerful sacred aura, and even a powerful fire attribute aura. Especially under the sunlight, it seemed that the power became more endless. A holy white aura enveloped the entire world. Not only did Jin Douluo's momentum become more powerful, even Yang Podi felt that his soul power had decreased. In particular, Yang Podi felt that the killing aura on his body seemed to have dissipated a little. It seemed that the killing god domain was indeed easily restrained by the angel domain. This should be the angel domain that the legendary six-winged angel martial spirit comes with, worthy of being a god-level martial spirit. However, Yang Podi was not afraid at all. An extreme golden aura spread over the entire land. This was Yang Podi's soul-breaking domain, and it was also the ultimate Zhengjin attribute. From the perspective of domain alone, it was not inferior to Jin Douluo's angel domain. The entire sky was instantly divided into 2 halves, one half was golden and the other half was white. Both sides refused to give in and fought against each other. Without saying a word, Yang Podi directly stabbed forward with both hands holding the soul-breaking spear. Countless spear rays appeared on the blade of the soul-breaking spear. Especially under the effect of the soul-breaking domain, the sharpness of the spear rays was greatly improved, as if each spear ray could pierce the opposite angel domain. Jin Douluo waved his hands, and the huge six-winged angel martial spirit behind him did exactly the same as Jin Douluo's. A huge angel arm blocked the spear rays that were stabbing at him. The spear pierced the six-winged angel's martial spirit, as if it was going to pierce holes in the six-winged angel, but these holes were suddenly mixed with a trace of flames, and then recovered in an instant, as if nothing had happened. This was the first time that Yang Podi's move of 10,000 blades returning to 1 was blocked in this way. Then a huge angel's arm grabbed Yang Podi directly. The arm was white and holy, as if mixed with the ultimate fire attribute and sacred attribute. Yang Podi held the spear with both hands and stabbed it directly. The soul-breaking spear seemed to have waves of dragon roars, as if it was like a fiery dragon, trying to smash everything in front of it. It was Yang Podi's spear that was like a dragon. The soul-breaking spear hit the arm of the six-winged angel like a fiery dragon, and directly pierced a huge wound on the arm of the six-winged angel's martial spirit, but the six-winged angel also sent a huge force. Yang Podi retreated about 2 meters, but the opposite Jin Douluo retreated a full 5 meters. It seems that there is still a big gap between Jin Douluo and Yang Podi in terms of strength. Jin Douluo on the opposite side shook his head slightly. "My friend, you have such extreme gold attribute and extreme power that I feel inferior to you," Yang Podi just said lightly. "Senior, you are too modest. I am afraid that your extreme fire attribute and sacred attribute are unparalleled in the world, but if the six-winged angel martial spirit only has this strength, I am afraid it will not be called a god-level martial spirit." Jin Douluo on the opposite side did not get angry. He saw the 5th soul ring on Jin Douluo flashing, which was his 5th soul skill, the sacred sword. The sacred fire of the six-winged angel martial spirit condensed into a long sword. Obviously, This long sword has extremely strong attack power and can greatly improve the purification effect of his angel soul power. Jin Daoliu held the golden longsword and stabbed it directly. This sword looked very ordinary, but it seemed to have many changes. He was worthy of being the real first sword master on the Douluo Continent. Especially the huge six-winged angel martial spirit behind Jin Daoliu, who also held a huge divine sword, as if he was going to split the sky and the earth. Yang Podi couldn't help but nodded. He thought this six-winged angel martial spirit was interesting. It had both the strong body of the beast martial spirit and the strong killing characteristics of the weapon martial spirit. It was simply a combination of the two martial spirits. Just the fifth soul skill was a bit similar to the weapon martial spirit's weapon soul true body. But Yang Podi's face did not change at all. Instead, it was full of desire. He had always lacked a battle with a real master. Jin Daoliu in front of him was simply an ideal master to fight against. Yang Podi directly stabbed with his soul-breaking spear in his hand. This blow was like thunder and lightning, and it seemed that it could pierce through everything. It directly pierced through the huge martial spirit phantom sword and stabbed at Jin Daoliu. The angel sword and the soul-breaking spear collided with each other. This time, the two retreated 3 meters at the same time. Jin Daoliu's attainments in swordsmanship were indeed very strong. But Yang Podi was not afraid at all. He directly stabbed with his soul-breaking spear in his hand again, and Jin Daoliu didn't seem to care at all. He raised his sword and chopped it over. In just a few minutes, the two fought countless moves in the sky. The whole sky seemed to be split by the two of them, especially the countless sword ki and spear light. Even other people tens of thousands of meters away felt the endless killing intent. Occasionally, the sword light and spear light fell on a nearby snow mountain, directly piercing a huge hole in the surrounding snow mountain. As for the white clouds in the sky, they had long been shaken away by the soul power of the two. At this moment, the whole world seemed as clear as a mirror. Jin Daoliu seemed to be moved at this time. He didn't expect that he had fought with a level 98 title Douluo for so long and had no advantage. For him who was omnipotent, it was already a humiliation. Jin Daoliu's soul ring flashed. This was his fourth soul skill, Angel Falling Blade. The 6 wings expanded instantly. All the energy was instantly condensed on his hands. 6 golden sword lights flew out, crossing to form 6 light wings. In particular, each light wing seemed to have extremely strong energy. If it was hit, it would probably explode immediately. Moreover, due to the use of the holy sword, the power seemed to become stronger. Yang Podi snorted coldly and directly activated his 4th soul skill, Tiger Roar breaks thousands of troops. 7 powerful soul-breaking spears suddenly appeared in front of him. The attack power of these soul-breaking spears increased by 200%, and the gravity increased by 500%. All of them stabbed at Jin Daoliu at a high speed. 6 of them stabbed at the 6 sword lights cut by Jin Daoliu, and the last one crossed the sword light and stabbed at the opposite Jin Daoliu. These soul-breaking spears seemed to have a very strong locking effect, and the speed was very fast. They appeared in front of Jin Daoliu in just a moment. 6 sword lights suddenly appeared in the sky and collided with his soul-breaking spears. At the same time, countless explosions occurred. The last soul-breaking spear stabbed at Jin Daoliu. Even Jin Daoliu felt that he was locked by something, so he had to swing his sword to resist. However, even Jin Daoliu, who was holding the sacred sword, felt the infinite power and powerful cutting aura of the soul-breaking spear. This time, the two sides attacked each other, and Jin Daoliu finally left a big wound on his hand. This was also because he underestimated the power of Yang Podi's soul skill. Jin Daoliu couldn't help but laugh. Well, I haven't been injured for 50 years, but I didn't expect to be injured by a junior today. Jin Daoliu's 6th soul ring flashed, which was his 6th soul skill, Angel's Roar. This move seemed extremely powerful when used by Jin Daoliu. The 6-winged angel seemed to let out a huge roar, and the soul power seemed to be transformed into a special ability, like a large-scale mental shock. According to Yang Podi's own estimation, Jin Daoliu probably has an extremely strong head soul bone. This move actually has an extremely strong locking effect, and the attack range is wide, and the attack is unpredictable, which is simply impossible to defend against. At this time, Yang Podi's eyes turned red, and a strong mental power, the Killing God domain, and the Spear Light combined together to directly form a blood-colored Spear Light mental attack, which quickly pierced Jin Daoliu. This was the 4th style of Yang Podi's 9 soul-breaking styles, Bloody Rain and Wind. It must be said that Jin Daoliu's reaction was extremely sharp. Even such a strange attack, especially a mental attack, made him react. The blood-red soul-breaking spear light and the golden angel roar special energy collided with each other, as if the entire space was enveloped by special energy and eventually turned into nothingness. And this powerful blow, whether it was Yang Podi or Jin Daoliu, a trace of blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Obviously, this move felt a bit like a lose-lose situation. Yang Podi's disadvantage was that he did not have a head soul bone. Even if his mental power was not weaker than Jin Daoliu, there was still a certain gap in the soul bone. Jin Daoliu lost because of his surprise. He did not expect that Yang Podi would have such a powerful mental attack. His mental power was not weaker than his own, and he could even compete with his head soul bone. Yang Podi also became extremely fierce at this time, and directly injected his soul power into the soul-breaking spear. The entire soul-breaking spear turned blood red. The soul-breaking spear seemed to have the ultimate golden ultimate power, and even had a strong killing aura. Yang Podi directly shot out the soul-breaking spear like a javelin, and the whole world seemed to be pierced. This was the fifth style of Yang Podi's 9 soul-breaking styles, the sky-lifting spear. Especially this shot seems to have a strong anti-air suppression effect, just like its name, sky-lifting. Jin Daoliu on the opposite side clearly felt a strong threat from this shot, and directly activated his 8th soul skill, Archangel Guardian. A huge angel guard shield appeared in front of him, as if filled with a sacred breath. Yang Podi's sky-lifting shot collided with Jin Daoliu's huge Archangel Guardian shield, and countless flames seemed to appear, and even the entire void had a tendency to be destroyed. Jin Daoliu seemed to be extremely surprised by the strength of this attack. The entire Archangel Guardian shield was broken, but he was not afraid at all. He directly held a holy sword in his hand and chopped it towards the soul-breaking spear. In particular, there seemed to be a trace of strange power on the holy sword, which had a greater suppression effect on the soul-breaking spear. In the end, Jin Daoliu barely blocked this sky-lifting shot, but there seemed to be a large wound on his arm. According to Yang Podi's own estimation, even if Xiangjun was hit by this shot, he would probably be seriously injured, but the Jin Daoliu in front of him might be even stronger than Xiangjun. Especially Jin Daoliu seemed to show a strange energy. The wounds on his body recovered in an instant, and even Jin Daoliu's soul power was growing rapidly. Yang Podi glanced at the sun in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of the invincible sky, the sky is indeed your home court. At this time, Jin Daoliu's eyes and momentum had changed greatly, and the whole person seemed to become more sacred. Jin Daoliu's soul rings are definitely not worse than the golden crocodile. The animation has 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, which is completely problematic. Chapter 239, Both Sides Suffer. Jin Daoliu seemed to become unusually sacred at this time. My friend, although you are only level 98 now, you are not weaker than the level 99 extreme Douluo. With your strength, I am afraid that you are not weaker than Tang Chen of Haotian Sect back then. It is a pity. Yang Podi also shook his head slightly. Senior, you are too kind. I am just a junior. I dare not compare with you. Jin Daoliu seemed to become more serious. The sky is my home court. As long as I am under the sun, my soul power will be endless. Although your winds can approach me in speed, they cannot compete with the sun in the sky, Yang Podi just said lightly. Senior, you are too confident. Even the sun will be shot down. As soon as the words fell, the light on Jin Daoliu became even brighter, and with an endless breath of flames, it was obviously the fire of the sun. With Jin Daoliu's strength, he could use the power of the sun. Yang Podi just smiled coldly, and a black light also emerged from his body. This was Yang Podi's gravity field. At this time, Yang Podi simultaneously launched the soul-breaking field in the gravity field, and collided directly with the flames all over the sky. The whole sky seemed to be shaking. Yang Podi also became more ferocious at this time. He appeared in front of Jin Daoliu in a flash. The tip of the soul-breaking spear seemed to have infinite destructive power, and stabbed Jin Daoliu again. Jin Daoliu's strength and speed were more violent than before, and the angel sword seemed to have become much stronger. In the sky, the two people flew quickly. The soul-breaking spear and the angel sword seemed to have experienced countless collisions. The two occasionally used soul skills, but they could not really injure the opponent. The battle lasted for half an hour. Both Jin Daoliu and Yang Podi had some losses and many wounds on their bodies. But unexpectedly, Although Jin Daoliu relied on the powerful angel martial spirit to restore his body, or relied on the powerful angel divine power to restore his body, the degree of recovery of Yang Podi on the opposite side was not worse than Jin Daoliu. This also made Jin Daoliu very strange. He had fought against Tang Chen and Poseidon many times, but even Tang Chen and Poseidon did not have such a strong recovery ability. It was beyond his imagination, especially Yang Podi's soul power seemed to be bottomless. Even after fighting for so long, there was not much difference from the beginning. How could Jin Daoliu know that after Yang Podi's golden awakening of his body martial soul, and absorbing the soul ring of the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor wood attribute, his body's recovery ability has reached beyond ordinary people's imagination, especially Yang Podi also has the yin and yang balanced dual soul core, and the speed of soul power recovery is not inferior to Jin Daoliu at all. Even from beginning to end, Yang Podi did not use his body martial soul, and it can be said that he only used half of his strength. Jin Daoliu was very serious at this time. The six-winged angel behind him seemed to become extremely huge, even covering the entire sky, especially the huge sacred sword, which turned into a black and white volley, as if carrying some special rule power. This is probably the special skill of the six-winged angel used by Jin Daoliu, Angel Judgment. Yang Podi felt like he was standing on the judgment platform, with an air of being at the mercy of others. Or an air of being judged. Yang Podi gritted his teeth, and the eighth red soul ring on his body flashed. The soul-breaking spear became extremely huge, and the entire soul-breaking spear turned golden, flying directly towards the angel sword, as if it could penetrate everything. This was Yang Podi's eighth soul skill, Earth Behemoth Break. At the moment when the huge six-winged angel figure and the huge black and white sacred sword chopped down, the soul-breaking spear was like a golden behemoth, with endless roars, as if it was going to tear the world apart. As the black and white sacred sword fell and collided with a huge golden behemoth, the entire void seemed to begin to break, and eventually everything turned into nothingness. At this time, Yang Podi had a huge wound on his chest, which was obviously caused by the angel judgment just now. Jin Daoliu on the opposite side was similar, with a huge wound on his shoulder, as if he was pierced by the soul-breaking spear, and as if he was grabbed by the sharp claws of the golden behemoth in midair. Yang Podi was very shocked by the wound. Even with his strong recovery ability, it seemed difficult to recover in a short time. It seemed that there was some special force preventing his wound from recovering. It was indeed an attack containing the power of angels. Jin Daoliu on the opposite side was also very surprised. Yang Podi's attack seemed to contain the ultimate gold attribute. Even the power of angels could not recover in a short time. My friend, your move is really good. Few people can seriously injure me. Take my last move. After Jin Daoliu finished speaking, the ninth soul ring on his body flashed. At the same time, it seemed to merge with the sunlight in the sky, and even merged with the power on his body. The whole person was like the sun. It was his ninth soul skill, Angel Glory. Obviously, this was his strongest soul skill. Especially this soul skill contained infinite power. It can be said that it was a gathering of the right time, right place and right people. Facing the dazzling sun in the sky formed by thousands of streams, Yang Podi just gritted his teeth and said, "So what if it's the sun? Watch me shoot it down." Then the ninth soul ring on his body flashed, and the soul-breaking spear seemed to have infinite divine power, especially the power of various attributes, including the ultimate gold, the ultimate power, as well as the powerful wood attribute, space attribute, earth attribute, and even the infinite killing aura. This attack seemed to be able to really shoot down the sun. This is Yang Podi's ninth soul skill too, shooting the sun, which is also Yang Podi's strongest soul skill at this stage. After all, it is a soul skill of 500,000 years, and it is also a collection of various soul power attributes on his body. Of course, Yang Podi did not use the fusion ring, which is a truly disparate move. The sun fell in the sky, and the soul-breaking spear penetrated the sky, as if it wanted to pierce the entire sun. With a final blow from both sides, Jin Daoliu seemed to be extremely miserable. A huge soul-breaking spear directly pierced Jin Daoliu's shoulder, but it could not completely penetrate, especially because there seemed to be a special golden energy on Jin Daoliu's body, which blocked the soul-breaking spear from piercing Jin Daoliu's body. Yang Podi also seemed to be seriously injured. The golden sun just now seemed to have some special divine power, and Yang Podi also had multiple burns on his body. Yang Podi spat out a mouthful of blood, But he just wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then said to Jin Daoliu, "Senior, this angel's divine power is really strong, worthy of being a god." Jin Daoliu on the opposite side also took a look at the wounds and blood on his body, and couldn't help shaking his head. "My friend, your strength is indeed strong. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid both of us will only suffer losses." Yang Podi's face became determined at this time. "This depends on whether my Shiangsing Academy is qualified to be neutral. I don't want to get involved in the little things of the Spirit Hall now. If you really want to fight, I don't mind going against the Spirit Hall." Jin Daoliu just nodded slightly after hearing this, and didn't say anything else. Then, Yang Podi and Jin Daoliu both had soul power flashing, and the wounds on their bodies recovered at an extremely fast speed, and even the blood on their bodies disappeared. Yang Podi glanced at Jin Daoliu's condition. His blood seemed a little abnormal. It was not completely red, but had a hint of gold. Just a few minutes later, the two returned to Shiangsing Academy. Jin Daoliu said to Zhuge Daoluo and Hulina, "Let's go. I will communicate with the Pope about the matter of Shiangsing Academy." Yang Podi watched the four people leave. Yang Wudi and others came over quickly. "Podi, how are you now? Are you injured just now?" Yang Podi shook his head. "I'm fine. Jin Daoliu is stronger than I thought. I didn't expect that he could already use some of his divine power," Yang Wudi said a little puzzled. "Then how was your battle? Who won and who lost?" Yang Podi thought about it carefully before speaking. "In terms of strength, I should be slightly stronger than Jin Daoliu, but the gap between him and me should not be too big. Even if I really win, I'm afraid it will be difficult to kill him. After all, he is really good in speed. Especially if he returns to Wuhan City, I'm afraid even I may not be his opponent. Besides, Jin Daoliu has some concerns and dare not exert his divine power to the extreme. This battle can be regarded as a draw." Dad Yang's attention was a little entangled at this time. "Podi, what should we do now? Whether it is the Academy of Absorbing Elements or the development of the Academy, will it be affected in the future?" Yang Podi shook his head. "I have already confirmed my position with Jin Daoliu. We will continue to develop normally in the future. As long as we maintain a neutral position, no matter it is Bibi Dong or Jin Daoliu, they can't do anything to me. Even if they both attack together, I can retreat unscathed. By the way, this time I fought with a master of Jin Daoliu's level. You should also have some insights, right? You should work hard to improve yourself recently. The war may break out soon." Everyone nodded seriously when they heard this. Yang Podi returned to his room alone and began to think about the gains of this battle. Especially at this time Yang Podi dragged a drop of blood with a trace of gold and a piece of golden feather in his hand, which was left by Jin Daoliu in the battle just now. This battle seemed fierce, but in fact neither side tried their best. Although Yang Podi used the 9th soul skill, he did not use his own martial soul, which was also reserved. Otherwise, with a strong recovery ability and tenacious defense of the martial soul, he would not be injured. As for Jin Daoliu, he was probably thinking about Jin Ringsu, so he didn't use all his divine power, and he was a little restrained in the whole battle. But no matter what, Jin Daoliu is indeed a top master. He had reached the 99th level of extreme Douluo 50 years ago, and his current strength is even more unfathomable, especially in the application of soul power and martial soul, which has basically reached the extreme of soul masters, and he can even use some of his divine power. Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh. This Jin Daoliu is really interesting. His strength is so deeply hidden. Looking at the entire original work, he is basically just a supporting role throughout the whole process. If Jin Daoliu is willing to take action earlier, Tang San would not have had any problems. After Jin Daoliu took Zhuge Daoluo and Hulina out of Shiangsing Academy, he spoke directly to the three people. "I plan to go to Xiandao City to see Xiaoxu. The three of you should go back to Wuhan Hall and communicate with the Pope. This battle, Yang Podi and I almost tied. Tell her to pay special attention to Yang Podi. This person may become the biggest obstacle for our Wuhan Hall to rule the continent. But at this stage, if there are no special circumstances, try not to offend him. As for Shiangsing Academy, at least it should remain neutral before we unify the continent. Don't pay attention to it for the time being." Jin Daoliu left directly after he finished speaking. Now Yang Podi gave him great pressure. He has reached this level of strength at a young age. I am afraid that his future goal is to become a god. Xiaoxu has been delayed in Xiandao City for so many years. Now the gap between her and Yang Podi is getting bigger and bigger. We must find a way to win those things in Xiandao City as soon as possible. As for Zhuge Daoluo and Hulina, they just looked at each other in bewilderment. Jin Daoluo is someone they dare not provoke. Chapter 240, Sky-Lifting Daoluo. Just as Yang Podi was reviewing the battle in seclusion at home, the world was shocked again. Although the battle took place at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the scale of the battle was very large. Many people observed the course of the battle. They did not expect Yang Podi to be so strong that he could tie with Jin Daoluo. Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, received the message from Zhu Daoluo and Ghost Daoluo, but she thought for a long time before speaking. Zhu Daoluo, notify all Spirit Hall personnel not to conflict with Xianxing Academy without special circumstances. At the same time, in the eyes of everyone in the world, Xianxing Academy has become one of the most unprovoked forces in the entire Douluo Continent. Through this battle, Yang Podi also has a certain understanding of the extreme Douluo and the god. He plans to go out to obtain the fire attribute spirit ring immediately after recuperating for a while in the near future. At the same time, the Three Elements Academy seemed to become unusually resolute. After the deans of the three families came to Xianxing Academy for some communication, they moved the entire academy here. As for the original academy, only a very small number of people were arranged to stay. On this day, at the Xianxing Academy on the hillside of Mount Almo, Yang Wudi, Yang Henshin, Niu Gao, and Du Gubo jointly received the people from the Element Academy, mainly Feng Zhuan, the Dean of the Divine Wind Academy, Holai, the Dean of the Blazing Fire Academy, Shui Qingrao, the Dean of the Xianshu Academy, as well as Feng Zia Ocean, Ho Wu, Ho Washuang, Shui Binger, Zhu Wu and others. According to the communication between the two parties, Xianxing Academy will establish the Divine Wind Department, Blazing Fire Department and Xianshu Department, and will also divide independent areas for the three departments to operate independently, but the school rules have been distributed, and everyone must abide by the school rules of Xianxing Academy. At the same time, according to the communication, all three families have a small number of disciples who can stay on the top of the mountain to practice, but the number is relatively small, and each family only has direct personnel, which is somewhat similar to several major families such as the Po Yi clan. Feng Zhuan, Holai, and Shui Qingrao will also serve as vice presidents of Xianxing Academy, but the three of them are only Soul Daoluo, and have no voting rights, so they can only make suggestions on the behavior of the academy. Feng Zia Ocean seemed a little puzzled and asked, Dean Yang, why haven't I seen His Majesty Yang Podi? Yang Wudi said a little entangledly, I'm a little embarrassed about this. Podi has always been idle. He never participates in the affairs of the academy. He is still in seclusion at home. Everyone looked at each other in surprise when they heard this. The three elemental academies came together to join Xianxing Academy. For Xianxing Academy, the strength can be said to have grown a lot. I didn't expect Yang Podi to not care about this kind of thing at all. The strength of the three elemental academies is indeed very good. Each of them has 300 or 400 soul masters, and the total number of soul masters exceeds 1,000, including 3 soul Daoluos, many soul saints, and more than 10 soul emperors. No wonder several major forces want to win them over. After all, the three elemental academies combined are probably comparable to one of the lower 4 sects. After some communication, Yang Wudi and several deans of the Element Academy also determined some division of labor issues. Among them, the Divine Wind Department arranged some teachers and students to be responsible for patrolling near Mount Almo. The Xianshu Department was responsible for assisting the Poi clan in planting medicinal herbs, and the Blazing Fire Department assisted in maintaining order. This combination seems to be quite good. Yang Podi was in seclusion for half a month before he walked out of his own door. However, when he walked out, he was shocked by the situation of the entire Xianxing Academy. Originally, there were only about 1,500 soul masters in the entire Almo Mountain, but now more than 1,000 soul masters have suddenly appeared, which is a bit scary. In addition, there are many more buildings around the top of Mount Almo, which are obviously the housing for the 3 newly joined academies. Especially when Yang Podi went to find Yi Lingling, Yi Lingling's place seemed to become unusually lively. In addition to Yi Lingling, Yang Xianayu, Du Yuan, Ning Rongrong, Shui Binger, Zhu Wu and Huao were also practicing together. It seems that they are getting along quite happily. When Yang Podi saw these 7 people, he was stunned for a moment. He just wanted to find Yi Lingling. Why did so many light bulbs appear? Especially these light bulbs were unaware of it and had no intention of leaving, which made Yang Podi speechless. After Shui Binger, Zhu Wu and Ho Wu saw Yang Podi, they immediately bowed together and saluted, "Your Majesty." Before Yang Podi could speak, Yang Xianyu on the side spoke first. "This is my brother, why are you so polite? Don't be so polite. Brother, you shouldn't have any problem, right?" Yang Podi looked at Yang Xianyu in disbelief, thinking to himself, "Is this sister necessary?" Yang Xianyu continued, "Brother, Grandpa and the others have also looked for you these days. They asked you what title you want to take. After all, you have already entered the title Douluo, and you can't do without a title." Yang Podi thought for a while. "My title will be Kingshan, and I will be called Kingshan Douluo from now on." Yang Podi looked at the people around him. It seemed that he could not be alone with Lingling, so he had to shake his head and prepare to leave. But before Yang Podi was ready to leave, he was stopped by Yang Xianyu again. Yang Xianyu took Yang Podi's hand and shook it a little coquettishly. "Brother, Sister Binger, Sister Zhu and Sister Hua are all good sisters I just met. It's the first time we meet. Do you want to give them some gifts, Yang Podi?" At this time, Yang Podi couldn't help but complain in his heart, "What kind of sister is this? She was born to collect debts. Is it easy for me to get something? Now I not only have to support my sister, but also help her little sisters. This is too pitiful." However, Yang Podi couldn't help but shake his head when he saw the expressions of Shui Binger and the other two. Then he waved his hand and threw 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs to them, and then he ran away. Yang Xianyu couldn't help but complain, "Why are there only 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs? Shouldn't you have a lot of 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs? This is too stingy." Yang Podi, who was far away, couldn't help but want to go back and beat Yang Xianyu up when he heard this. This little girl simply didn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt were. Shui Binger was a little embarrassed. "Xianyu, this is not good. It always feels inappropriate to accept such an expensive gift on the first meeting." "Sister Binger, it's okay. My brother has a lot of good things on him. He likes to hide them." Yang Podi didn't care about these little things. It was just a few spiritual herbs. His storage soul guide was almost piled up into a small mountain. Besides, these three girls were also considered to be members of Xianxing Academy. It would be good to train them a little. After leaving Yi Lingling, Yang Podi went straight to find his grandfather Yang Wudi. Unexpectedly, Niu Gao, Dugubo, and three other people were also present. These three people were two men and one woman. Judging from their soul power attributes, they were all at the soul Douluo level. They should be the former deans of Shenfeng, Chihou, and Xianshu. Yang Wudi was a little surprised. "Podi, you were released so soon, how was your retreat this time?" Yang Podi nodded. "This retreat was pretty good, I gained something. I plan to go out now, I have some things to deal with." Yang Podi turned his head and looked at a man in red clothes next to him. "Excuse me, are you Dean Huli? Can I ask you something, Huli?" Shui Qingrao and Feng Zhuan stood up quickly. "Greetings, Your Majesty. May I ask if Your Majesty has anything you want to ask? I will tell you everything I know." Yang Podi waved his hand casually. "Since you have all joined Xianxing Academy, you will be a family in the future, don't be so formal. Dean Huli, I would like to ask if there are any 100,000-year soul beasts being experimented with in the Flame Canyon? Or soul beasts close to 100,000 years will also be fine." Hold, I thought about it carefully before speaking. "Your Majesty, no one has ever been to the deepest part of the Flame Canyon. The temperature there is too high. Even for me, it is difficult to get to the deepest part. However, I estimate that there should be a 100,000-year-old soul beast. I have hunted a 60,000-year-old soul beast near the depths of the Flame Canyon before. This was also my 8th soul ring. At that time, a soul beast roared from the depths of the Flame Canyon. This roar shocked the heart and soul. Only soul beasts of extremely high age can do this. This matter is of great importance. I have not told anyone." Yang Podi shook his head. "Dean Huli, don't be so polite. Call me Yang Podi from now on. Let me ask you again, among the three places of Flame Canyon, Hufan Mountains and Liuhuo Mountains, where are there likely to be higher-level soul beasts? The older the soul beast, the better." Huli pondered for a while before shaking his head. "There are probably 100,000-year soul beasts in the depths of these three places. However, the Fire Leopard sect has surrendered to the Spirit Hall. Even if there are 100,000-year soul beasts, The news has probably been given to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall also has many fire-attributed soul doulous. The Liuhero Mountains have volcanic eruptions all year round, and are not very suitable for the survival of 100,000-year soul beasts. If there are 100,000-year soul beasts, they will probably be very ferocious and their lifespan will be very high. In addition, I seem to have heard that there was a fire-attributed soul beast in the starred out Great Forest a long time ago, but there has been no news about it in these years. I don't know if it was hunted by someone. Yang Podi shook his head. The three-headed hellhound in the starred out Great Forest should have hidden. I don't want to be enemies with those guys in the starred out Great Forest for the time being. It seems that I still have to go to other places to take a look. Yang Wudi seemed a little worried. Podi, are you going out again this time? Do you want Pingan and the others to go out with you? Forget it, Grandpa. The place we're going to this time is quite special, and they may not be able to bear it. I'd better go alone first. Besides, I have other plans. I plan to go to the Slaughter City again, and this time I may stay outside longer, so you don't have to worry about me. Yang Podi was about to leave after he finished speaking, but Douluo on the side suddenly said, "Little monster, you have been hiding for so long after entering the title Douluo, and now you finally show your strength. Have you confirmed your title, Grandpa Douluo? I will be called King Shan Douluo from now on. I think this name is more suitable for my martial soul." Yang Podi left as soon as he finished speaking, and flapped his wings and left Xianxing Academy. This time, Yang Podi planned to go to the Liuhero Mountains first. With his strength, he should have no problem entering the depths of the Liuhero Mountains. If he really couldn't find 100,000-year soul beast there, he could go to the Flame Canyon then. According to the current time, it is almost time for the Xiandao Palace change, but it has nothing to do with him. With the current strength of Tang San and his group, they should be able to crush Jin Ringsu. But now that Jin Daoliu has left the mountain, Xiandao City will probably be very lively soon. Chapter 241 Fire Dragon. Yang Podi quickly flew to the northwest of the Xiandao Empire. In just half a day, he arrived at a desert. This was the largest desert in the Douluo Continent. The Darim Desert, and the Liuhero Mountains were in the center of the desert. After entering the Liuhero Mountains, Yang Podi did not fly again, but walked alone. If he flew in this kind of desert, the distance would be too far, and it would be easy to miss something. After entering the Liuhero Mountains, the temperature was obviously much higher, and the temperature outside alone had reached more than 50 degrees. The ground of the entire Liuhero Mountains was black, and there were basically no plants, or only a few fire-resistant plants, such as red flame thorns. As he went deeper and deeper, the temperature was getting higher and higher. When Yang Podi was about to reach a volcano, the temperature of the air reached 200 degrees, and there seemed to be a very violent fire element in the attack. The fire element here is not suitable for soul masters to absorb. If you forcibly absorb a large amount of fire elements, I am afraid that the soul power in your body will be very unstable. No wonder no one lives nearby, not even soul masters. Especially around the volcano, there were even strips of red canyons on the ground. It was obviously caused by the huge volcanic ash after the volcanic eruption. At the same time, the earthquake caused by the volcanic eruption caused the ground to crack. However, there were indeed many soul beasts here, and they were all very good fire soul beasts, including fire lizards, fire spiders, fire bats, fire cloud leopards, and even many flame birds and fire lions. They were all very good soul beasts and very suitable for fire attribute soul masters. In particular, they encountered a 40,000-year-old fiery wolf, which turned out to be the martial soul of Qin Ming of Xiandao Royal Academy. It was definitely a top-grade fire soul beast. Unfortunately, these soul beasts were too young for Yang Podi. Yang Podi's goal was at least 90,000 years old. At this time, the entire Liuhero mountain range suddenly emitted a series of roars, and terrifying explosions occurred in many places where wounds could be seen. Countless magma erupted from the crater, and the whole world was covered by magma and volcanic ash, as if the world was about to end. Yang Podi looked at the amazing power and couldn't help shaking his head. He also found a small canyon and sat down. This place could barely block the eruption of the volcano, but the deep canyon was flowing with hot magma, a bit like being in a sea of fire. Unexpectedly, there were many soul beasts hiding in the canyon, and all kinds of soul beasts were trembling and did not attack each other, even natural enemies. Yang Podi ignored these weak soul beasts and just waited for the volcanic eruption to end before continuing to walk deep into the Liuhero Mountains. The deeper he went, the higher the temperature. When Yang Podi was about to approach the core area, the temperature here had reached 500 degrees. Even high-level soul masters found it difficult to enter. According to this temperature, it has exceeded the temperature of ordinary flames. There seemed to be bursts of explosions in the air at any time. This was an explosion caused by the extremely strong fire element. There was no need for lighting here. There would occasionally be a trace of fire in the air. If an ordinary person enters, both clothes and hair will probably be burned instantly. This high-intensity temperature is higher than the temperature for cooking. Soul masters can only survive by resisting with soul power, and at least they need to be soul emperors. However, many very good soul beasts were found here, especially a 60,000-year-old unicorn fire Tyrannosaurus, which is superb in both strength and fire attributes. Yang Podi spent a whole day and finally came to the deepest part of the Liuhero Mountains. The environment here is very shocking. The temperature in the air has reached 800 degrees. Even ordinary soul Douluos cannot stay here for too long, especially in the central position, which is a large area of magma, and all the magma is boiling. It seems that the temperature in the magma should be more than 1,500 degrees. Especially in this position, the perception ability of soul masters is greatly limited. I am afraid that ordinary soul masters can only feel the fiery breath around them, and their eyes are at such a high temperature that they can easily become blind in a short time. But for Yang Podi, it was not a big difficulty. After all, Yang Podi had already experienced the golden awakening of his martial spirit. His whole body was like copper and iron. In addition, he had been tempered with ice and fire. In terms of high temperature resistance, he might have surpassed all the people in the world. Yang Podi searched for a long time around the magma deep in the Liuhero Mountains, but he still couldn't find the 100,000-year soul beast he wanted. At this time, Yang Podi was very strange. No, I just felt a trace of the breath of the 100,000-year soul beast. This soul beast can't not exist. Where is it hiding? Yang Podi searched around for a long time and did find several nests. These should be the nests of the 10,000-year soul beast. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the shadow of the 100,000-year soul beast at all, and he couldn't even find the tunnel to get out. Logically, this 100,000-year soul beast should still be hiding in the Liuhero Mountains. Yang Podi suddenly looked at the magma in disbelief. Could this 100,000-year soul beast be hiding in the magma? But the magma is as high as 1,500 degrees. Not to mention the soul beast, even if it is oneself, one must be extra careful. Yang Podi stayed around the magma for a few days, but still did not see the shadow of the 100,000-year soul beast. However, Yang Podi has confirmed that the trace of the 100,000-year soul beast's breath is indeed coming from the bottom of the magma. It seems that this soul beast should be very extraordinary. To be able to survive in such a harsh environment, its fire attributability is probably so strong that it is terrifying. Yang Podi thought carefully for a while, and finally decided to go under the magma to take a look. The temperature of this magma is very high, but it is still not as high as the Yanquan of the yin-yang eye of ice and fire. Yang Podi prepared a little, his whole body turned golden, and then jumped directly into the magma. Although the magma is hot, this level of heat is not too difficult for Yang Podi. However, as he went deeper and deeper into the magma, the temperature actually became higher and higher, and the breath of the soul beast became stronger and stronger. Yang Podi followed the breath of the soul beast and searched for it. Unexpectedly, he had only gone deep before. After swimming for thousands of meters, he had to swim upstream slowly. When Yang Podi came out of the magma, he found a small rock cavity, which was similar to the cold pond in the tomb school in the Return of the Condor Heroes. When Yang Podi entered this small rock space, his eyes lit up. It was a small space several kilometers long and wide. The spiritual energy inside the space was very condensed, and it was not as hot as in the magma. On the contrary, it seemed to have a strong breath of life. It looked like a cave house, especially this cave house could not be damaged around the magma, which was even more strange. Next to the cave house, there was a 40-meter-long fire dragon sleeping. It seemed to be guarding the cave house, and it seemed to regard it as home. In the center of the cave house, there was a giant tree, which was 100 meters high and basically covered the entire rock space. It looked very unusual. Yang Podi was a little shocked when he saw this. This soul beast was very similar to Liu Erlong's martial spirit in the original Shrek Academy, and it looked very powerful. Yang Podi couldn't help but say, 300,000-year-old fire dragon. At this time, Yang Podi's eyes seemed to be shining. This level of top-grade soul beast was the ultimate of soul beasts. It might not be weaker than the Bear King of the starred-out Great Forest, or at least stronger than the three-headed dog Red King of Hell. Without saying a word, Yang Podi directly summoned his martial spirit, the soul-breaking spear, to kill the fire dragon. It would be a pity to let such a top-grade soul beast run away. Facing Yang Podi's attack, the fire dragon suddenly opened its eyes, especially using its huge dragon claws to block Yang Podi's attack. However, the soul-breaking spear and the dragon claw just collided with each other, and the dragon claw was directly stabbed. Judging from its strength, this fire dragon was only at the peak of level 98, and should not be as strong as level 99. The fire dragon seemed extremely angry. Human, you dare to sneak attack me, I want you to die. After the fire dragon finished speaking, the entire space seemed to have changed. There seemed to be infinite flame energy in the space, like a flame field. Especially in the environment at the bottom of the volcano, the fire dragon seemed to be even more powerful. This is obviously the fire dragon's flame field. The energy in the air has become extremely violent, as if it is in a sea of fire. In particular, a red flame spit out directly from the fire dragon's mouth, as if it could burn everything in the world. Yang Podi was not afraid at all. The whole person turned golden, and even the soul-breaking spear turned golden, directly using the 5th soul skill, Tyrannosaurus Destruction Kill. The soul-breaking spear, like a unicorn Tyrannosaurus, directly met the red flame and separated the entire red flame. The fire dragon was furious when it saw Yang Podi's soul skills. Human, you dare to slaughter my dragon clan, you are looking for death, Yang Podi just said coldly. It's just a mutated sub-dragon, with a trace of dragon blood in its body, and you dare to call yourself a dragon clan. Even if the Black Dragon King is here, I am not afraid. After Yang Podi finished speaking, he flashed in front of the fire dragon with his hands holding the soul-breaking spear, and stabbed at the dragon's head. The fire dragon rushed over with its huge dragon claws, as if trying to block Yang Podi's attack, but Yang Podi's move was powerful and heavy. Especially the soul-breaking spear had the ultimate gold property, and it pierced its dragon claws with just one move. However, the fire dragon's defense was obviously very strong. Even though its dragon claws were stabbed, it still held Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear tightly. A huge flame spit out from the dragon's mouth, and even Yang Podi felt great pressure. It seems that this fire dragon should have reached the realm of the ultimate fire. But Yang Podi was not afraid at all. His right arm flashed with soul power. It was Yang Podi's right arm soul bone skill 1, divine bull power. Yang Podi's power instantly increased several times. Then he held the soul-breaking spear with both hands and chopped it, directly cutting off a dragon claw. Then his right arm soul bone flashed again. This time he directly used the right arm soul bone skill 2, divine bull charge. His right hand directly faced the flames that were coming towards him. He punched directly, and the flames were directly blown away. This attack from both sides was like a collision between the ultimate fire and the ultimate power, but it was obvious that Yang Podi had a greater advantage, and the ultimate fire was also knocked away. The fire dragon let out a huge scream because one of its dragon claws was cut off. Then a huge dragon tail swung over, which was a move of a dragon swinging its tail. Especially this dragon tail had an ultimate flame, and even the power was very strong, as if it was going to split the entire space. But Yang Podi didn't care so much. His 8th soul ring flashed, and his soul-breaking spear directly slashed out a golden light, as if he wanted to tear the world apart. This was Yang Podi's 8th soul skill 1, Golden Behemoth Slash. The huge golden slash directly cut off a section of the fire dragon's tail, and the fire dragon roared in pain again. At this time, the fire dragon obviously understood that the enemy in front of it was much stronger than itself. Now one of its dragon claws was cut off and a section of its dragon tail was cut off. If it continued to fight like this, it would be hard to escape death. I'm afraid that there might be a glimmer of hope only by jumping into the magma, which is its home. The fire dragon rushed towards the magma quickly with its remaining soul power, but how could Yang Podi do as it wished? Yang Podi's soul ring flashed again, and he directly used the 9th soul skill 2, shooting the sun. The huge soul-breaking spear seemed to become golden, shining brightly, and flew directly to the fire dragon, piercing the entire head of the fire dragon. and even nailing it directly to the wall. The fire dragon was killed instantly, without even the time to self-destruct. Then a huge blood-red soul ring appeared on the fire dragon's body, especially the 3 golden edges on the soul ring, which clearly showed that this was a beast that was over 300,000 years old. Chapter 242 Golden Ancient Tree. Yang Podi looked at the corpse of the fire dragon and couldn't help shaking his head. The strength of this fire dragon was indeed very good, and it should have reached the strength of a level 98 title Douluo, especially with the ultimate fire, but it was still a little weaker than himself. Yang Podi adjusted for a while and began to absorb this soul ring again. This was also the 6th soul ring of his martial soul. It was only a soul beast of 300,000 years, which could not cause too much pressure on Yang Podi. In just one day, Yang Podi had completed the absorption of the soul ring. With the absorption of this soul ring, Yang Podi's soul power officially reached level 99. With the absorption of this soul ring, Yang Podi opened his eyes and felt that everything around him seemed to have changed. The feeling of soul power became more subtle, as if he could see the essence of soul power. This was probably the difference between an extreme Douluo and an ordinary title Douluo. Especially at this time, the dual cores in Yang Podi's body seemed to be running much faster, absorbing the surrounding soul power like a whale. Yang Podi felt that his physical and mental strength had greatly improved, and his combat power had even increased several times compared to level 98. No wonder it is said that each level after the title Douluo is a huge improvement, especially after entering the Super Douluo. Each level is like a natural moat. According to Yang Podi's current estimate, even if he faces the level 99 Jin Daoliu, he can easily win. Yang Podi carefully felt the changes in his body. Since he had this fire attribute soul ring, his body seemed to have become more compact, and his original martial soul had become much stronger, but mentally speaking, it felt that his original martial soul now had a huge defect. According to Yang Podi's own estimate, through the continuous absorption of 6 soul rings, the attributes of these 6 soul rings are space, darkness, gold, wood, earth, and fire, among which there are also a small amount of power attributes and wind attributes. But the foundation of the attributes should be the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and now that there is only one water attribute soul ring missing, the sense of loss that was originally absent has become more obvious. Just as Yang Podi expected, the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and mutually restraining. Only when the 5 elements are gathered together can they be truly perfect and truly cycled. Only then will their strength be truly greatly improved, and the last water attribute soul ring will be crucial. Yang Podi even felt that when the 5 elements 100,000 year soul rings are gathered together, there may be unexpected changes, and they may even be unexpectedly strong. Yang Podi couldn't help shaking his head. Now he's already level 99, and he only needs the last 100 level chasm. It seems that he must find a way to find his own god position as soon as possible, otherwise it will all be in vain. After collecting the body of the fire dragon, he found a fiery red torso soul bone in the body. This soul bone is very good in terms of age and attributes, especially the dragon attribute contained in it, which is extreme. I am afraid that there is no soul bone of this level in the entire Douluo Continent. Yang Podi thought about it and put it away. Now he is not lacking in strength for the time being, and there may be better soul bones in the future. I always feel that this soul ring is still a bit useless for me. And Yang Podi also obtained 2 good soul ring skills. The 6th soul skill of the main body martial soul, Flame Dragon Claw, which can summon a huge dragon claw to attack the enemy, especially the dragon claw has strong power and extreme fire attribute. And this move seems to be very compatible with the main body martial soul, and the Flame Dragon Claw can be directly used on the main body martial soul, and one hand directly turns into Dragon Claw. The 6th soul skill of the main body martial soul, Fire Prison, similar to the flame field used by the fire dragon, can control all flames. Everyone in the fire prison is attacked by a large range of flames, just like being in a fiery hell. Unexpectedly, the fire prison is a bit like a field skill, but more like a control skill. When fighting against a fire dragon just now, if Yang Podi's own strength was not very strong, it would not be so easy to win easily, especially the extreme fire of the fire dragon, which might be able to restrain all the fire attribute soul masters in the world, and the fire prison also has a similar effect. Yang Podi is very good at these 2 soul skills. I am afraid that from now on, all fire attribute soul masters and soul beasts are not his opponents, and will be very restrained by himself. Moreover, These two soul skills have a very special feature. If there is such a strong flame, then the restraining effect and water attribute soul masters will be even greater, which will be better for his future plans. After sorting out his soul rings, Yang Podi began to explore the entire underground space. Unexpectedly, even though Yang Podi had just fought so fiercely with the fire dragon and even launched the 9th soul skill, the underground space did not collapse. The attacks of Yang Podi and the fire dragon left various pits in the underground space, but did not destroy the structure of the entire space, which was a bit incredible. Yang Podi carefully studied the ground and the surrounding walls, and the whole person was shocked. He didn't expect that these walls and the ground were made of black crystal stones. No wonder they are so strong that they can even resist the hot magma. The cave in the center is relatively simple, like a simple small courtyard. There is a door plaque directly in the middle of the gate. The 4 words Zhenhen Zioyun are written on the door plaque. These 4 words are extremely simple, as if they have experienced countless years of vicissitudes. Yang Podi carefully observed the small cave, and felt that something was a bit strange. How could there be a cave under the magma layer? Moreover, with the heat of the magma and even a 300,000-year-old soul beast around, this cave was not damaged. Yang Podi was about to push the door open, but surprisingly, the door was not locked. However, this door was very heavy, and it was not like an ordinary wooden door or iron door. Yang Podi carefully observed the cave. This cave was a small courtyard structure, just like the common family courtyards. However, after careful observation for a while, whether it was the walls of the courtyard, bricks and tiles, or even the gate and plaque, they were all made of soul-suppressing stones. Soul-suppressing stones are known as the hardest of all rocks, and they have a special effect of calming the spirit. They can even suppress some soul masters with dark attributes. They are called top-grade treasures. You should know that the soul-suppressing stone is in high demand in the entire market. Its value is not lower than that of expensive jade, and its hardness is not weaker than the so-called deep-sea silver. Although this small courtyard is not big, its overall length and width are hundreds of meters. It consumes so many soul-suppressing stones. The cost alone is probably not weaker than that of a large city. Moreover, it is very difficult to manufacture with soul-suppressing stones. Whether it is the hardness or value of soul-suppressing stones, it is completely beyond imagination. Even if it is me, I am afraid it will take countless time to complete it. Yang Podi felt more and more strange. How could there be such a thing in such a deep underground layer? After entering the small courtyard, Yang Podi was shocked. The credibility of light in this underground world is very low. When he first came in, he only knew that there was a giant tree and a cave. Now he can really see this giant tree clearly. This giant tree is golden all over, even every leaf is golden, especially the giant tree exudes endless breath of life, even more than the core area of the Starred-out Great Forest. Yang Podi couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Could this giant tree be the legendary golden ancient tree? But that's not right. Shouldn't the golden ancient tree be in the depths of the Starred-out Great Forest? Moreover, after 10,000 years, the golden ancient tree has always been the foundation of Shrek Academy. How could it appear here? Yang Podi had visited the core area of the Starred-out Great Forest many times before, but he didn't find any trace of the golden ancient tree. He thought it was hidden in the hands of the beasts. Moreover, this small courtyard and the golden ancient tree seemed to be integrated into one, and it would be difficult for him to move away. What's even more strange is that everything in the small courtyard is made of soul-suppressing stones, even the floor walls, a pavilion in the small courtyard, and tables, chairs and benches are made of soul-suppressing stones. Who has such a big hand to do such a thing? And if you want to live in seclusion, there is no need to use soul-suppressing stones. Yang Podi carefully walked around the small courtyard, which surprised him even more. There was a small spring in the center of the small courtyard. This spring actually had a very strong breath of life, which was obviously very unusual. Yang Podi scooped a ladle of spring water and observed it carefully for a while. The breath of life in the spring water actually exceeded the lake of life in the Xingdao Great Forest. And next to the spring water was the golden ancient tree. This might be the legendary water of life. Yang Podi drank a sip carefully, and instantly felt that his whole body was very comfortable, as if it was full of the breath of life. This was the water of life. Yang Podi was even more strange. An ordinary soul master should not be able to build a place like this. I am afraid that only gods can do it. But even if it is a god, why would this small courtyard be built in this place? Why would the golden ancient tree be planted in this place? According to the situation of this place, it is already thousands of meters underground. If it were not for the breath of this fire dragon, I am afraid I would not be able to detect it. You must know that Yang Podi was already a titled Douluo at the 98th level at that time, and this fire dragon seemed to be very awed by this courtyard. What's even more strange is that this courtyard seems to have some special function, and it can even cover up the breath of the golden ancient tree. Yang Podi suddenly thought of something, and his whole face changed instantly. I remember that in the Douluo world, the abyss plane is a terrifying existence. The abyss plane did not appear in Douluo I, but in Douluo II, the abyss plane appeared because of the collision of the continents. According to the current situation, it is possible that the so-called abyss plane is under the soul calming courtyard, and the soul calming courtyard and the golden ancient tree were built with a soul calming stone, probably to suppress the abyss plane. If this is the case, there will be a large formation under the cave and even the entire rock space, and the golden ancient tree is the core of the formation. It is no wonder that the entire Liuhuo mountain range is prone to volcanic eruptions. It turns out that there is such a terrifying thing under the Liuhuo mountain range. Yang Podi stayed in the entire soul calming courtyard for half a month and did not gain anything else. Instead, all the water of life was taken away. As for the courtyard built with a golden ancient tree and the soul calming stone, Yang Podi could not move it away with his current strength, and he did not dare to move it away. However, it is really good to practice under the golden ancient tree. It is about 50% faster than usual practice. It is simply a rare treasure land for practice. Unfortunately, the only entrance is covered by magma, and I am afraid that no one can enter. If you really want to come in, you must either practice ice and fire in the yin-yang eyes of fire and ice, or reach the realm of ultimate fire or ultimate ice, or possibly reach the ultimate Douluo. There is probably no other way. Yang Podi finally decided to leave here. He has other things to deal with now. It will be the same if he comes here to practice after that. Even the golden ancient tree cannot make him truly become a god. As for the situation inside this cave, Yang Podi has no intention of telling anyone for the time being. This will be his secret base and his last trump card. If he really cannot find the position of a god on the future, this is probably the best way out. This is a bit of a fictionalized origin of the golden ancient tree. The original book does not describe it clearly. It can be regarded as a small foreshadowing for the later part. Chapter 243, Xiandao Palace Incident. After Yang Podi left the Liuhuo Mountains, he planned to go to Xiandao City to take a look. He didn't know what the situation was like there. Maybe he could take advantage of the situation and make a fortune again. What Yang Podi didn't know was that a lot of things had happened recently. First of all, since the war between Xianxing Academy and Haotian Sect, Tang Hao had been in a coma, but Tang Xiao had recovered 50% to 60% and could barely preside over the affairs of Haotian Sect. Tang San and his group were preparing to go to the Sea God Island. The personnel had gathered and were ready to set off at any time. At this time, Xiao Wu, who had been missing since the Soul Master competition, suddenly appeared. Xiao Wu went directly to Haotian Sect to find Tang San. Tang San and Xiao Wu hadn't seen each other for many years. When they met, they were extremely excited and couldn't help hugging each other. They were even a little tearful. As for Xiao Wu's identity as a 100,000-year soul beast, it was relatively safe in Haotian Sect, at least under the leadership of Tang Xiao. No one dared to have any crooked thoughts. Although the Xiandao Empire and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect received the news, they did not take any action. After all, in terms of strength alone, the high-end combat force of the Haotian Sect should be considered the strongest now, especially the Black Dragon Claw that appeared at the end of the battle with Xianxing Academy, which became a shadow in the hearts of many major forces. Tang San hugged Xiao Wu tightly, not wanting to let go at all, but Tang San finally spoke. "Xiao Wu, do you know someone from Ditian?" Xiao Wu nodded. "I know Uncle Ditian. I just met Uncle Ditian some time ago. It is said that Uncle Ditian is a friend of my mother. He has been traveling with his friends over the years. I have never seen him since I was a child, but some time ago, the Spirit Hall suddenly came to arrest me. It was Uncle Ditian's friends who saved me. If it weren't for their help, I'm afraid I would have been captured by the Spirit Hall." Tang San hurriedly said, "What's going on with the Spirit Hall? How did they know where you live in the starred out Great Forest?" Xiao Wu shook her head. "About a year ago, a group of soul masters from the Spirit Hall came to explore the starred out Great Forest. Ming saw that these people were suspicious, and judging from their attire, they should be from the spirit hall, so he attacked them, but unfortunately let 2 of them escape. It was these 2 people who tipped off the spirit hall. Later, the spirit hall sent 2 titled Douluo and 10 soul saints to capture me, including Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, as well as 3 members of the golden generation of the Spirit Master competition. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo used their spirit fusion skills to restrict Ming and Ming, and the other 10 soul saints and many soul masters all came to besiege me. If it weren't for Uncle Dion's friends, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. After hearing this, Tang San's eyes suddenly turned red. The spirit hall group of people is too much. I will help you get revenge sooner or later. After Tang San and Xiao Wu had a lingering time, they finally decided that Xiao Wu and Tang San would go to the Sea God Island to train together, so that there would be exactly 7 people in the team. Another thing happened in the Heaven Dao Empire. Emperor Zhu Yi suddenly fell ill. For a while, the entire Heaven Dao City area seemed to be in a state of panic, and all kinds of rumors were spreading. Some people say that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince murdered Emperor Zhu Yi and wanted to usurp the throne, while others say that the 3 upper sects were plotting something bad and wanted to persecute Emperor Zhu Yi. In short, the entire Xian Dao City area is very chaotic, and the major forces are complicated. However, from various situations, Crown Prince Zhu King has the strongest power. In addition to his own Crown Prince's mansion, he also has the support of his teacher, the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Ning Fengzi. Moreover, the Crown Prince is the heir to the Xian Dao Empire in the open, and it can even be said that he is the only heir. It seems that there should be no big problem in ascending to the position. The strongest opposition is Prince Zuzing. Prince Zuzing has always been valued by Emperor Zhu Yi, in charge of a large number of troops, and even has a very strong force in the court. In particular, Prince Zuzing has always been extremely concerned about the death of Prince Zubang. Various signs seem to indicate that it was the work of Prince Zhu King. Moreover, Prince Zuzing has always been against Prince Zhu King. If the Crown Prince really ascends to the throne, I am afraid that his end will be very miserable. Prince Zuxing and Emperor Zhu I have always had a very good relationship, and he is also very clear that Emperor Zhu I's physical condition has always been pretty good. Now he suddenly fell ill and was in a coma, which seemed to reveal all kinds of doubts, not to mention that Emperor Zhu I himself is also a soul Douluo. Unless he was poisoned, he would not fall ill so quickly. Just when many doctors were at a loss, Prince Zuxing heard that Tang San was good at refining poisons and had unique insights into various herbs. In order to save his brother and for his own safety in the future, Prince Zuxing invited Tang San to treat Emperor Zhu I. After some thinking, Tang San took Tang Lai and prepared to go to the palace to visit Emperor Zhu I. Unexpectedly, the Xian Dao Palace had been closed at this time, and even the imperial guards and other troops were mobilized, with a great trend of palace coup. However, Prince Zuxing has a wide network of contacts, and even has some involvement in the palace. Especially at this moment, Emperor Zhu I is in a coma. A small number of people loyal to Emperor Zhu I also want to do their best to treat Emperor Zhu I. Hearing that Prince Zuxing has a miracle doctor, they decisively opened the palace gate for Zuxing and Tang San. When Tang San saw the unconscious Emperor Zhu I, especially after seeing the poison that Emperor Zhu I was poisoned with, he was shocked. To poison a soul Douluo like Emperor Zhu I, it must be a very strong poison, and the poison that Emperor Zhu I was poisoned with was actually the poison of the porpoise. And considering Zhu King's recent actions, all signs indicate that it was Zhu King who poisoned, and this porpoise poison is only available in the Spirit Hall, or more precisely, it should be the porpoise Douluo. Before Tang San and Prince Zuxing took any measures, Prince Zhu King directly launched a palace coup. Now Zhu King is completely reckless, otherwise he would not risk using the porpoise poison. Not to mention that Jin Daoliu's arrival gave him great courage and confidence. For a moment, Tang San and his 2 companions became caged birds, trapped directly in the Xian Dao Palace. Although Tang Lai was strong, he was directly suppressed by the thorny porpoise and snake spear Douluo. The soul power levels of the 3 were almost the same. Although Tang Lai had the advantage of the clear sky hammer martial soul, he could not fight 1 against 2. As for Tang San, it was even more miserable. The guards around him were densely packed, and the Prince Zhu King also showed his strength, which was close to the soul Douluo level. This was far beyond what Tang San, a soul emperor, could resist. At the critical moment, Di Tian rescued Tang San, and Jin Daoliu, who came after hearing the news, fought with Ditian. However, both Jin Daoliu and Ditian seemed to suppress their strength. Jin Daoliu did not use his angel power in Xiandao City, and Ditian fought with Jin Daoliu as an ordinary person, and did not show his black dragon true body. The battle seemed to become extremely fierce, but it was also conservative. Yang Podi, who was dozens of miles away, also felt the movement of the battle. Yang Podi couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect that the two of them would actually fight. This is quite interesting. Then, Yang Podi concealed his soul power, snicked quietly, and prepared to sneak into the palace for a stroll. As the battle spread wider and wider, Zhu Qing's side seemed to have no advantage, especially as time went on. The Seven Treasures Glazed Sect also discovered Zhu Qing's true identity and turned against Zhu Qing directly. After all, Ning Fengzi and his people hated the Spirit Hall the most, and the Haotian Sect gradually began to support them. Zhu Qing seemed to understand the current situation. Using the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian Sect's rebellion as an excuse, he directly ordered the Xiandao Empire's imperial guards and the royal family's affiliated soul masters to destroy the three sects. In the end, the two sides fought a great battle, and the royal guards and the royal family's soul masters were killed and injured in large numbers, and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian Sect suffered a lot of damage again, and the battle gradually died out. But after the war, Jin Daoliu fled with Jin Ringsu and a few soul masters, leaving Xiandao City in a tragic scene. After this battle, whether it was the Haotian Sect, the Kibaoliuli Sect, or even Prince Zuxing, their faces looked extremely gloomy, because it seemed that the strength of the Xiandao Empire was lost from beginning to end in this battle. The soul masters and imperial guards of the Xiandao royal family were basically wiped out, and it can be said that the royal family was left with an empty shell. The Kibaoliuli Sect and the Haotian Sect were surrounded by the imperial guards, and many soul masters directly under the royal family also lost 100 or 200 people each. Don't underestimate these 100 or 200 people. After all, the two major sects now only have about 600 or 700 people, and this is because many affiliated families have recently joined. Otherwise, the two major sects would only have about 500 people. This loss directly lost 1/6. What's even more pitiful is that the entire royal treasury was looted. And it is difficult to rebuild the Soul Master team and even the Imperial Guards. After all, no matter what you do, you have to spend money, and you can't do anything without money. And there is a more troublesome thing. Emperor Zhi is half dead, and several major heirs of the Xiandao Empire have all died. The only remaining Prince Zhu Qing ran away, and he is also an imposter. Now Emperor Zhu Yi only has a little Princess Zhu Ke left. Who will inherit the throne? Prince Zhu Xing has always had a very bad reputation. Although he still has many followers, he is not suitable to be an emperor. Moreover, Prince Zhu Xing and the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect don't get along well. If he really becomes the emperor, the entire Seven Treasures Glazed Sect may also turn against him. At the critical moment when everyone couldn't make a decision, everyone's eyes turned to the half-dead Emperor Zhu Yi. Now I'm afraid that only he can make such a decision. After everyone confirmed it, Emperor Zhu Yi could indeed find a way to wake him up, but he might not live too long after waking up. After all, this is the poison of the title Douluo, and the people at the scene can't cure it. Finally, Tang San used drugs to forcefully stimulate Emperor Zhu Yi to wake up, but according to Tang San's estimation, Emperor Zhu Yi would probably live for at most 10 days or half a month. After Emperor Zhu Yi woke up, he looked at the damaged palace, the dead and wounded imperial guards and the royal spirit masters, and the looted royal treasury, and was almost mad to death. According to the current situation, the Xiandao Empire can be said to have a strong enemy, the Spirit Hall, outside, and it is extremely unstable inside. Even the royal family has no power to protect itself, especially the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian Sect outside Xiandao City. Originally, the three sects cooperated with each other and formed a corner. Now the strength of the royal spirit masters has all collapsed. If these two parties make a move, the Xiandao royal family will be in trouble. At this time, the Xiandao royal family did not have many choices. The only trump card was Marshal Zhelong's million-strong army, but that was just an ordinary army. Moreover, after losing the treasury, how could this million-strong army be supported? The Xiandao Palace incident is described in one chapter, which can be regarded as a transition and also as a small summary of this section. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Return to the City of Slaughter. Emperor Zhuyi, who had been in charge of the Xiandao Empire for many years and had a deep foundation, summoned Marshal Jialong and the 3 teaching committee members of the Xiandao Royal Academy at the first time. These 4 people were rare masters in the Xiandao Empire. At the same time, he issued an order to pass the throne to Zhu Ke, appointed Marshal Jialong and Prince Zhu Xing as assistants, and the 3 teaching committee members and most of the teachers and students of the Xiandao Royal Academy entered the palace to assist Princess Zhu Ke. In this way, the Xiandao Empire regime was barely stabilized. At the same time, they tried to win over the Haotian Sect and the Kibaoli Sect, and canonized Tang San as the king of Lanhao, while assisting Princess Zhu Ke. I don't know if it was because they were afraid that the Kibaoli Sect would interfere too much in the affairs of the Xiandao royal family. They did not canonize Ningfengzi, but instead canonized the Kibaoli Sect and the Haotian Sect as the national guardian sects, and advance and retreat together with the royal family. At the same time, Emperor Zhuyi wrote a letter to Dubo, a guest official of the Xiandao Empire, hoping that he could come to Xiandao City to help co-host the overall situation. Unfortunately, the letter fell into the sea, and Dubo did not respond at all. With all these measures, the Xiandao Empire was temporarily stabilized, but Emperor Zhuyi himself died suddenly. Princess Zhu Ke received support from all parties and officially inherited the throne, becoming the first empress in the history of the Xiandao Empire. However, the Xiandao Empire was indeed in internal and external troubles at this time. The positions of the major kingdoms and principalities within the empire were unclear, including many small principalities such as the Bara Kingdom, the Haagen-Dazs Kingdom, the Sylphs Kingdom, and the Gulay Kingdom. On the surface, they supported Princess Zhu Ke's ascension to the throne, but in fact, they did not express anything. These kingdoms and principalities together occupied 4 provinces of the Xiandao Empire, and they were also 4 provinces close to the Wuhan Hall and the Xingluo Empire. Although the area and population density of these 4 provinces were not as good as those of the Xiandao area, they had directly lost about 30% of their territory invisibly. In the face of this situation, the entire empire could not send troops to conquer. After all, the Wuhan Hall was the real #1 enemy. After this coup, Tang San and his party were more eager for strength, so the 7 of them prepared to go to Hanhei City to go out to sea. The improvement of the strength of Sea God Island has become an obsession for Tang San. Yang Podi didn't care about these trivial matters. At this time, he had made a lot of preparations to enter the Slaughter City. Yang Podi was still afraid of the King of Slaughter. From a purely strength point of view, Yang Podi estimated that he was already higher than Tang Chen, but Tang Chen had gone through the 8 tests of Shura after all, and could use some of Shura's divine power. In a sense, Tang Chen was already a demigod. Especially Tang Chen still had the Shura Demon Sword in his hand. This Shura Demon Sword was a super artifact in the true sense, and the increase in strength might reach an unimaginable level. When Tang San just entered the title Douluo, he was able to seriously injure Bibi Dong with the artifact of the Sea God Trident, and the Shura Demon Sword was even more powerful than the Sea God Trident. I remember that in the original novel, Tang San barely managed to win even though Tang Chen was poisoned, and he did so with the help of the Sea God Trident and the Sea God Light, but this was one of the most difficult battles for Tang San. When Yang Podi entered the Slaughter City, the entire Slaughter City was in turmoil. After all, Yang Podi had been away from the Slaughter City for less than 10 years. Many people still remembered the scene when Yang Podi killed everyone in the place. This was simply a nightmare for countless people. After Yang Podi entered the Slaughter City, even the Slaughter Knights were a little trembling. After all, this was the god of slaughter, a soul master who could release soul skills in the Slaughter City, and all kinds of blood and killing piled up. In the inner city of the City of Slaughter, a girl in black veil greeted Yang Podi, "Respected Lord God of Slaughter, welcome back to the City of Slaughter. I wonder what brings you back to the City of Slaughter this time." Yang Podi's face was indifferent, as if he had no expression. "Take me to see the King of Slaughter, I have something to find him." The girl in black veil seemed to be trembling a little, and her face looked a little hesitant. "Lord God of Slaughter, this may be troublesome. Generally, we will only go to see Lord King of Slaughter if he summons us. Normally, no one dares to disturb Lord King of Slaughter, Yang Podi glanced at the girl in black veil. You are afraid of the King of Slaughter, but not me. After that, a shocking murderous aura appeared on Yang Podi's body, and the entire surrounding space turned blood red. Both the girl in black veil and the horror knight in the dark trembled, and the horror knight even fainted. The black veil girl spat out a mouthful of blood, and then said tremblingly, Lord God of Killing, please show mercy. I will take you to the residence of the King of Killing immediately. Yang Podi nodded slightly, and then he put away his murderous aura. In this city of killing, strength has always been respected, or in other words, everything is respected by killing, and there is no mercy. Following the lead of the black shark girl, Yang Podi came to a special door. This door was made of a whole piece of thick stone. It didn't look like an ordinary door, but a bit like a mechanical door. The black shark girl spoke to the inside of the door. Great Lord King of Slaughter, the God of Slaughter wants to see you. An angry roar came from the room. Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me, not even the God of Slaughter? The girl in black veil was full of fear. Lord King of Slaughter, if you don't meet Lord God of Slaughter, I'm afraid many people in the city of Slaughter will die. The door of the room suddenly opened, and a red light flew out quickly, directly separating the head of the girl in black veil. At the same time, the voice of the King of Slaughter was heard. You are afraid of the God of Slaughter, but not me? I am the ruler of the city of Slaughter. Yang Podi glanced at the body of the girl in black veil coldly, and said lightly, Lord King of Slaughter, I have something to see you. You won't be so formal, will you? The tone of the King of Slaughter became extremely cold. God of Slaughter. You are the greatest God of Slaughter in my city of Slaughter. Of course I won't be so formal. Come in. Yang Podi walked into the door without hesitation. However, as soon as he entered the room, the huge stone door closed the entire door. The whole room was like a cage, completely closed. Yang Podi carefully observed the room. The room was completely closed and the light was very dim, even darker than the killing city. Even the firelight around it was a little gloomy. Especially on the roof, there were some inexplicable marks that did not look like those made by ordinary people. Yang Podi thought to himself that even soul beasts and even divine beasts could not get rid of the limitations of animals themselves. Bats have two other characteristics. One is that they sleep for a long time. Normal bats need to sleep for more than 20 hours a day, while the normal activity time is only 2 to 4 hours, or even shorter. And Batman likes to sleep upside down. The signs on the beams indicate the living habits of this bat. In addition, bats are afraid of fire and light, so they usually only come out at night or early in the morning. Judging from various signs in this room, this is probably the private living space of this dead bat, and the blood-red nine-headed bat king may need a long time to hibernate. Before Yang Podi could think too much, the King of Slaughter opposite him took a sip of Bloody Mary and said coldly, God of Slaughter, you have been away from Slaughter City for such a long time. How come you have time to come to me suddenly today? What is your purpose in coming to Slaughter City this time? Yang Podi smiled and said, I have been looking for a lot of spirit rings in the starred out Great Forest recently, and now I am still short of 100,000-year spiritual spirit ring. I want to see if there are any powerful 100,000-year spiritual spirit beasts in Slaughter City. If there are, I will help you get rid of the harm. The King of Slaughter's originally pale face seemed to become even paler after hearing this, and there was even a hint of fierceness in the corners of his eyes. God of Slaughter, there are no spirit beasts in my Slaughter City. Yang Podi shook his head. The 10-headed fiery sun snake and the dark gold 3-headed bat king that I met on the road to hell, both of them are very powerful. I want to ask, why didn't I have any spirit rings after I killed them? The King of Slaughter could not help but laugh. King of Slaughter, have you forgotten that this is the territory of the great Lord Shurigod, so there are no soul beasts here? As soon as the King of Slaughter finished speaking, Yang Podi casually threw out a live soft-bone rabbit from his body. This was caught before entering the Slaughter City. Although the soft-bone rabbit was trembling, it was able to survive normally. Then Yang Podi casually hit the soft-bone rabbit and killed it. A white 10-year soul ring instantly appeared on the soft-bone rabbit's body. Yang Podi's face narrowed slightly. King of Slaughter, is there really a Shurigod on this world? The King of Slaughter's face suddenly changed when he heard this. Of course there is a Shurigod, and your killing god domain was also given by Shurigod. Yang Podi saw that the King of Slaughter had changed his face, and he also understood a lot of things. I am afraid that this blood-red 9-headed bat king has also seen Shurigod. And it is even possible that Shurigod personally arranged it. Then there is another very serious problem. Tang Chen was plotted against by Rakshasa God in the 8th test of Shura. Is this blood-red nine-headed bat king a subordinate of Shura god or Rakshasa god? This needs to be paid special attention to, otherwise it is easy to be plotted against. Yang Podi thought about it and continued, King of Killing, are you sure that only I, Tang Hao and Bibi Dong have obtained the Killing God domain in the past 100 years? The King of Killing's face changed slightly. Why are you asking this? It is true that only the three of you have obtained the Killing God domain. Yang Podi shook his head slightly. I remember that Tang Chen, the former leader of Haotian Sect, should have also obtained the Killing God domain, and it should have been 50 years ago. Others may not have news, but the Killing God domain needs to be presided over by you, the King of Killing, and it is impossible that even you don't know about it. The King of Killing's face became even colder. Where did you get this rumor? I have never heard of Tang Chen, let alone that he has obtained the Killing God domain. At this time, the King of Killing became obviously more nervous, and even spoke a little incoherently, not like a peerless master at all. Yang Podi couldn't help but shook his head. Soul beasts are soul beasts after all, and their intelligence is far inferior to that of humans, especially their experience in dealing with people is even worse, and they are exposed with just a little provocation. I want to see Tang Chen, I wonder if you can arrange it, King of Slaughter. Yang Podi stared at the King of Slaughter in front of him, secretly ready to take action at any time. Chapter 245, Battle with the King of Slaughter. Ever since the King of Slaughter heard Tang Chen's name, his whole person changed. His face became more ferocious, and even revealed a trace of murderous intent. Before the King of Slaughter could continue to speak, a soul-breaking spear instantly appeared in Yang Podi's hand, and he took advantage of the moment when the King of Slaughter was distracted to stab him directly. However, the King of Slaughter seemed to react very quickly, and he actually reacted at this moment, and his hands directly tried to resist Yang Podi's attack like claws. But Yang Podi's move was obviously planned for a long time, waiting for the King of Slaughter to lose consciousness at this moment. This spear was powerful and heavy, especially with a very strong sharp aura on it, as if it wanted to pierce everything. The King of Slaughter was directly stabbed with both claws, and even retreated 3 or 4 meters. Especially with blood flowing from his claws, the wound seemed difficult to heal. The King of Slaughter instantly became furious. God of Slaughter, you dared to sneak attack me just to see Tang Chen? Yang Podi ignored the words of the King of Slaughter, and 9 soul rings appeared on his body, 5 black and 4 red. Especially the 4 red soul rings, even with the strength of the King of Slaughter, he felt a great pressure. But at this moment, a thick red bloodlight suddenly burst out from the King of Slaughter, and rushed directly to Yang Podi, as if it was full of murderous aura, and this murderous aura was even stronger than Yang Podi's God of Slaughter domain. Obviously, this is the Killing domain after the God of Slaughter domain evolved, and this is also a domain unique to Tang Chen. 2 rays of light flashed from Yang Podi's body, one was the white light of the God of Slaughter domain, and the other was the golden soul-breaking domain. The endless Zhengjin Key and the Killing Key collided with the Killing domain of the King of Slaughter, as if they were competing for the control of the space, and even seemed to burst the 2 spaces apart, a bit similar to the collision with Jin Daolu's domain at the beginning. But Tang Chen's Killing domain is obviously more domineering, and in the Killing City, you cannot use soul skills without using the Killing God domain. Yang Podi held his soul-breaking spear in both hands and stabbed directly at the Killing King. The Killing God domain and the soul-breaking domain seemed to be attached to the soul-breaking spear. The entire soul-breaking spear turned red and gold, looking extremely charming. As Yang Podi stabbed out with a spear, he directly pierced a crack in the Killing domain. The Killing King waved his claws again, as if trying to block Yang Podi's attack, but Yang Podi's attack was stronger and more swift than the previous unexpected attack. Yang Podi's attack once again left a huge wound on the Killing King's hand, especially the wound seemed to be flowing with a golden aura, as if it was corroded. The Killing King's blood-red eyes seemed to be full of incredible. He didn't expect Yang Podi to be able to break his domain head-on, especially the strength of the previous attack, which even exceeded his imagination. Slaughter Death said angrily, King of Slaughter, I didn't expect that you have reached this level in less than 10 years. Now you not only have 400,000 soul rings, but your soul power has reached level 99. Yang Podi sneered, King of Slaughter. There are still many things you don't know. I will send you to hell now. But the King of Slaughter roared unwillingly, raised his hands on both sides of his body, and circles of blood-colored halos rippled from his body. The strong bloodlight was not only full of corrosive breath, but also had a special energy fluctuation. Obviously, this should be the power of Shura. In an instant, Yang Podi's two domains seemed to be shaking. Obviously, in this city of killing, the King of Slaughter can bring the killing domain to its extreme. The King of Slaughter laughed strangely. How is it? How does my killing domain taste? Compared to the killing god domain you have obtained, my killing domain is the strongest domain in the killing city, and it also has the forbidden magic effect in this killing city. The killing domain is the most domineering domain in the world. The forbidden magic feature is absolutely true, especially in this killing city. My strength will be even stronger, even if you have two domains at the same time. It's a pity that your two domains can only barely compete with my killing domain. Here I will be the master. Yang Podi ignored the words of the King of Slaughter and accelerated his attack. The killing domain is indeed powerful, but it is just on par with Yang Podi's two domains. Both sides do not have much advantage in the domain, and Yang Podi did not use his third domain again. In this killing city, it is better to keep some trump cards. Yang Podi's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of the killing, especially the soul-breaking gun seemed to have waves of dragon power, which was Yang Podi's fifth soul skill, Tyrannosaurus Destruction Kill. After the King of Slaughter was attacked continuously, 2 wounds appeared on his body, but at this time, the King of Slaughter seemed to become more ferocious, especially his body seemed to flash with strange energy. Then, various magic patterns appeared all over the body of the King of Slaughter, as if the devil had descended, especially at his forehead. There actually appeared a blood-red small sword, a bit similar to the mark of the sea god trident after Yang Xianyu obtained the sea god's 9 tests. At this time, the King of Slaughter was shrouded in a blood-red aura, and this aura actually blocked Yang Podi's 5th soul skill. As the blood-red aura on the King of Slaughter became stronger and stronger, his strength increased exponentially, especially the killing aura on his body became more pure, like Shura. Yang Podi also understood at this time that this King of Slaughter might have begun to use Tang Chen's power, and even began to use Tang Chen's Shura God power obtained by Shura God test. But for Yang Podi now, even if Tang Chen was in front of him, he would not be afraid, let alone just a controlled person. The soul ring on Yang Podi's body flashed, and he directly used his 8th soul skill too, Earth Behemoth Destruction. A huge soul-breaking spear turned golden and rushed directly to the King of Slaughter on the opposite side, as if trying to pierce the King of Slaughter. The King of Slaughter's face became extremely ferocious at this time, as if he was struggling a little, and it seemed that 2 souls were fighting for something. Finally, in this endless red light, the pair of red claws of the King of Slaughter suddenly turned into a blood-red Haotian hammer, which smashed directly at the soul-breaking spear. This hammer was powerful and heavy, as if it contained infinite divine power. The soul-breaking spear and the Haotian hammer collided with each other, but with this blow, the Haotian hammer shattered directly. After all, this was the Haotian hammer without any soul skills. How could it possibly withstand Yang Podi's 8th soul skill, and it was also a top-grade 100,000-year soul skill? The King of Slaughter seemed to be in even more pain at this time, and he couldn't help but say, God of Slaughter, I can let you see Tang Chen, but you have to promise not to provoke me again and promise to withdraw from the city of Slaughter. Yang Podi also became very serious at this time. I don't want to see Tang Chen, but I want there to be no Tang Chen in this world. After saying that, he attacked again with his soul-breaking spear in his hand, and this time he directly launched the 8th soul skill, Golden Behemoth Slash. The soul-breaking spear's previous slash rushed forward directly, as if it wanted to split the entire space. The King of Slaughter seemed to be greatly stimulated. The original blood-red clear sky hammer actually combined again and turned directly into a blood-red giant sword. The King of Slaughter held the giant sword with both hands and slashed directly at Yang Podi, especially his whole body of red light melted on the sword body. This sword was like a god, as if it could split the world. During the confrontation, Yang Podi retreated more than 10 meters, and the King of Slaughter also retreated about 2 meters. However, the shocking blow of the two directly split the entire room, as if they were on a huge flat ground, or in a palace. Even on such a solid ground, a large pit of hundreds of meters appeared directly, and 2 figures, one gold and one red, appeared directly in the pit. The golden figure shone brightly, and the red figure was bloody. Especially on Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear, there was a hole, which had never appeared before. After the absorption of 9 soul rings, Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear has now reached 32,000 kilograms, and has extreme power and extreme gold properties, which can be called a divine weapon. But the Shura demon sword in the hands of the King of Slaughter is obviously the real super divine weapon, even stronger than the trident of the sea god. Especially the previous blow, it was simply a collision of soul power and divine power. Yang Podi even felt a deeper level of suppression, just like a person facing a god. At this time, Yang Podi seemed to be seriously injured, with a lot of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, and even a large wound on his arm. This was the injury from the Azure Demon Sword. What was even more terrifying was that there seemed to be a very strange force corroding Yang Podi's body at the wound, and even his body's recovery ability was greatly reduced. But Yang Podi became unusually cold and excited, as if he had returned to the situation in the killing city. This kind of atmosphere of fighting against the strong was what he liked the most. Yang Podi summoned out 6 soul rings again, and 15 soul rings appeared all over his body. The newly added 6 soul rings were an already 100,000-year soul rings, and his whole body turned golden, like a golden man cast in copper and iron. The Slaughter King on the opposite side seemed extremely surprised. How is it possible? How can there be so many spirit rings? Even if it is a twin martial soul, it is impossible to use the spirit rings of 2 martial souls at the same time. Congratulations, you guessed it right. I do have twin martial souls, and both martial souls can be used at the same time. This is the first time I have shown my full strength. I hope you will be satisfied. After Yang Podi finished speaking, the spirit power flashed on his right leg, and the whole person became much faster. It was Yang Podi's right leg spirit bone skill, extreme speed. After using the spirit bone skill, the speed was almost increased several times. The soul-breaking spear became more sharp and more violent. Every hit seemed to contain the power of wind and thunder. The Slaughter King on the opposite side held the sure demon sword and tried his best to resist Yang Podi's attack, but the gap between the two sides became very large in terms of speed and strength. Even if the Slaughter King used divine power, it only left a wound on Yang Podi's golden body. Unfortunately, the first spirit ring on Yang Podi's golden body flashed, and all the wounds healed instantly, and could even be fully recovered. The process only consumed some of his soul power, which was nothing to Yang Podi, who possessed a yin-yang balanced dual soul core. In just a few minutes, the Slaughter King had already suffered various wounds, and the blood-red aura around him gradually began to weaken. Judging from the situation, he was doomed to fail. Chapter 246 Tang Chen. After a fierce battle between Yang Podi and the King of Slaughter, after using his original martial spirit, he gradually gained the upper hand. Even though the opponent had the Azure Demon Sword, the gap in strength and speed was too big. According to this situation, the King of Slaughter would fail sooner or later. Yang Podi himself did not have the Sea God Trident and the Sea God Light, so he should not be able to wake up Tang Chen, and he did not want to wake up Tang Chen. Although the King of Slaughter on the opposite side could use the Clear Sky Hammer, he seemed unable to use the Spirit Ring skills of the Clear Sky Hammer, and used the Azure Demon Sword more. At this time, the face of the King of Slaughter became more ferocious, and the blood-red Clear Sky Hammer appeared in his hand again, and then 9 Spirit Rings appeared on his body, and at this moment, all 9 Spirit Rings exploded, obviously wanting to fight to the death. As the 9 Spirit Rings of the Clear Sky Hammer exploded, the Clear Sky Hammer became as big as a mountain and smashed directly at Yang Podi. Especially the Clear Sky Hammer had a strong suction force, as if to fix Yang Podi. Yang Podi also gritted his teeth. Facing a desperate attack from a level 99 extreme Douluo, especially since this person was Tang Chen who had cultivated the Clear Sky Hammer to perfection, he should not be underestimated. The 8 soul rings on Yang Podi's soul-breaking spear all began to melt, and all the soul ring energy was integrated into the 9th soul ring, which was the melting ring of the Poi clan. Then, the 9th soul ring that had integrated all the energy flashed. It was the 9th soul skill used after the middle ring, shooting the sun. Suddenly, a huge soul-breaking spear appeared. This soul-breaking spear was pure gold, as if it could pierce through everything. At the same time, the 6 soul rings on the main martial spirit also flashed at the same time, as if they were injected with infinite power into this huge soul-breaking spear. The entire soul-breaking spear shone with various lights. As Yang Podi fired the strongest attack, the soul-breaking spear drew a straight line and directly met the Clear Sky Hammer that was like a mountain, and smashed the Clear Sky Hammer to pieces, and even directly pierced the body of the King of Slaughter. This was Yang Podi's full-strength attack, without any reservation, purely for the purpose of killing and risking one's life. You know, Extreme Douluo is not that easy to kill. With its shocking blow, the soul-breaking spear pierced the chest of the King of Slaughter, and the King of Slaughter was nailed directly to the ground. At this time, He was already on the verge of death, and he was afraid that he would soon die. Yang Wudi looked at the fallen King of Slaughter and casually fed a pill into the King of Slaughter's mouth. This guy couldn't die for the time being, or he still had something to ask him. At this moment, something suddenly changed. The whole body of the King of Slaughter seemed to be wriggling, and then a huge blood-red bat flew out from the King of Slaughter. This bat was very large, with a strong blood-colored aura all over its body, and even had 9 heads. Obviously, this was the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. The 9 heads of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King screamed at the same time, emitting a strange energy wave, as if to shatter the entire space. This should be a unique attack of bats. Then, a red light shone from the blood-red 9-headed Bat King's body and pierced Yang Wudi's head directly. He even flew towards Yang Wudi quickly, as if he wanted to occupy Yang Wudi's body. But Yang Wudi had already prepared for this move. His whole body was shining with golden light, and countless golden auras protected his whole body, especially his head. At the same time, the 6th soul ring on his body flashed. It was the soul skill he had just obtained, Hell of Fire. The whole space was like being in a sea of fire. Countless blood-red auras were evaporated, and even the blood-red 9-headed Bat King screamed. The blood-red 9-headed Bat King was furious. Human, you actually prepared for it. Yang Wudi looked at the huge blood-red bat figure in the sky. A beast is a beast. No matter how strong you are, bats are still afraid of fire. This move of mine is specially prepared for you. You occupied Tang Chen's body, and now you want to use the same move against me. It's too naive, but at this time, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King seemed extremely angry. Human, although you have prepared for it, you are just an ordinary person. There is always a huge gap between humans and gods. No matter how strong you are, you can't surpass Tang Chen. After saying that, the figure of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King turned into a red giant sword and stabbed directly at Yang Wudi, and its target was Yang Wudi's forehead, obviously wanting to use the power of Shur to possess him again. But Yang Wudi's 6th soul ring flashed again, and his entire right hand was like a fiery red dragon claw, especially the dragon claw with a strong flame, which directly grabbed the red giant sword. This is exactly Yang Wudi's 6th soul skill of the original martial soul, Flame Dragon Claw. The flaming dragon claws directly grasped the blood-red giant sword. The powerful flames directly caused the blood-red color on the giant sword to gradually evaporate. In the end, it turned into a huge bat, and Yang Wudi's dragon claws tightly grasped the bat's body. The blood-red 9-headed Bat King also realized the danger he was in at this time, and quickly begged for mercy. God of killing, please forgive me. I can give you a lot of things. I can even give you the entire killing city. Yang Wudi said softly. I just want to know whether you are a person of Shura God or Rakshasa God? Or are you a person of both of them at the same time, a double agent? The huge eyes of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King seemed to be full of disbelief. He didn't expect that his deepest secrets were known by Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi looked at the blood-red 9-headed Bat King's eyes, and seemed to understand everything. He used all his strength on the dragon claws and directly tore the blood-red 9-headed Bat King's body into pieces. With Yang Wudi's final blow, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King was killed instantly, and a huge blood-red soul ring appeared on the body. In particular, there were 4 golden edges on the soul ring. This was actually a 400,000-year-old beast. Yang Wudi looked at the blood-red soul ring in front of him and couldn't help sighing. They said there were no soul beasts in the Slaughter City. Aren't you a top-grade 100,000-year-old soul beast, and an extremely rare spiritual soul beast? After thinking for a while, he decided to absorb this soul ring. The real age of this blood-red 9-headed Bat King may not be 400,000 years. It is probably because it has been parasitizing on the bodies of successive Slaughter Kings for so many years, and has absorbed countless blood and energy through its own blood-sucking characteristics, so that its age has reached such a high level. But the characteristics of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King are too attractive. Whether it is parasitism or control, it is a very good soul skill. Even Tang Chen fell into his hands. It can be said to be a divine skill. Yang Wudi tidied up the surroundings a little, set up a small poison array around, and recovered part of his body, and began to absorb this soul ring. This time, the soul ring still took more than a day to absorb. When the soul ring was absorbed, the soul power was still level 99, and the distance to level 100 was still as far as a chasm. A blood-red head was found from the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. The energy on this soul bone was extremely deep, and it was the spiritual head soul bone that Yang Wudi wanted most. However, There seemed to be a small incident when absorbing this head soul bone. Just after the soul bone was absorbed into the head, a blood-red figure seemed to be hidden in the soul bone. A huge blood-red 9-headed bat king rushed directly into Yang Podi's mind. The bat even laughed and said, "God of killing, you have been fooled. As long as there is blood and energy, I can be reborn infinitely. I accept your body." In his mind, a huge golden figure holding a soul-breaking spear said, "It's just a dead bat. Now you don't even have a body. Why do you want to take my body?" After saying that, the golden figure suddenly shone brightly, and 3 domains were released at the same time, including the white of the God of Killing domain, the gold of the soul-breaking domain, and the black of the gravity domain. The 3 domains were activated at the same time, directly crushing the shocking red light of the 9-headed Bat King. Then, the golden giant held the golden soul-breaking spear and stabbed the 9-headed Bat King, as if he wanted to pierce the sky and the earth. The blood-red 9-headed Bat King fought hard, but still heard screams. He even couldn't help but yell, "Killing God, I didn't expect you to hold back. I won't accept it." After all, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King was a tree without roots. With only a trace of soul, it was quickly killed, and Yang Podi's mental power and soul power increased again. After the absorption of this part of the head bone, Yang Podi's soul power and mental power underwent a transformation. He looked at everything around him like an ant. I'm afraid this is the limit of the 99 level. No wonder it is said that everyone below the god is an ant. Unfortunately, even if you reach such a realm, becoming a god at the 100th level is still like a natural chasm. The more you improve your strength, the more difficult it is to become a god on your own. No wonder even the powerful sea god has practiced for a full 1,000 years at the 99 level, and relied on the power of faith of all creatures on the sea to become a god. The blood-red 9-headed Bat King is worthy of being a top-grade spiritual soul beast, giving Yang Podi 4 very powerful skills. The 7th soul ring skill of the main body martial soul true body. The full body martial soul is attached. The attack power, defense power, and mental power are greatly improved. And it can recover and improve its own strength by absorbing the blood of the surrounding people, and it also comes with a skill attribute Blood Prison. Blood Prison can open up an independent space, and its own strength is greatly improved in the space. After pulling the enemy into the space, the enemy's soul skills and soul power are greatly reduced, leaving it at your mercy. Only by breaking the space can you escape. This additional soul skill is a bit like BB Dong's 8th soul skill, Life and Death Are a Dream, and it is even more powerful, and it is a bit like the killing field. Head Soul Bone Skill 1, Blood Red Control. You can use mental power to control a certain person, make him your slave, act according to your own orders, and can detect the past memories of the controlled person. This should be the ability of the blood-red 9-headed Bat King to control Tang Chen, which is really very good. It can even control the limit Douluo, and it can detect memories. From now on, any enemy will have no escape in front of him. Head Soul Bone Skill 2, Blood Red Fluctuation, which can emit some strange energy, just like the special sound wave attack emitted by the blood-red 9-headed Bat King, but this energy is a bit similar to shock waves, and also a bit similar to the special ultrasonic wave of bats. In addition to the attack effect, it also has a detection effect. It can be said that this is not only a single spiritual attack soul skill, but also a group spiritual attack soul skill. Yang Podi was quite satisfied with these 3 soul skills. Basically, they can increase a lot of spiritual attack power, especially the 7th soul ring has increased a lot of spiritual attack attributes, and even increased a lot of bloodthirsty attributes. Especially after having the head soul bone, Yang Podi felt that this time he made up for a small shortcoming of his own. At least when fighting against the extreme Douluo with a head soul bone, mental power will not be a shortcoming. And according to Yang Podi's estimation, the blood-red 9-headed Bat King can control the entire killing city precisely because of these characteristics. According to this situation, he can also control the entire killing city. Yang Podi glanced at Tang Chen on the ground, and at the same time glanced at the Shura demon sword inserted in the ground. This is the biggest gain of this killing city. Not only did he obtain a top-grade soul ring and soul bone, a Shura demon sword, and a half-dead Tang Chen, but Tang Chen also had some other uses. Yang Podi looked at Tang Chen on the ground and directly activated his head soul bone skill 1, Blood Red Control. Suddenly, a red light shone from Yang Podi's eyes and penetrated directly into Tang Chen's head. Although Tang Chen was an extreme Douluo, He had been controlled for so many years, and his physical and mental strength were extremely poor, making him very easy to be controlled. Then, Yang Podi closed his eyes and carefully explored Tang Chen's past, including some of Tang Chen's opportunities, the rise of the Haotian Sect, and even the process of Tang Chen's research and development of soul skills. After all, theoretically speaking, Tang Chen was the first genius in the entire Douluo original. After a full day, Yang Podi finally got what he wanted, the Great Sumeru Hammer and the Haotian Nine Absolutes, which were the essence of the entire Haotian Sect when everything was done. Yang Podi pierced Tang Chen's head with a gun and killed him directly. A peerless strongman like Tang Chen, who has already grown up, will eventually become a hidden danger if he is left behind. It is better to kill him directly to eliminate the root of the problem. If Poseidon or others recover him, there will be endless troubles. Tang Chen is not as deeply poisoned as in the original novel, and he can be said to have completed the 8 trials of Shura God. Both Poseidon and the starred-out Great Forest have ways to recover him, and even he himself has many ways to recover him, but it is better to kill him first than to leave hidden dangers. Yang Podi cleaned up Tang Chen's body. Tang Chen was indeed the world's #1 master. His whole body was fully equipped with soul bones of more than 60,000 years. There were 4 soul bones of more than 80,000 years, and even a soul bone of 100,000 years. The value was much higher than what he had secretly obtained from the 3 sects. Chapter 247 Azure God Assessment. After Yang Podi took out the soul bone from Tang Chen, he also searched for a storage soul guide from him. There was a small golden hammer inside, which was the inheritance token of the Haotian Sect, and some ordinary soul master supplies. After Yang Podi put these things away, he directly summoned a flame and burned Tang Chen's body to ashes. Finally, the main purpose of this killing city, the Shura Demon Sword. Yang Podi looked at the Shura Demon Sword carefully and observed it carefully. The Shura Demon Sword is a blood-red giant sword with a length of more than 2 meters. The slender and thick sword body is densely covered with dark gold magic patterns. The blood-red longsword is full of extremely sharp killing aura. And unexpectedly, the Shura Demon Sword is terrifyingly heavy. It looks like it is also 180,000 kilograms, and its weight should be the same as the trident of Poseidon. Especially the fierce murderous aura on the Shura Demon Sword, which is a bit like the killing field used by the King of Killing, but it is more powerful than the killing field. As long as it touches the sword, it seems to be in an endless hell. Even if Yang Podi uses 3 fields at the same time, he can't easily resist this powerful killing breath. Especially in this murderous aura, it seems to have the ultimate Zhengjin attribute at the same time, as if it is in an infinite sword energy. In fact, Yang Podi's strength alone should be the strongest in the entire Douluo Continent. There are now 1100,000 year soul rings on his body, 10 of which are absorbed by himself. Through the absorption of these soul rings, the physical fitness can be greatly improved, especially in terms of strength. And Yang Podi is extremely fond of power-type soul rings from beginning to end. It can be said that he is the ultimate in the power of the Soul Master world. Even in terms of physical fitness in all aspects, he has reached the ultimate of Soul Masters. Yang Podi even tried to pick up the Sea God Trident. Although the Sea God Trident also weighs 180,000 pounds, it is not a problem for Yang Podi at all. Yang Podi gathered all his energy and summoned all the soul rings of his 2 martial spirits at the same time. His entire body suddenly turned golden. Then he opened 3 realms at the same time and raised the power of his left and right arm soul bones to the extreme. Finally, Yang Podi used up all his strength to lift up the Shura Demon Sword. At this moment, the Shura Demon Sword emitted an infinite red light, as if it was going to cover the entire world. Yang Podi felt a sense of illusion, as if he had entered a strange space. The entire space seemed like a huge temple. In the center of the temple was a huge throne. On the throne sat a huge blood-red figure. This blood-red figure seemed to have infinite divine power, as if it were a god. The blood-red figure looked at Yang Podi as if he were an ant, and a majestic voice came out, "Yes, you have entered the realm of extreme Douluo at such a young age, and you can pick up the Shura sword and enter the Shura temple without passing the Shura test. You are indeed talented," Yang Podi said with reverence. Yang Podi meets Lord Shuro. The blood-red figure seemed a little strange. "Boy, how do you know I am Lord Shuro?" Lord Shuro, the King of Slaughter, once said that the city of Slaughter is the territory of Lord Shuro, and the Shura sword has a power far beyond the soul power. "So I guess that you are Lord Shuro." The blood-red figure nodded. "I am Shura, one of the 5 great gods in the god realm, and also the law enforcer of the God realm. Since you have picked up the Shura sword, you should want to obtain my divine inheritance. I can grant you the Shura God test, but the Shura God's inheritance is thousands of times more difficult than the Sea God's inheritance you have seen. Are you ready? Yang Podi's face was full of determination and solemnity. Lord Shura God, I am ready. Please give me the Shura divine test. Shura God shook his head slightly. You'd better think about it again. Shura God is the law enforcer of the divine world. He is very strict about your strength, character, and even your position and attitude. The previous Shura divine tester, Tang Chen, was also a genius who had never been born. He had already cultivated to the 99th level at a young age, but he lost himself in the test and ended up with such a miserable end. Are you ready? At this time, Yang Podi's face was full of determination. Lord Shura God, I am willing to do my best to complete the test set by you, even if it means death. Shura God nodded. Well, since you are so determined, I will give you the divine test. I hope you don't regret it. After that, the huge blood-red figure of Shura God pointed at Yang Podi, and a blood-red breath rushed directly into the center of Yang Podi's eyebrows. Yang Podi's whole figure seemed to be wrapped in red light, and then left the Shura temple. A voice also came from Yang Podi's mind. The Shura God is the god of killing. Strength, courage, killing, and justice are all indispensable. I hope you can take care of yourself. At this time, Yang Podi had returned to the killing city. A small blood-red sword appeared between his eyebrows. At the same time, a huge red light appeared in his mind. In the red light, some words were displayed. The content of the first test of the Shura 9 tests has appeared. The first test of the Shura 9 tests, passing through the Shura God light, the test time limit is 1 year. Yang Podi was also very strange at this time. What exactly is this Shura God light? How could such a test appear? However, Yang Podi thought carefully for a while. He should have entered the Shura temple just now, but that was just a piece of void. He did not rely on himself to enter, but the Shura God summoned him to enter. I am afraid that there is a Shura temple hidden in this killing city. He and Tang Chen received the same Shura test. Logically, Tang Chen has completed 8 tests. With his current strength, he should not be stopped. In the divine world, in the Shura temple, the god of the sea and the god of Shura actually gathered together. Poseidon seemed a little confused and spoke. Shura God, what are you doing? Why did you give this kind of assessment content? This is much more difficult than the assessment you gave to Tang Chen. Shura God shook his head. That's why I don't want him to repeat Tang Chen's mistake and deliberately increase the difficulty. Besides, with this kid's talent and strength, even if the difficulty is increased, it should be no problem. Poseidon's face changed slightly. Aren't you afraid that Rakshasa God will take advantage of the situation by setting up the assessment like this? Besides, your killing city is very different from your original purpose of building it, Poseidon. Isn't it normal for Rakshasa God to take advantage of the situation? Since this kid accepts my assessment, he should not be afraid of Rakshasa God, otherwise he will not be able to pass my test. In the killing city, Yang Podi looked at the Ashura sword in his hand and couldn't help shaking his head. Now he has no way to make the Ashura sword recognize his master. The Ashura sword has no effect on him at all, and its extremely heavy weight will become a burden. According to Yang Podi's estimation, Tang Chen should have completed the 7th test of Shura God before he could truly let Shura sword recognize him as his master and become the master of the entire Slaughter City. When Yang Podi left this place, 2 horror knights saluted him directly. Meet the new Lord of Slaughter. Yang Podi couldn't help but sigh. It was a relief for him to kill Tang Chen and the blood-red 9-headed Bat King. Now the Slaughter City is leaderless. Without the restraint of the Slaughter King, there might be a big mess, and even many normal tasks may not be carried out. Yang Podi thought carefully before speaking. Call our law enforcers to see me immediately. If they don't want to come sometimes, they don't have to come again. I will kill them myself when the time comes. The 2 horror knights became trembling with fear. Although Yang Podi's words just now were plain, they seemed to contain infinite killing intent. This is the ability that only the god of slaughter has. Soon, all the law enforcers in the Slaughter City gathered together. Yang Podi was a little surprised. There were more than 1,000 law enforcers alone, and it seemed that most of them were soul masters. This strength was indeed a little scary. Especially among these soul masters, many of them had very strong auras. One of them reached the level of title Douluo, and there were 5 or 6 soul Douluos. The majority were ordinary soul masters at the level of soul sect. In addition, there were many ordinary people with relatively strong bodies. Yang Podi looked at everyone and said, "From now on, I am the new king of slaughter. I don't care whether you obey or not. You'd better follow my orders unconditionally. Otherwise, I don't mind changing a group of law enforcers. I believe that there should be many people among those fallen who want to be law enforcers." Before everyone could react, 9 soul rings flashed on Yang Podi's body, and at the same time, a shocking killing intent appeared. Everyone seemed to be in the killing intent, as if they were in a sea of corpses and blood. Some weak soul masters knelt down quickly under the pressure of murderous aura. "Great Lord of Slaughter, I will obey the orders of the Lord of Slaughter." As these soul masters finished speaking, the pressure on their bodies disappeared instantly, and even some soul power rolled them to the other side, forming a sharp contrast with the soul masters who had not yet knelt down. As time went on, fewer and fewer soul masters stood up, and finally only some high-level law enforcers were left, mainly those soul masters above Soul Saint. However, Yang Podi did not indulge them, and the pressure on them instantly increased a lot. "Submit or die." The leading title Douluo knelt down quickly, and most of the high-level soul masters also knelt down. Only a very small number of soul masters did not kneel down, and there were only nearly 100 people in total. Yang Podi did not pay attention to so much, and he did not have the mind to conquer them one by one. Now his time is precious. Yang Podi waved his hand casually, and countless spear beams flashed on the soul-breaking spear in his right hand, and directly killed these standing soul masters, which was also a warning to the monkeys. The faces of the other spirit masters turned pale instantly, and they were even terrified. It was not that they had never seen fierce people before, but they did not expect Yang Podi to be so fierce. He killed nearly 100 people instantly. He did not even give them a chance just because he was unwilling to surrender. Yang Podi said to the remaining personnel, "I don't want to manage you. You just need to remember to do what I say. The entire slaughter city will be implemented according to the previous rules for the time being. If there is a need to change, I will give specific orders. I hope that today is my first and last time to kill someone. Whether it is a betrayer or a disloyal person, I will kill them without hesitation. In addition, immediately kill those law enforcers who did not come today. I don't need disobedient people." Then, Yang Podi said to the only titled Douluo at the scene, "For the time being, you will take the lead in executing the small matters in the slaughter city, including killing those who did not come just now. If there is any trouble in the slaughter city, I will directly ask you." Yang Podi left directly after he finished speaking. The slaughter city already has its own rules and systems, and these systems have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. There is no need to change them for the time being. Yang Podi searched the entire slaughter city carefully, but still could not find the so-called Sure God light. At this time, Yang Podi complained in his heart, "What the hell is this Sure God doing? There is not even a hint. Does it take a long time for me to find the Sure God light? I have been thinking about how to design the Sure God test. This first test can make the protagonist comprehend the Sure realm. In addition, everyone thinks that the protagonist is not decisive enough to kill, and the change begins from the Sure God test." Chapter 248 Tang San arrives on the Sea God Island. Yang Podi thought about it carefully. In the entire killing city, the place with the most murderous aura should be the Hell Road, especially when he just fell from the Hell killing field. There seemed to be an altar. Yang Podi brought the Sure sword to the Hell Road. Sure enough, a sword hole appeared on the small altar. When Yang Podi inserted the Sure sword into the sword hole, the entire Hell Road seemed to collapse, and the altar also began to fall rapidly, and finally came to a huge palace. Yang Podi looked at the palace in front of him, a bit like returning to the Sea God Island. This should be the Sure Temple. Similar to the Sea God Island, there are also 1,000 steps leading to the entrance of the Sure Temple, and even the entire step is shrouded in red light. At this time, Yang Podi was extremely confused. The assessment on the Sea God Island had a specific number of steps. Now his Sure 9 tests had no step limit. Did he have to walk through all the steps? Yang Podi thought about it and began to climb up the steps. Unexpectedly, the Sure God light on the steps was completely different from the Sea God light on the Sea God Island. If the Sea God light of Sea God Island is gentle and all-encompassing, then this place is filled with endless killing aura. Especially the further you go, the thicker the killing aura becomes. Especially when you walk past a 500th step, you have almost reached the extreme of the killing god domain, and it has become the killing domain. And when you reach the 800th step, the entire light has undergone a qualitative change again. Even if Yang Podi uses 3 domains at the same time, he can't resist the Sure God light. It seems that this place should have exceeded his limit, especially in this environment, as if in an endless sea of corpses and blood, even the whole person's mind is affected. People seem to become particularly irritable, and it is very easy to lose their minds. After Yang Podi retreated to the bottom of the steps, he began to think carefully. It seems that the Shura 9 tests are not that simple. Just this first test is extremely difficult. No wonder Shura God gave him a year. Yang Podi discovered through research that after competing with the Shura Divine Light many times, his killing god domain actually had a tendency to become stronger. It was probably that the killing god domain that Tang Chen had cultivated was also cultivated under the Shura Divine Light. Moreover, in the Shura Divine Light, it would become more fierce and brutal, just like when he first obtained the killing god domain. In the following time, Yang Podi stayed under the Shura Divine Light to cultivate, and he kept fighting against the Shura Divine Light every day. The killing god domain seemed to become stronger, and even his three domains had a tendency to merge. The Shura Divine power was indeed not simple. Just after Yang Podi cultivated for a period of time, various changes occurred in the entire continent. Although the royal treasury of the Xiandao Empire was looted, in order to maintain the royal rule, Queen Zuke gathered many nobles, and even bloodbathed some of the rebellious nobles, and also got a lot of money at the same time, which was a two birds with one stone. Through the accumulation of these money, Queen Zuke recruited troops again, and the royal guards and royal soul masters began to be slowly formed, and everything was on the right track. Queen Zuke even visited Xianxing College in Mount Amo in person, hoping to ask Douluo to help the Xiandao royal family. Unfortunately, Douluo had been in seclusion, and Queen Zuke had not even seen him. As for Yang Wudi, the dean of Xianxing College, he just laughed at Queen Zuke. Anyway, he was just respectful on the surface, but actually did nothing. As for Queen Zuke's desire to move Xianxing College to the Xiandao city area, it was purely to attract Yang Wudi and others to roll their eyes. I am living well in Mount Almo, who would be willing to go to Xiandao city to be cannon fodder? After some communication between the two sides, Queen Zuke was so angry that her face turned pale, and she had no choice but to leave Xianxing College. Just after Queen Zuke left, Douluo appeared, and looked at the team leaving with a playful look. Yang Wudi at the side said with a half-smile, "Goo goo, you were in seclusion, weren't you? How come it ended so soon?" Douluo said with disdain on his face, "I can be in seclusion when I want to, and come out when I want to. Whoever wants to go to the mess in Xiandao city can go. Anyway, I will not get involved. As for the title of guest of the Xiandao royal family, I didn't want to be one a long time ago. Whoever wants to be one can do it. I have already repaid the favor I owed to Prince Zuxing, and it's good enough that he didn't add insult to injury. It's impossible for me to work for the Xiandao royal family." Niugao at the side couldn't help shaking his head. The world is unpredictable. The Xiandao royal family, Haotian Sect and Kibaoliuli Sect are huddled together for warmth. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive the upcoming great changes in the world," Yang Wudi spoke thoughtfully. "My fellow men, in a few months the Spirit Hall will organize the election for the new 7 major sects. The Spirit Hall has sent us many letters asking us to participate, and even that old chrysanthemum has come twice. What do you think?" The 3 Holai people on the side just looked at each other. Although the names of the top 3 sects were attractive, it was not their turn as Soul Douluo to intervene in such a major event. Douluo continued to speak. "Whoever wants to be the new leader of the top 3 sects can take this crappy position. Now the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Sect and the Haotian Sect obviously won't participate. Whoever really becomes the top 3 sects will probably be the mortal enemy of these 2 major sects. Besides, the new 7 major sects organized by the Spirit Hall will probably have to obey the orders of the Spirit Hall in the future. Only a fool would do such a thing." Niugao couldn't help but sigh. After the election of the new 7 major sects, something big will probably happen. The world will probably be in trouble from now on. Everyone is in old hands in the Spirit Master world, and naturally understands the meaning of Niugao's words, and they all fell silent. Now all the major forces are preparing for war, and the war is probably about to break out, and the election of the new 7 major sects is probably the final fuse. Douluo suddenly said, "Old goat, old rhino, where did this little monster go? Why haven't you heard from him recently?" Yang Wudi showed a trace of worry on his face. "I don't know either. He said he was going to find a 100,000-year-old fire spirit beast last time he went out. And he said he had something to deal with alone this time. I haven't received any news from him yet." Everyone's heart sank a little. After all, Yang Podi was the real pillar of Shiangsing Academy. Now he has no news at all, which is really worrying. Although Shiangsing Academy does not interfere in the affairs of the entire Douluo Continent, Yang Wudi has a network for selling elixirs and a network for collecting information throughout the Douluo Continent, but there has been no news about Yang Podi so far. While everyone was discussing, Tang San and his party finally arrived at the Sea God Island. This time, Tang San and his party were mainly accompanied by Bei and some masters of the Minai clan, mainly to prepare for Tang San and his party to escape from the Sea God Island in the future. After all, the rule of the Sea God Island is that the spirit masters who have passed the assessment cannot leave the Sea God Island again. With Bai, an experienced soul Douluo, in charge, there would naturally be no pirates. They arrived at Poseidon Island smoothly, while Bai and his companions lived on Purple Pearl Island near Poseidon Island, ready to assist Tang San and his companions in escaping at any time. After Tang San and his companions entered Poseidon Island, the first person they met was not an ordinary sea soul master, but Poseidon Douluo Poseidon. Since Tang Chen was killed by Yang Podi, Poseidon felt a disappearance of Tang Chen's aura, and the whole person seemed to become decadent and melancholy. Poseidon waited for Tang Chen for a full 50 years, but in the end it was all in vain. Poseidon stood by the sea every day, looking at the vast sea. His heart was blank, as if he wanted to wait for a miracle to appear. As a result, Poseidon did not wait for Tang Chen's arrival, but waited until Tang San and his companions arrived at Poseidon Island. Poseidon looked at Tang San and felt that there seemed to be a familiar aura on Tang San, so he captured Tang San and his companions directly. Tang San originally wanted to resist, but with his strength as a mere soul emperor, he was no different from a chicken to Poseidon, the peerless Douluo. Tang San looked at Poseidon in shock. "Senior, we just want to join Poseidon Island. Why do you want to capture 7 of us?" Poseidon looked at Tang San and felt that Tang San's face and breath were becoming more and more familiar. "Who are you? Why do I have a sense of deja vu?" Tang San saluted quickly. "Junior Tang San, from Haotian Sect. This time I want to join Poseidon Island with my companions." Poseidon murmured, "Haotian Sect? Tang San? Who is Tang Chen to you?" Tang San's face changed drastically when he heard Tang Chen's name. "Senior, Tang Chen is my great-grandfather. Could it be that Senior and my great-grandfather know each other?" Poseidon nodded slightly. "You are actually Tang Chen's great-grandson. It seems that everything seems to be destined. I once knew your great-grandfather. Although he has been missing for 50 years, I can always feel his breath. I always believe that as long as there is a chance, we can meet again. Unfortunately, Tang Chen's breath has disappeared recently. I'm afraid he has fallen." Everyone felt incredible when they heard this. Tang Chen was a top expert who dominated the entire Douluo continent. Although he had been missing for a long time, and many people even said that Tang Chen had fallen, neither the Haotian Sect nor the Spirit Hall believed it. But they didn't expect that they would get the news of Tang Chen's death. If this was true, the Spirit Hall's biggest fear would be gone, and the Haotian Sect would probably be in trouble in the future. At this time, Tang San's face became unusually serious. "Senior, although you are powerful, you should not spread such rumors to slander our Haotian Sect. My great-grandfather was invincible in the world. How could he fall so easily?" Poseidon looked at Tang San's face and couldn't help sighing. In the end, he described in detail the process of Tang Chen and Jin Daolio coming to the Sea God Island, especially the agreement between the two parties. Tang San also found it unbelievable to hear this, but he finally spoke with a bit of hesitation. "Senior, are you really sure that my great-grandfather has fallen?" Poseidon nodded. "After your great-grandfather made an agreement with me, he went to find the way to become a god. Over the years, I have been able to feel the presence of his breath. Although his breath has always been very weak, I can still be sure that he is alive. But now his breath has completely disappeared. I am afraid he has really fallen. The road to becoming a god is extremely difficult. Even a genius like your great-grandfather will be at risk of falling." When Tang San heard this, he fell silent. The answer that the Haotian Sect had been looking for 50 years finally had news, but unfortunately this news would disappoint the entire Haotian Sect. Chapter 249 Tang San's disappointing Sea God Island assessment. After communicating with Tang San for a while, Poseidon said, "Tang San, why did you come to Sea God Island this time?" Tang San hesitated for a while before speaking. "Senior, our group came to Sea God Island to become stronger. Please help us." Poseidon shook his head. The assessment on Seagoat Island can indeed make you stronger, but for you land soul masters, the assessment on Seagoat Island will be very difficult. After all, sea soul masters have 10 years to pass the assessment, but you only have 1 year. This process may be full of dangers, and once you take the assessment, even I can't change it. Even if you pass the assessment and join Seagoat Island, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Seagoat Island in this life. Tang San's face became determined at this time. Senior, the Clear Sky Sect is now facing internal and external troubles, and my father is also seriously injured. Only by passing the assessment on Seagoat Island can we quickly improve our strength, otherwise the Clear Sky Sect may be in danger of overthrowing. Poseidon was full of confusion. Hasn't your Haotian Sect been in seclusion all the time? Even Jindaolio has always been afraid of your great-grandfather and did not personally attack your Haotian Sect. How could there be a danger of overthrow? I've also heard of your father Tang Hao. He is a master who is well known all over the world. How could you be seriously injured? Tang San had to recount the current situation of the Haotian Sect in detail, especially the fact that the Haotian Sect was attacked by the 6 great priests of the Spirit Hall and had to come out of the mountain, and his father and uncle were also defeated by Yang Wudi, resulting in one of them being seriously injured and the other now unconscious. Poseidon's face became a little solemn at this moment. This Yang Wudi's strength has improved so fast. He has reached level 98 in a short time. I'm afraid he will reach the realm of ultimate Douluo in no time. Tang San was also a little confused at this time. Senior, do you know Yang Wudi too? Poseidon pondered for a while before speaking. Yang Wudi and 6 others came to Seagoat Island for training about 4 years ago. In the past few years, Yang Wudi and others have improved very quickly, especially Yang Wudi himself. He even has 400,000 year spirit rings. Even I think his spirit ring configuration is powerful. When he left Seagoat Island, I also communicated with him. I originally wanted their Podi clan and your Haotian Sect to reconcile, but it seems that he disappointed me. By the way, how could your Haotian Sect have a conflict with a Podi clan? And Yang Wudi has always been relatively low-key. Why would he do such a heavy hand? When Tang San and the 7 people heard this, they looked at each other, not knowing how to answer Poseidon. Finally, Tang San spoke up. Senior, since you are on good terms with my great-grandfather, can you come out and help us deal with this Yang Wudi? Poseidon shook his head. I am the chief priest of Seagoat Island. Without special circumstances, I cannot leave Seagoat Island for the rest of my life. I am afraid I cannot help your Haotian Sect. Besides, this Yang Wudi is one of the people chosen by Lord Seagoat, and I cannot do anything to him. What did you say, Senior? Yang Wudi is the person chosen by Lord Seagoat. Tang San, after Yang Wudi and his group came to Seagoat Island. Although Yang Wudi himself only obtained the first red level test, his sister Yang Xianyu obtained the 9th level test and is the successor of Lord Seagoat, and his girlfriend Yi Lingling obtained the 7th level test and is the successor to the chief priest of Seagoat. I cannot do anything to them. Tang San's face was full of surprise at this time. Yang Xianyu obtained the 9th level test of Seagoat? Would she become the new Seagoat in the future? Senior, how many tests has Yang Xianyu completed? Poseidon glanced at the Seagoat temple in the distance, and after a while of hesitation, he spoke. Yang Xianyu has now completed the 7 trials of Seagoat. As long as her spirit power reaches level 99 and gathers all the spirit bones in her body, she can inherit the inheritance of Lord Seagoat, so you should try not to conflict with them in the future, otherwise even I may not be able to protect you. At this time, Tang San felt endless humiliation after hearing these words. Why is Yang Wudi so powerful? Why can Yang Xianyu obtain the 9 trials of Seagoat? I have been a human for 2 lifetimes, and I am the strongest among my peers in terms of talent and strength. This Yang Wudi is 5 years older than me, but that Yang Xianyu is 1 year younger than me, and she can actually obtain the inheritance of Seagoat. This god is too unfair. However, Tang San seemed to have thought of something and asked quickly, Senior, what level was Yang Xianyu's spirit power when she first participated in the Seagoat assessment? I remember that Yang Xianyu's spirit power was level 66 when she came. Tang San was even more shocked at this time. He thought that with his twin martial souls and innate full spirit power, his spirit power should have been the highest among his peers. It turned out that Yang Xianyu's talent was so terrifying that she was already level 66 when she was 14. You should know that Tang San himself is only level 66 now, but now he is 19 years old, 5 years slower than Yang Xianyu. Poseidon looked at Tang San, whose face was changing unpredictably. Tang San, it's not too late for you to regret now. I can let you leave Seagoat Island. If the assessment begins, even I can't make any changes. When Tang San heard this, he thought of his seriously injured father in bed, and the precarious situation of Haotian Sect in the end. He said with a determined face, Senior, I must participate in the assessment of Seagoat Island, otherwise I am afraid I will never catch up with Yang Xianyu and Yang Podi in my lifetime. Since you are determined to participate in the Seagoat Island test, I will personally host it for you. After Bo Saixi finished speaking, he took Tang San and his group to the Seahorse Holy Pillar to prepare for the Sea God's test. Tang San and his group of 7 people followed Bo Saixi to the Seahorse Holy Pillar to prepare for the test. But after a series of operations, everyone was stunned. Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei took the lead. Although the two have made slow progress over the years, they have already reached the Soul King realm and are considered to be well-known geniuses in the entire Xiandao area. As a result, after a series of operations, Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei both obtained the Yellow Level 1 test. When they saw the content of the test, their faces turned green. After all, they just learned that Niu Meng had obtained the Black Level 4 test. When Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei were in the Xiandao second team, their strength was always comparable to Niu Meng. As a result, the gap is so big now. The two couldn't help but wonder, is it because they left Yang Podi's training that the gap has become so big? Was it right or wrong to leave at the beginning? You have to know that Niu Meng is now a Soul Daluo, and in terms of strength, he is even stronger than the patriarchs of their two families. Although the Yellow Level test is simple, everyone came to the Seagoat Island to improve their strength. What strength can this Yellow Level test improve? Moreover, according to the regulations of the Seagoat Island, the Yellow Level test corresponds to the Yellow Level Deacon, which means that the two of them may both be deacons in the future. The next person to come on stage was Zhu Xiuqing. After some operations, Zhu Xiuqing obtained the 3rd Purple Level test. Although it is higher than Tai Long and Bai Xiaofei, it is also a Purple Level test. She can only comfort herself in her heart. The 4th person to come on stage was Dai Mubei. Finally, a Black Level test appeared. Dai Mubei obtained the 4th Black Level test. The 5th person to come on stage was Oscar, who also obtained the 4th Black Level test, which made everyone look at each other in bewilderment. You have to know that Oscar is a rare food type innate full soul power. In terms of talent, even Yu Zhigang is very impressed. In the end, he only got the 4th Black Level test. This test is too difficult. The 6th person to come on stage was Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's performance was a little better than Oscar's. After all, Xiao Wu was already a Soul Emperor, and she was the only Soul Emperor among the 7. Xiao Wu passed a Black Level 6 test, and her performance was so-so. It can only be said that she has good talent. With some effort, she has the hope of becoming the head of the 7 sacred pillars of Seagoat Island in the future. The last person to come on stage was Tang San. After some operations, the test light on Tang San changed from white to purple, from purple to black, and finally to red. This was also the only red level test among the crowd. The last 7 rays of light fell into Tang San's eyebrows, and Tang San passed the red level 7 test, which means that he, like Yi Lingling, will also be the heir of the Sea God's great worship in the future. After seeing the test results, everyone was extremely disappointed. Tang San's expected Sea God's 9 tests did not appear, but he became the heir of the great worship of Seagoat Island. Doesn't it mean that he will serve Yang Xianyu, the Sea God, for the rest of his life? Even become a believer of Yang Xianyu, the Sea God? This time when they came to Seagoat Island, they originally hoped to improve their strength greatly. Now they have 1 red level assessment, 3 black level assessments, 1 purple level assessment, and 2 yellow level assessments. According to the rules of Seagoat Island, the yellow level assessment and the purple level assessment are already useless, and the improvement is estimated to be very limited. The content of the first assessment of everyone is different. The yellow level assessment and the purple level assessment are all arranged by Seahorse Douluo himself. Theoretically, the 3 of them are not even qualified to receive the light of the Sea God. The assessment of Tang San and the other 4 is the same as the assessment of Yi Lingling and the others. They all cross the light of the Sea God, but the number of steps is different. The highest Tang San has only 136 steps, Dai Mubei and Oscar have 98 steps, and Xiao Wu has 108 steps. The group came to the place of the Sea God light assessment without stopping. Unfortunately, after everyone tried it out, this assessment is also very difficult for everyone. Without fairy grass and soul bones, even Tang San can only climb about 40 steps. Bo Saxi looked at the disappointed Tang San and his companions and couldn't help shaking his head. In the end, he secretly told Tang San about the training situation of Yang Podi and his companions. This was also the best way for Tang San and his companions to practice at this stage. Unfortunately, Tang San and his companions were obviously not well prepared, at least they were not so prepared for the medicinal bath. In this way, Tang San and his companions began their training on the Sea God Island. As for how long the training would take and how much improvement it would bring to everyone, I'm afraid it would be difficult to predict. At least everyone could not reach the level of the original work. At the same time, deep in the Wuhan Hall, in the Douluo Hall, Jin Ringsu also began to accept the inheritance assessment of the angel god. When the content of Jin Ringsu's assessment showed that it was the Angel 9 tests, Jin Daoliu was so excited that tears fell. The Jin family could finally produce another angel god, and this angel god would be his own granddaughter. Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace seemed to have sensed Jin Ringsu's aura and Jin Ringsu's Angel 9 tests, and her face seemed to have become extremely ferocious. Jin Daoliu, I didn't expect you to think of my daughter, but even if it was Xiaoxu, what could it do? Sooner or later, I will destroy the foundation of your angel clan. Since Jin Daoliu and Jin Ringsu came back, they have been staying in the Douluo Palace, but according to reports from other people who came back that day, Jin Daoliu actually met a black-clothed man who rescued Tang Hao and Tang Xiao in Xiangxing Academy in Xiandao City, and the two fought a big battle, and Jin Daoliu seemed to have suffered a lot. Jin Daoliu went out this time, and he didn't gain any advantage in 2 consecutive fierce battles. Bibi Dong originally thought that Jin Daoliu was seriously injured, but unfortunately, before Bibi Dong took any action, Jin Daoliu opened the Angel God test for Jin Ringsu, and now he even hid directly and couldn't even find his shadow. However, Bibi Dong took a look at the Douluo Palace in the distance, and with a determined heart, she went directly to a secret room, ready to complete her Rakshasa God test as soon as possible. The whole world seemed to have fallen into a strange calm, but everything was turbulent behind the scenes. For Tang San, is this comparison the most painful? Chapter 250 Shura Domain. Yang Podi has been staying in the Shura Divine Light. As time goes by, the steps he stays on are getting higher and higher. At the beginning, he could only stay on the 500th step for a long time. If he stayed there for too long, his whole mind would change and he would become extremely cold-blooded and indifferent. However, in this Shura Divine Light, Yang Podi's body and soul power seemed to have undergone subtle changes, especially the domain, which was more prone to change. After about 3 months, Yang Podi could stay on the 800th step for a long time. Through countless domain confrontations, Yang Podi's gout of killing domain gradually transformed into the killing domain. Especially after entering the killing domain, he felt that his whole body and mind had undergone a great change, and he looked at everything like an ant. The killing domain also has a special feature, that is, it is forbidden to use magic. In the killing domain, a scene similar to the killing city can be formed, and the opponent cannot release any soul skills. On the contrary, if the reverse effect of the killing domain is applied to the Soul Master's body, it can greatly enhance the Soul Master's killing characteristics, and even enable the Soul Master to release soul skills in the killing city. It is estimated that Tang Chen can become the king of killing and rule the entire killing city by relying on the killing domain. After another 3 months, Yang Podi can already stay on the 900th step. The domain on his body seems to have become stronger again, and can even compete with the Shura Divine Light on the 900th step. Both the soul-breaking domain and the gravity domain have also changed. Through countless domain collisions and adaptations, the two domains seem to have a tendency to evolve, and even whether the 3 domains have a tendency to merge into one. 3 months have passed again. Now Yang Podi can stay on the 1000th step. The whole body seems to have undergone a transformation, especially the 3 domains, which seem to have reached the extreme. The killing domain has reached the extreme, as if it can transform at any time. The soul-breaking domain has evolved into the ultimate Zhengjin domain. When it is used, endless metallic aura can cover the whole body, as if it can tear everything apart, and can also control all metallic elements in the domain. The gravity domain is like the ultimate power domain, or it can be called the extreme power domain. In the domain, all forces seem to be under one's control. Just a light blow can have infinite power, as if it can shatter mountains. And the last step is like the gap between gods and humans, like a natural moat. But Yang Podi was not afraid at all. He exerted the 3 domains to the extreme and finally took the last step. This step seemed like a tsunami, and the whole world seemed to change color a little, just like a mortal challenging a god. After Yang Podi took this last step, the killing domain changed again and finally evolved into the Shura domain, which is the ultimate killing way and a true god-level domain. As Yang Podi took this last step, the pressure on his body disappeared instantly, and the whole person became extremely relaxed. But at this time, Yang Podi himself had also undergone a great change. His whole body was filled with murderous aura, which was 1,000 times stronger than when he first obtained the killing god domain. Just standing there was like a raging bloody sky, which made people shudder. Yang Podi even felt that his entire mind had undergone a great change, becoming more decisive and murderous. This was not the influence of different murderous auras, as if it had penetrated into his bones. After stepping over the 1001st step, Yang Podi came directly to a huge temple. The temple was extremely tall, especially with a huge throne in the center. The entire temple was blood red, as if it was in a sea of blood. At the same time, a voice came from Yang Podi's mind. The first test of the Shura 9 tests is completed, and the Shura affinity is rewarded by 10%. And the second test of the Shura 9 tests appeared in front of Yang Podi, Shura Blood Sea, which requires soaking in the Shura Blood Sea for no less than 12 hours every day, lasting for 1 year, and the time can be superimposed and accumulated. Yang Podi thought about it. According to this situation, the second test of Shura God should be a bit similar to the desperate situation of the raging waves of the Sea God Island. I am afraid that this Shura Blood Sea is not simple. Then, a red light flashed in the entire Shura temple, and Yang Podi seemed to be back on the altar. At this time, the altar was not on the road to hell, but in front of a huge sea of blood. This sea of blood should be below the road to hell. In front of him was a huge blood-red ocean. The entire sea of blood seemed to be boundless. There seemed to be countless boiling blood in the sea of blood, emitting an extremely strange breath. Yang Podi ignored so much and jumped directly into the Shura Blood Sea. Unexpectedly, this Shura Blood Sea was completely different from the previous Shura Divine Light. If the Shura Divine Light was to train one's soul power and domain, then this Shura Blood Sea was to train one's body. As Yang Podi entered the Shura Blood Sea, a very strong corrosive force began to erode his body, which was a bit similar to entering the magma at the beginning, but more painful than the magma. In this Shura Blood Sea, there is obviously Shura's divine power. This is not only hurting his skin, but also penetrating into his blood, bones, bone marrow and soul. Especially in this Shura Blood Sea, in addition to Shura's divine power, there seems to be other breaths. This is an extremely evil and cold breath. It seems that the Rakshasa god should be using this Shura Blood Sea to interfere with the entire killing city. As time goes by, Yang Podi feels that his mind has changed. He seems to become more crazy and more likely to fall into killing. This is a bit like Bibi Dong, as if there are endless resentments invading his mind. Looking at these resentments, there seem to be countless figures, many of which are the figures of people he killed in the killing city. It seems that these should be the resentments of all the dead people in the entire killing city. On the first day, Yang Podi only stayed in the Shura Blood Sea for 10 hours before returning to the altar. If he stayed any longer, he would probably fall into madness. After Yang Podi walked out of the Shura Blood Sea, he looked at his palm carefully and felt that the whole palm seemed to have changed a little bit. Although Yang Podi's palm was not very white, the calluses on his palm were still relatively clear. However, at this time, the whole palm seemed to have changed. There were traces of blood-red lines on the palm, which were somewhat similar to the magic lines that appeared on Tang Chen's body. And looking at the current situation, this magic line seems to have a tendency to spread. It is estimated that after staying in this Shura Blood Sea for a year, I am afraid that the whole person and even the martial spirit will be covered with magic lines, and it is even possible that the whole person will be like a demon. And just looking at the cold and evil aura just now, I am afraid that Tang Chen should have fallen under this test. But Yang Podi was puzzled. Didn't Tang Chen pass the Shura 7 tests, and the 8th test was taken advantage of by the Rakshasa god, and the blood-red 9-headed Bat King invaded his body? Why is the second test so difficult? God Realm, Shura Temple. Shura God and Sea God sat together, and there was a huge mirror between them. In the mirror was Yang Podi. Poseidon seemed to be a little puzzled as he looked at Ashura God. Ashura God, what are you doing? This is clearly the content of the 8th test of the Ashura God test. How did it become the second test? and the time has also been greatly increased. Aren't you afraid that this kid will really become the second Tang Chen? Ashura God looked at the figure of Yang Wudi in the mirror. His face became extremely serious. This is indeed the content of the 8th test of Ashura. Do you think other tests are of any significance to this kid? This kid has passed through the Ashura divine light in just 9 months. The difficulty is more than 10 times higher than that of Tang Chen back then. Other tests are of no significance to him. The content of Tang Chen's test was only 668 steps, and this kid actually walked through the Ashura divine light directly. It can be seen that this kid's talent and strength are very good. Poseidon shook his head slightly. Since this kid has very good talents in all aspects, shouldn't you pay more attention to it? This 8th test is different from other tests. In this Azure Blood Sea, in addition to your divine power, there is also the divine power of the Rakshasa god. This kid can easily fall into the trap if he is not careful. God Shura's face was gloomy. In the normal 9 tests of Shura, the first test should be to obtain the domain of the god of killing, but this kid has already obtained the domain of the god of killing, and he can even perfectly control the domain of the god of killing. Now he has mastered the Shura domain. In a sense, he should be considered a demigod, and even the Rakshasa god cannot invade so easily. Now what this kid really lacks is the divine body. As long as he can pass the test of the Shura Blood Sea, even the gods will find it difficult to do anything to him. If he can pass the test of the Shura Blood Sea, I'm afraid he can touch the threshold of becoming a god. Poseidon was still a little puzzled. Shura, have you forgotten that this kid may not have a torso soul bone yet? Even if he has passed the test of the Shura Blood Sea, his body is still lacking. God Shura stared at Yang Wudi's body in the mirror. His eyes seemed to flicker. Poseidon, have you forgotten his whole body martial soul? After many evolutions, this martial soul is no weaker than the god-level martial soul, and even better in some aspects. Do you think his martial soul still has room for further evolution? The sea god also fell into deep thought after hearing this. The next assessment for Yang Wudi was relatively simple. He spent more than 12 hours a day in the Shura Blood Sea. In addition to eating a small amount of food, he stayed alone on the machine and thought quietly. The mysterious power in the Shura Blood Sea is extremely corrosive to the human body. It seems that it will lead people into the devil's way at any time. It is necessary to keep the state of mind absolutely quiet and peaceful, otherwise the process will be extremely dangerous. Yang Wudi has the experience of controlling the killing god's field, and his spiritual realm seems to be much higher. He meditates on the altar every day, silently reciting the Heart Sutra countless times in his heart, especially every time when his mind is about to lose control. The Heart Sutra seems to be a good medicine to cure everything. As time goes by, Yang Wudi's whole body seems to have undergone great changes. The whole body seems to be gradually covered with magic patterns. At first, the magic patterns appeared on the palms. As time goes by, the magic patterns gradually appear on the limbs and face, and then on the torso. At the end, the magic patterns seem to have appeared in the heart and brain, which are also the 2 most important parts of the human body. Moreover, the magic patterns seem to be gradually changing. At first, it looked very obvious and rough, but as time went on, the threads seemed to become tighter and finer. In the end, all the magic patterns were like a whole, and it was impossible to distinguish them if you didn't look carefully. Of course, during this process, Yang Wudi also felt that his body had changed. There seemed to be a special energy covering his skin. As this energy became stronger, it began to gradually cover his blood and bones, and finally began to slowly penetrate into his bone marrow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.